Hello? Who do we have here? Hello! Hello! Good timing, Siva. Before you fly away, excuse me. Wakey, wakey! Wakey, wakey! Hello, everyone! Good morning! Did everyone have a good evening yesterday? I say evening. I finished my stream at like 11 p.m. Yep, that's me. Hello, hello! How are we all today? Challenge, try not to be a gremlin, mission impossible. There was a tweet yesterday that really made me laugh. It was one of the people who were working behind the scenes at, I don't know if I showed you yesterday. It was one of the people who was behind the scenes of the event that I went to. They were like, oh, this is one of my favorite moments from the stream. And it was just me being a gremlin. Oh, so you still persist. Go beds, right, that's it. Today, we're taking you down. Oh yeah, you. Yes, you. I swear to God, if defeating you is going to be anything like, what was his name? Baidu? No. Well, him, who we shall not name because I am traumatized from the fight. Baigan, that's the one. Bagel, I don't know. Baigan, but I will not die trying. I'm gonna get you. I'm so terrifying. You guys, today I am raising money for the American Heart Association. So I'm really, really happy. I'm gonna be working with them through February. I say working with them. I'm raising money because heart disease is the #1 killer worldwide. Worldwide heart disease, #1 killer of people. So they're celebrating their 100-year anniversary this February. So we're going to be doing some sponsored streams, raising some money for charity, having some fun. I've also got some things to give away that they've sent me. So if we meet certain incentives, like we make $500, I get to open this, and there's lots of giveaways, there's lots of goodies, and it's all going towards a really amazing cause as well. So I'm super excited about that today. But other than that, we have some things to do in Final Fantasy. We're going to try and finish Final Fantasy IV today as well. No copium, for sure. Uh-oh, there's no music. Ah, panic. I'm going to put in-game music on. So yeah, no copium. We're going to be playing a bit of Final Fantasy IV, see if we can finish it. Take down Golbez, who's in the chat. I see you. But also, on on Saturday, we have the Final Fantasy Ultimate Pub Quiz. So I really need to take a look at that. I've got some videos from the Final Fantasy Union YouTube channel that we can have a look. Apparently, the hardest boss in video game history. So there's a video about bosses, and I'm really excited. So we can maybe give that a watch, brush up on our Final Fantasy knowledge, which is all-knowing. I am all knowledgeable for sure. We have the quacking way right in the background, staring you at you. So yeah, no, we have a really good video lined up that I really want to watch, and we've got some other ones as well. So we've got like loads of fun stuff to do today. Yes, no, Baigan is definitely the hardest one in video game history, hands down. Yes. But if you want to get involved in raising money for the American Heart Association, you can follow this link. Even if you're only able to donate $1, if everyone donates $1, that still goes a long way. That's like £100 with everyone in here. So if you can, you can. If not, it's fine as well. So yeah, that's what we're going to be doing through February, raising money for the American Heart Association, which I'm very excited about. All right, let's get my face off the screen. Blech. There we go. Well, no, I'm still on it. Da, 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 da. Alrighty. There you go, we're ready. I tried really hard not to plug in my new mouse today. I'm using my MMO mouse. I really want to use my new my new one I got yesterday. Oh, I can't really open much because I'm moving tomorrow. I haven't packed anything. This is fine. Totally fine. Yeah, I'm moving tomorrow, so it's very difficult to not open anything. Everything's packed. I say packed. Everything's in the boxes, ready to be packed. If I start opening everything, I'm just gonna have to put it back in the box. So, yes. No, still, yeah, no, I still haven't packed because I'm leaving at 9 AM tomorrow, and apparently I love life with affixes because apparently life isn't hard enough. Well, that's me. All right, golden sauce time. How many tomes do we have? I need to clear out my inventory as well. Oh, we got 64. Isn't the hardest boss ever Absolute Virtue? I'm not sure, but I think the Absolute Virtue is on the front thumbnail, so maybe, because we only learnt about that yesterday. No, you Shadow Heels. We love all of the chatting ones. You're all so cute. No stream tomorrow because I'm moving tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. Unfortunately. I mean, I don't know if I have internet at the place, so we need to, oh, we don't have scratch cards yet. So I need to set up internet there, and I don't even know if I can like fully move in tomorrow. I might have to come back here. I'm like debating on how quick we can get internet in the new place, get it all set up, and like how quickly I could like move in, you know? Moving stream! I mean, no, we can have a setup stream. I'll leave my stream room. We can have a stream where we can like set up the stream room though. That'll be fun. Take us with you. I am taking you with you. I'm putting you in my pocket. You're coming with me. Oh, also today I had a bottle of coffee. A bottle of coffee. I don't know. Me and Dad treated ourselves. We ordered lunch and then our coffees came in a bottle. And it was great. I liked it. Stream set up. Okay. All right. Well, I'll be happy about that. We can have a stream set up. Right. What's the next gate? Leap of faith. Hell yeah. Let's go. I did have a coffee, but I also made myself a very small cup of tea. Wait, Needtog, what are you getting fixed?
Jordan, you absolute bean, aloo.
Ah! Wicked Soon, thank you so much for the 9 months. No, you're a bean. No, you. We eat you at steak. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I have. I had coffee. I had coffee. I also have a very tiny cup of tea as well. So we're off to a good start. Ooh. Oh, that was growly. Did you guys enjoy the raid yesterday? We got so close. I can't believe how far into that fight we got with only like 3 hours. It was so good. It was so hard. And I feel like my black mage is getting a little bit better in terms of like consistent casting. There are still like minor like min-max optimizations, but I'm trying to like, you can't do everything all in once. So I'm trying to like slowly build upon my rotation. Like if I can nail the opener, nail the general rotation, then I'll start incorporating like lots of min-max things and other things as well, like off GCD spells. I have to remember it's not WoW, so I have to remember like to weave off GCD. So that's gonna take some practice, and then everything else. But as long as I can like kind of do the fights and then also like maintain my rotation, then I feel like I'm improving or doing well. Because like for example, yesterday I felt like I was maintaining uptime on casting like way better than the week before. So I already feel like I'm progressing a bit. How much you learn about your class when you do harder fights like Savage, actually insane. I know, Link, exactly. Like I'm the type of person to just jump in the deep end of anything. So I prefer to be thrown in and like learn in a difficult situation, because like then you really learn, don't you? Like you learn very quick. Not if you play Machinist. It's all the same no matter what. Oh. Excuse me, is this a rotation? Yes, just keep spinning. Just keep spinning, just keep spinning. You lot know. You lot know, you're nailing it. If you can do like 200 roulettes as a class, but in Savage or Extreme, learn so much more. Yeah, I always feel like difficult content makes you learn the like fastest, like hands down. That's why I was so keen to get into Savage, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, you know, you should practice first, like da da da. But like I've learned way quicker jumping into Savage than I would have learned like on the training dummy, for example. You're doing better, bro. There's only one thing you can easily improve. If FFXIV procs, you should use it in 5 stance, not swap to ice. Oh, okay. Actually, Siva, that was one thing that I wanted to look at. Like, do I just send FFXIV procs on cooldown, or do I use it to like go into Umbral Ice and then go back into Umbral Fire? That was like a small thing that I wanted to ask about, so it's a good thing you noticed that. So I just send it on cooldown in Fire Phase. Got you. Noted. Just watched JoeCat's crap guide to Final Fantasy XIV Rage. Have we actually watched that video yet? I don't know if we've watched the ranged one, or have we watched the ranged one? We might have. That might have been the first one I watched, but there are so many JoeCat videos I haven't watched. Oh, I did watch. You know what JoeCat video I did watch? The one that he got cancelled off of, apparently. I watched it and I was like, huh? It was so cute. I loved it. It was so addictive. I actually watched it a few times. I had it on loop. It was great. I didn't know like what the problem was. I was watching it like, wait, this is what got him doxxed and bullied out of content creation? I didn't understand why. It was strange. I watched it like, what's the issue? Like, I felt like he was being so positive about women. Like, I really liked the fact that he was like, whether you're big or small, like thick or like, it was so like positive. Like, I don't know, maybe as a girl or whether that's relevant or not, I watched the video and I felt good about myself. You know what I mean? I didn't understand what the issue was at all. I felt like he was being so nice and it was so catchy and it was just great. I was like, is this the video? I was expecting maybe like, I don't know, something controversial, but I was like, what? It's just appreciating women in all shapes and sizes. What's the issue? What's supposed to be wrong with the video? Sexism? I don't know. That's what I actually don't know what the issue was. I think, what do I remember when people were talking about it, when we spoke about it lightly the first time? That he was being, I don't know. Was it that men had a problem because he was being a simp? It was something along there. It was something ridiculous. I don't know. How dare people like women? Exactly. Women suck. The issue was some people saying it wasn't a manly. I can't even. How are these opinions so loud or common that it chases a content creator off the platform? There is no way there are multiple people who actually say this, like, being serious. Because that's the most dumb statement I think I've read in a while. You guys heard it here first. I'm man enough to like multiple types of women. Isn't it? Don't you think it, like, it's actually the opposite? I feel like it's really small energy to be hateful. Like, I think it's really, like, I think it's actually the opposite. I feel like Joe Cat, like, appreciating women of all shapes and sizes and stuff was like the most manly, I don't know, whatever word you'd use, like attractive, confident, masculine, giga chat. Like, it was the most appealing. Way more, like, I think the men who sit there going, oh, she's overweight, like, that is, I would say that is like, you know what I mean? That is just worse. I don't know. Be mad, be strong and big. No feelings of kind of be proud and man. People that can. But that is so weird. I didn't think that. I don't know. It's just so unappealing and not like that's not a real person, is it? I don't know. That's so weird. People who obsess over the preferences of others really puzzle me. Of course, it's the opposite. But more and more men are kind of having a crisis and look to the worst sources of how to a man. Well, strange. It is strange. I feel like people just don't live in the real world. Like, people isolate themselves to like online and spend a lot of space and like spend a lot of time in very negative spaces like Twitter, or like get into these like dark rabbit holes of cesspools, and they become so far-fetched and so disconnected from how the real world is and real life. And I don't know, I just feel like us humans are not supposed to deal with that, like the amount of negativity we are exposed to via like social media and stuff. I just feel like it definitely rots the brain. So I don't know, it's very strange. But it's also like a crisis, isn't it? It's like, the problem is that spending more and more time being isolated like that makes you more and more hateful. And it's a spiral. The more and more hateful you get, the more isolated you feel, the more hateful you feel, the more pushed out you get. And it's just like, then the more lonely you are. And like, yeah, it's just like a vicious cycle, I suppose. And then sometimes it's like, you know, the term touch grass is like so overused, it almost loses its meaning in a way. I think it's really important to get a reality check and a breath of fresh air, as I call it. Like, even I need to do it. Like, that's why sometimes my weekends are so precious to me, because I'll go and meet my like IRL normie friends for like a coffee and stuff, and it will just be the reality check that I need. It's the touching grass that I need. It's the refresh that I need. That it's just so good from like for me, like mentally and stuff. It's exactly what you need, because sometimes it can be really easy to just drown in. Oh my god! Oops. Yeah, it just can be so easy to drown, and I just feel like that really helps. But then again, like, that's the problem. Like, you get into a cycle, so you lose if you're in that situation, you probably don't really have access to people. You probably don't really have any friends, and the connections or the interactions that you have with other people are very shallow and don't lack a lot of depth or lack meaning. And yeah, I don't know, it's difficult. Like, not everybody's privileged enough to be able to go and meet their IRL friend for like a reality check type of thing. So, oh wait, hold on a minute. There we go. I was like, wait, hang on a minute, where's my stuff? Move you lot up a little bit. Sorry, I did just move you. Hope that's okay. All right, there we go. My IRL friends live 7 hours away. Ooh, that's tough. That's rough. And yeah, like I said, it is a very privileged position to be in, to be able to like go and get that reality check. But I just feel like the further disconnected you become, it's a vicious spiral. It really is a vicious spiral. Right, we didn't quite get the golden cactus, so we need to get that. But then the issues are the accessibility. Like, you know, that real life gets further and further. It's like a IRL carrot on a stick that just gets further and further away, less and less accessible type of thing. Yeah, no, it's hard. It really is, because to spend, you know, so much time online, you don't really. It's difficult. I don't go outside. I'm very lucky that younger me or past me was able to form the friendships that I carry forward with me now. Like, if I stepped out into the world now, I wouldn't have anything. It's past me, like that set up this whole life for myself. I almost feel like I've stepped into the shoes of someone else's life sometimes, you know. I'm very lucky. If I didn't have that, or if I was moving forward with life as is now, I would find it really hard to meet people or maintain IRL friends or even form deep friendships. Like, I'm very lucky to have the support network and to be able to trust like my friends, because I've known them since I was in school and stuff like that. Like, that's a very privileged position to be in for sure. It's like a totally different time now. It's so different. It's so difficult, and it's sad. That said, if the internet exists, I was always... Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yes. You know, there's always two sides to every story, always. There's always multiple layers. There's always multiple different things. And you are right. It's not all bad. Sorry, I was kind of talking about, like, one particular thing of, like, one thing. But then, yeah, we do have multiple branches stemming out. Not all of them are good. Not all of them are bad. But you are right. The internet opens you up to gain access to people that you wouldn't ordinarily run into in your real life, right? Like, look at this, look what we have, this wonderful community. So many of you that I've met in person and I talk to, and I would consider friends now, like, wouldn't have any of that. And also, I wouldn't be able to sit and have fun with my friends online. Like, we play Among Us and like Jackbox and Gartic Phone and like Raid and hang out, and like we wouldn't have any of that. So you're right, it's not all bad. I was just talking about one specific small like twig in this overarching tree, but it's not bad, but definitely not like a bad thing. There's all these positives as well, but I guess we were just talking about, like, I don't know. I just see on Twitter like these people who are suffering from, say, the yes, lacking 1, 2, 3, which we are not. Hell yes. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like sometimes you go down like the Twitter rabbit hole, and it's, I always like hope. No freaking way! No! Yes! Haha! Winner! Can we do it again? All right, third time lucky. Ain't no, ain't. Oh no! Okay, 7, 8, 9. Oh, so close. Okay, we're asking too much, to be fair. Oh, that was almost so rigged. That was like the luckiest thing ever. My IRL friends all live far away and we never meet IRL almost ever. That is not an issue to me, so I don't mind sporting through Discord. But IRL contacts me to meet my family. Yeah, I know, it is hard. It is hard. Like, I can't sit on, like, I don't know, a high horse, but you also, like, there are positives and negatives to everything on there, but I suppose I was just kind of talking a little bit of the negatives that contribute to this, like, loneliness epidemic, let's say. especially with all these toxic like spaces, it's like real intense negativity. And it's like, sometimes it's like, oh, only the headlines is kind of what you see. So things, the bar just becomes higher and higher for like disgusting things that are said and done, and eventually like everything just seems so bad all the time. Anyway, not all the time, but like that's sometimes like when I go on Twitter, sometimes it like that's why I have to take Twitter in like very small doses. Oh, you managed to reduce your Twitter feed to gaming and cats? Yeah, I do that, but sometimes I get like trending, like popular things, and it'll be like somebody going through trauma, and then you get people commenting saying really horrible things, and I'm like, this is not real. Like, this is not real. Like, people don't actually, it makes you lose faith in humanity a bit, and I'm like, I just have to like scroll past that, and like I'm just like gross. Or like you see like a big viral thing or a content creator or someone famous or something, and then they get into like, I don't know, something horrible, and then you read people say defending some like despicable thing. I don't know, it's just sometimes can be very like, ooh, this is, you're not real, this is not real. Like, how did you get here? Why are you saying this? I don't know. But yeah, they kind of ruined Twitter by putting promotions and suggestions in feeds. But you just go, oh, you know what is bad though? Freaking ads. So every time I go on TikTok now, I was scrolling on my For You. I think I counted one. Well, actually, since I've been on the Has Been Hotel hype, it's been different. But I actually had one TikTok that was just like not trying to sell you something, wasn't a promotion, wasn't a sponsorship. Like, and obviously, sponsorships are one of your main sources of income. It's not saying that like people shouldn't do it, because obviously it's a job, right? But I was just so surprised. I was like, everything is selling, everything is marketing. It's very like abundant, but maybe it's because I don't use TikTok too often. So like when I log on, I get hit with like, maybe, I don't know, but. You know what's funny? I was like, why is it always people with a blue check mark that, not always, I don't like to generalize, but why is, it's usually people with a blue check mark that are sometimes the most toxic or have the most like inhumane replies. And I'm like, there's like a weird correlation, a weird thing there where it most of the time is someone with a blue check mark. And then, you know what I realized? No, you know what I realized? I realized why, right? I went to DM somebody on Twitter, and I remember it was live on stream. I can't remember the situation or the context, but it was live on stream, and we tried to DM somebody that we weren't following each other. And it said, you can't DM somebody who isn't following you unless you have the blue check mark. And then I realized, I was like, right, it's because these people are just trying to DM and harass, like, not, you don't know, but you know what I mean? I was like, oh, okay, that's why. Because the blue check mark allows you to DM whoever, and you don't have to have them following you. No, but it was people who weren't necessarily like content creators or people, it was just like, let's say haters who have blue check marks. Like sometimes the most horrible replies are people with blue check marks. And I'm like, why do they, it's such like a high, not probability, but a large portion of the most horrible replies come from people with blue check marks. And that's what I'm saying, I'm not generalizing, I'm just saying I've noticed like a pattern. And it was only when I tried to DM somebody who wasn't following me and it said I could only DM them if I had a blue check mark. I was like, right, okay, so there is kind of oh God, I'm a healer. Oh no, I'm actually so bad. I'm a healer! I forgot! I'm healing! Right! Oh yeah! Sorry! I'm a healer! Oops! My bad! I got very carried away with my pew-pew lasers. I am a noob, you're right. Hello, Awuwa! I really feel like the social media tries to rage bait with the algorithm anger can cause a huge amount of engagement. It's very depressing. So I don't, you could be right. We don't know. Well, I don't know. You could be very right, Neem Tog, but I think from what I know about the algorithm is that engagement is the biggest thing for algorithm. So comments, inciting conversation. So I feel like when there's a controversial topic or when there's people typing horrible things, it because of psychology, inspires engagement because people will reply. So it's not necessarily the algorithm, that's more of a human thing, if that makes sense. It's the human psyche to reply to something. So then that engagement then boosts whatever it is, if that makes sense. Oh, no music. It's very disjointing when you lose buttons, isn't it? Josh Drive Hayes has said before, you can put some incorrect things into your videos to get people to comment correcting you. The rage baiting works. Yeah, so it's about human psyche, I would say, and that people are more likely to reply, and then because they're replying, it's then that engagement that then boosts the post. It's like, have you ever seen advertisements? Usually it's in mobile games, where the advertisement, the person playing gets it wrong. Like they get something really simple, like if it's a match 3, they'll get it wrong and they'll lose. And it incentivizes you to download it so that you can do it right. There's a lot of psychology that goes into it. It's like disgusting, really. Disgustingly clever, but you're right, it is like rage baiting, I suppose, as a term. My YouTube feed promotes trans and disability hate videos where I just wanted to watch music. That's horrible. No way. Wait, Knitting Dog, have you seen Has Been Hotel? I feel like you'd love it. I was gonna say, right, the only reason why I'm bringing it up again, okay, it's not because I'm totally obsessed, but my recommended is just full of Has Been Hotel at the moment because I keep watching Has Been Hotel stuff. Oh, Knitting Dog, you need to watch it. You would absolutely love it. No, it's not Wild Tangent, right? It's because all of my recommended is just Has Been Hotel at the moment. Yes, I'm up to date. I've seen them all. I also watched the pilot. No, I haven't watched the pilot. No, that's the one thing I haven't seen. Though their mobile game adverts annoy me. Yes, exactly. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. It's the, like, they'll purposefully get the challenge wrong, so it incentivizes you to be like, oh, I can do this right, and then you download it. It's also a marketing technique, I suppose. I haven't watched Hell of a Boss yet, no. I've been fine, Sepia. How about you? I'm good. I'm moving tomorrow, and I haven't packed anything, so everything's great. Marketing hook, yes, I suppose. Gotta get you watching Steven Universe. What's the Steven Universe? Tell me. Wait, how do I go to rescue? Oh, I don't have that button. That's my age. I am excited, but you know what it is? I've been so stressed this week, and I've had so much to do this week that it's kind of like taken up all my brain power. So I got invited to a Square Enix event, for example, last minute on Tuesday. So I went to that. And then I've just been taking everything in my stride at the moment, and I haven't had a second to breathe or think. So I haven't even really thought about, like, the gravity of it hasn't set in yet, if that makes sense. And which is a good thing, I suppose. You know, when you're running on adrenaline and you're taking everything in your stride. I haven't packed anything up yet, and I don't know, just stressed because obviously I wanted to do my charity stream today. I already off-put it several times. Well, not several times, but I was meant to do it last Friday, but I had to go to the letting agency last Friday, and then today I'm going to pick up the keys properly this time. So. Well, yeah, I just haven't had a chance to think. And then I had my raid yesterday. I suppose, you know what it is? It's me just being stupid and not wanting to let anyone down and not want to cancel or be a failure. And then my brain just interprets that negative way, which is so hypocritical of me, because if anyone said to me anything I'm saying, I'd be like, what are you talking about? But Look, I give advice. Doesn't mean I listen to my own advice. That's not part of the parcel. I can tell you what to do, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. Joking. The Randall, thank you so much for the 10 months. People 100% make mistakes in videos to get correction comments. Yes, I saw a short of a chef being pretentious. But he called his onion the wrong type, and all the comments were laughing at him for making the mistake. Definitely did it for the comments. Yes, definitely. I mean, I do that all the time. Every time I make a mistake, it's rage bait. I totally know. That's what I'm doing. I know everything. I'm just testing you. Risque View! Thank you so much for the 11 months. What do you mean, sure? No, it's true. I am telling the truth. Yeah, get farmed, chatting ones. I'm rage baiting. Every time I get a name wrong, it's totally because I know the pronunciation. I was born with the knowledge. I'm just testing everyone else. Oh, that's bad fire. Oh, that's scary fire. Wait, oh, it's invulnerable. Oh, right. No, this is great. I'm doing very well. Do we go and pew-pew this? Ah, I did it. Am I supposed to kill them? No, because I'm supposed to be healing. Some might say. Not everyone will say that, but someone may say that. Wait, no. We're not supposed to. Oh, no. How am I inting this bad? I'm not healing. I'm not damaging. It's all a disaster. Saved, so the steak and beans weren't real. It's just a bait. That actually was real. Okay, that was a genuine thing. I genuinely did not think anyone would be annoyed by it. I was actually just proud of myself for making like a steak dinner. I thought people might think it was nice. I swear to God, that was not even meant to be a rage bait. Sure. I genuinely thought that it was fine. Okay. It wasn't a fake broccoli. It wasn't a fake broccoli. Oh, we need to go to our island sanctuary as well, because I think I need to level up, so I need to go to the workshop because I haven't been there first. It wasn't photoshopped. It was a real broccoli. Look, eat your veggies. Be healthy. What happened to all the other broccolis? I ate them. That was the only survivor. The broccoli was not a paid actor. No, it wasn't. Oh, you lot think so funny. Well, you're right. My only gripe with that dinner is it could have used more broccoli, but that was like, that was perfect amount. You mean eat your veggie? Ah, the tiny broccoli. No, I think you're all just hating on the broccoli, okay? Not the size matters, all right? Oh, that's the saying all the time, but no, this one time. All right, anyway, the wind blows. This is the one where you stand still, I think. I always get confused sometimes with the other one. Oh, yeah, well, do you ever think that you're not enough broccoli? You ever think about this? Do you ever think about that? Maybe you lot are not enough broccoli. Hello, Dranny. You should replace every bean with a single broccoli and replace the broccoli with one single baked bean. No, we can't uno reverso the broccoli and the beans. Right, the beans were good. Oh, there was one comment on the tweet, though, that I did howl at. I have to try and find it. Hold on. I'm sure you already see. The replies were so unexpected. Oh my God, I got ratioed as well. This is getting worse. I didn't even see this. No, I can't believe this has happened. On behalf of Jordan, we sincerely apologize to anybody who had their day ruined by this. Unbelievable. Look, the broccoli is fine. Wait, hang on a minute. There was one that was really made me, well, they all made me laugh, but it was like the broccoli trying to survive the flood. Hold on. Wait, one solo, I see you. This made me laugh as well. Where is it? One raw ass broccoli is killing me. It wasn't even raw. I just didn't cook it for very long. Wait, do I dare press that button? Wait, I must have scrolled past it. Hold on. Hang on. It's gonna be here. Was this level of violence necessary? Why can't I find it? Oh no! There was such a good reply. It was something like the broccoli standing alone against the flood. Oh, this is what I was gonna show you. Being a freaking gremlin. So this guy was like, this is one of my favorite bits of the stream. I was trying to hide because I was being a gremlin, which is really surprising. So I was trying to hide. I didn't know there was a camera here. And then, do you want to see what my team does, right? I get baited out! My life got baited out. What is this? I got annihilated. Wait! Oh my... I am so good at this game. Yes, I am excellent at gaming. I am really good. Why am I so good at this game? Easy. I love the fact that you can just do gates for the tomes. You get 8 as well. What do you mean streamer luck? No, I'm just really good. Exactly, easy. Easy, just AFK to win. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. I recognize you from Final Fantasy IV. Ah! I know, yeah, I should get some lottery tickets, you're right. Wait, what was I saying? I got distracted. There was something I was doing. Wait, I'm very close to the End Walker. Look, I only need 4 more levels for Sage, 8 for Gunbreaker, 7 for Reaper. Oh, we need to unlock Dancer as well. We also need to unlock our actual buttons as well. Hello, Joy. Oh, you look like Peter Pan. I love your outfit. And your staff is like a pretzel. And it's got a little crown. And it's so cute. Wait, hang on a minute. I got the perfect emote. Ah. Ah. Oh, and that emote is adorable. I forget about the Fall Guys one, the adorable Fall Guys emote. No, I haven't. I have not. I need to do the tank role quest. That is my final one for Shadowbringers. Yes, we need to do that. I just reached level 80 on Bard yesterday, so now I can speed up my leveling with the hunt marks at the end of the quest. I know you lot keep talking about hunts, but I don't think I've done one yet. Wait, what's expert roulette? Level 90. Na, 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 na. Level 90 dungeons. Ah, we're unlocking stuff now that we're higher level. It seems like we can go for the main scenario. Why not? We haven't done a main scenario in a while. So what do you think of my coffee in a bottle? No one cares. I've been working on getting all to 80. I've got 5 so far. It takes a while, and I feel like I'm cheating. Well, not cheating, but like Sage started at 70, Reaper started at 70, Gunbreaker started at 60. So it's not even like from the very start. Scratch. It's not even from scratch. But we need to finish Rogue as well. We need to go and see Jackie. What's the worst that can happen? Why? Why a ball? I don't know. I don't know why you question it. I feel like it's just to be expected that things are just going to be a bit chaotic. I don't know. I ordered a coffee today and it came in a bottle. I was just as surprised as you are. I love it though. It's so cute. I was burning my hands holding it. Castrum Meridianum. Meridium. Alrighty. I am the healer now. What do you mean it's a me-sized bottle? Yeah, bottled coffee. What could be better? Oh, Castor Mermaid. I really want to see the Willy Wonka film. All right, I am the healer. Heal things, aka the tank. Healing, healing, healing. Let's put a dot on everything that's about to die. I do find healer very engaging. It keeps me on my toes. I enjoy it a lot, I have to say. Like, I really enjoy the black mage rotation because it's very engaging in the moment. And like, I would say healing is kind of the same, where it's also just as engaging. There's a lot of like micro decisions you're making. There's like things that you're thinking about. Tanking was okay. I wouldn't say that I warmed to tanking as much. But like healing, I definitely warmed to. I feel like I always enjoy DPS the most, especially range DPS and casters, but I don't know, there is something special. I do kind of like healing. So what are you guys preparing for Dawn Trail? Are we preparing any jobs? Healer, how to max DPS without killing your team. Okay, so I did that, Ractorius. I did that in the last dungeon and everyone died because I forgot I was healing and I was just DPSing. So I didn't balance it very well, but the attempt was made. What do you mean you're prepping that? Put it away. Hello, party. Oh my goodness, I am loving it. P3S is probably one of the hardest fights I've ever done. Not just in Final Fantasy, but like in WoW. It is so challenging. It is so hard, honestly. I can't imagine the horror of that in like Party Finder or working out how to do it yourself. Oh my goodness. Like, I'm lucky. We've got Mulk raid leading. We've got Mulk telling everybody where to go, where to stand, leading it. If we didn't have Mulk, my goodness, that'd be just like a mess that would take like a year to do. So, I don't know, it's so hard. P3S in Party Finder taught me how to play every single healer job. But I can imagine. But I don't know, doing that fight in Party Finder. Is it a miserable experience to pug? Party Finder, aka pugging, right? Because in World of Warcraft, it is miserable to pug anything. It is the most miserable experience ever. Is it as miserable in Final Fantasy? It's not bad at all. It's not. You should raid lead the next Savage fight. Oh my god, I'll be like, go left, dodge orange, run away from orange stuff. I'd be terrible. But if we kill P3S early next Wednesday, then I'm gonna go into an extreme and I'm gonna blind raid lead it. And apparently everyone wants an end one. Like, oh gosh, the tank is dying. Everyone wants either like Gold Bears or Barbarica or something. Ow, I just got laser beams. Pipefinder is okay if you can get most people on Discord. Okay, it's not awful then. Most people I've met have been chill. I think it's just a different game, isn't it? Different community, different vibe. People aren't as toxic and are usually willing to spend time progging if you've joined a prog group. Still gonna have your toxic ass every once in a while though. Okay. Yeah, I suppose like the attitude in WoW is just very different. You're expected to know everything. You're expected to go into a fight knowing exactly what to do, and also you need to know how to play your class. People get very resentful if you, like, people interpret you as being like lazy or wanting to be carried, or like, I kind of get it. It's just a different game, right? It's different standards. I think that learning and being new is way more accepted in this game, and like people love to play things blind, so the general idea of everyone has to know everything before the patch even drops, I feel like that's just like, it's just a totally different tone, I would say. Prog pugs in 14 usually go well for me. People stay for a good couple of hours to get better, start to join further prog groups. Prog groups aren't a thing in WoW Party Finder. No. In WoW, you don't really have prog groups. Everybody just needs to like clear the raid for a weekly. Like nobody is there to progress really. Or there will be some progress groups. But then again, people set groups up and they want to be boosted. So they'll set a group up, they'll set the item level to be higher than what the raid drops and they've never done the raid before or they're on an awful alt. So, you know, I'm not saying people actually are good, it's just there's a different expectation, I think, in WoW. Many WoW players are very hostile to new players. Yes, they are. Because the general consensus is that you're supposed to know. Because the problem is it's the same thing in Final Fantasy, but if you make a mistake, it negatively impacts everybody else. So it's kind of like you should do the work so that you don't hold everyone else hostage. That's like the mentality. Does that make sense? Like, if you don't do the research, you know what you're doing, you're basically, like, inting everyone else, and it's selfish. That's kind of how it's seen. I'm not saying it's right, but that's just how it goes. Unless you're in a pre-made group, you're in a guild that does blind raiding, like, unless you're in an environment where it's new player friendly, and that's specified, obviously that's totally different, right? I spent a lot of time joining groups that helped people get curves. So I'm not saying it's all bad. There's definitely so many groups that help people get curve, which is killing the final boss on heroic that usually gives everybody a mount. And like I've joined so many streamers and so many groups that help people get curve, and like there is a lot of help as well. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general, like general consensus is like everybody has to know what to do. Pugging in Party Finder can be very frustrating, as oftentimes the pattern is that if you join Party Finder for, say, progging the fourth mechanic of the fight, some people will consistently mess up third mechanic for half an hour and then people leave. Oh no, okay, so people are at like different prog points. But like WoW has more of a grind mentality. It's like a job or an item level generating machine, and anything that gets in the way that is presented. I actually really agree with that. I think you're absolutely right. It definitely feels like more of a job. Absolutely. Yeah, it's like, it's all business, let's say. So like the fun and the game aspect is just like not relevant, which is sad because it is a video game. But like that's where I was. That's the mentality that I had in terms of like, I didn't stop and smell the roses. I didn't find enjoyment in the raid. I was just there to get achievements and loot and world rankings. You know, like all this like not the game itself, not the fun of it, not it being a video game, it being like, I don't know. It's strange. Yeah. But I suppose that's why Final Fantasy changed me a lot, because it's just different. Biggest red flags in WoW raid Party Finder: big dick DPS, slow DPS kick, pumpers, mystic army, anything similar. Well, yeah. But like, that's most groups. I always join groups like that, but then I'm always on my main, so I suppose this is why I don't have multiple characters, because I'm used to being like the carry, and I hate feeling in a position where I'm being boosted or I'm the noob, because usually when I play a game, because I don't play too many different games, like I specialize in games, so usually I'm okay at the said game and I'm usually not really a noob. So it's like, that's why I don't really have ults or anything, because I'd rather just like, I'd rather help everyone else. I'd rather like help other people's ults than have one myself, or be behind and not be top DPS and stuff like that. I don't know, I'm strange. The idea of a sprout spoiling themselves because they're afraid of people being toxic came from WoW, and raid/dungeons stressed me out. When I first came to Final Fantasy, first couple dungeons, I ended up guides for because I was stressed people would get mad at me. Oh, risque for you. Yeah, that is very much a WoW mentality. That is basically what happens. The idea of a sprout spoiling themselves because they're afraid people being toxic is really saddening. Exactly. That's like the general attitude. Again, general attitude. We're talking generally, not like every situation. Because obviously you can't say one thing that applies to everything. But generally, that is the mentality, yeah. There are also discords out there that help, but basically help teach fights and stuff. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, we have that in WoW. Like, we have the class discords, which are basically the only source of information you should ever go to. Like, Wowhead and Icy Veins are like very general, but they're always like memes on. Like, you should definitely go to a cast Discords and like use the resources linked there for sure. In WoW. We encourage blind where possible. You only experience some fights once. It's fun trying to figure things out. I can't imagine doing P3S blind. Was that a race to world first event? P3S, was that world firsted? I know that most guilds play off stream because a lot of Final Fantasy raids are about puzzle solving. So like, you don't want to give your opponents the solution or the answer. So I understand that, but like, I can imagine that P3S would have been a really captivating, crazy, nuts fight. That must have been so rough. Like, a fight like that makes you really appreciate how talented people are, seriously. Is it hot in here? Yes. P3S was the first big hurdle for people during Race World First. Yeah, that was nutty. Like, I would have loved to have watched it, because how captivating is that? Are you already feeling the game slowing down after starting Savage? For me, some mechanics felt really fast now. I have so much time to react to the mechanic. Ooh! Not yet, Zokla, but I will keep an eye on that. Not yet, but I wonder if that will be the case. Ah, maybe soon. No, we did not clear P3S yet. We haven't cleared it yet, but we got to the final mechanic. So we've seen all of the mechanics now, and then I think after the final mechanic, all of the mechanics kind of repeat. So we got to like the final one. That was the prog point, and we got through that one. So we're going to continue it next Wednesday. Oh, Livia. Are you excited for the Dawn Trail World First races? Would you prefer casting, watching, or racing? So I always prefer playing, but I do really enjoy casting now. I don't know. I've always been like so competitive, but I've not played competitive now for like, I don't know. I took a back seat in Shadowlands, even though I competed in a few MDIs, but I took a bit more of a back seat. It was really BFA. BFA I went like super hard, and Legion and BFA I was like really sweaty and try hard. Like Mythic Plus, every single season of BFA I was like going at it, and then Shadowlands I was a bit more casual. Like I only did high keys if I wanted to do a YouTube video or like help other people. Like I knew a lot of people at that point, because not many people do like the highest keys, right? It's kind of like everyone knows each other. So like if a push team was missing a DPS, they'd ask me like, oh, do you want to sub in for the weekend? And if I was bored or bad time, I'd be like, yeah, sure, why not? But I didn't like push myself really. Like before, I was 24/7 in keys. Like I was plugging keys, I was playing with people, like I was in a team, I did it all. But then in Shadowlands, I just was very burnt out. And I feel like everybody had such a, I feel like Shadowlands was just a very shitty part of life. Like I feel like everyone was in a bad mood. It was like probably the most negative I've ever felt and been. Like everyone was just in such a rubbish mood, and everyone was burnt out, and it was just horrible. And I don't know how much of that was because of lockdown and COVID affecting everyone's mental, even though nothing may have changed really on our day-to-day life. Like subconsciously it does have like an effect, you know, like I said, even if nothing necessarily changed for your day-to-day life, but I still think it had a negative effect. But yeah, I just felt like everyone was in a bad mood, everyone was burnt out, and like, I don't know. Aha! I did play every day of Shadowlands. Even though I was very burnt out, I played every day of Shadowlands. I did that. Like, everybody kind of quit in Shadowlands, but I made all of my content in Shadowlands, and then I took like a little bit of a break in Dragonflight. But to answer your question, I actually would really enjoy like going for like race the world first in the game. I feel like WoW, with the point I was in, I didn't necessarily know if I'd have like the time. It wasn't necessarily time, it was actually my health. I didn't know if I could, I don't know, I got into a bit of a rut. If I went for it in BFA, like I started in Legion, if I went for it Legion BFA, like that's when I had the massive drive. But the thing is that I joined a guild and I stayed in that guild. I'm a really loyal person. Like, I stayed in that guild because I cared about the people, like they were like my family. And even though I wanted to push higher, even though I had that drive and the time and the skill at that point to like push as hard as I could and like go, like competitively play. I could have done that, but I didn't. I like sacrificed what I wanted to do because I wanted to stay loyal to my guild, and it's kind of stupid. But like, I don't know, I kind of just settled, and it was like my family, so I didn't do what I wanted. I didn't push as high as I wanted to. I didn't see how far I could have gone. But I wouldn't change it. I don't regret it. But like, since kind of stepping down and taking a bit more of like retirement / taking things a little bit easier now. Yeah, a little bit of retirement, but yeah, it'd be hard to like, not hard, but like it'd be hard to like get back into the swing of like playing that much again and caring that much, because it's mentality as well. Like, not only do you spend a lot of time, but you also have to care. And like, when you're a bit burnt out or you're a bit drained, you just lack that passion or that care sometimes. But anyway, with Final Fantasy, it's kind of like a fresh start, and it requires less of a job. Oh no, I didn't commend. Oh no. Right, what gate is it? We're cycling between gates and leveling a little bit. That's why we're chatting. But yeah, we'll swap over to Final Fantasy IV a bit later. I did want to watch this video though, the hardest boss in video game history. I'm very excited. I know, I'm sorry, I didn't commend. I know, I'm sorry. But yeah, no, I think that Final Fantasy requires less job type commitments to play it. And like, if you're competing race to world first, you still have to put in time. I'm not saying that you don't have to put in time, but I just mean like, compared to WoW, the barrier to entry in terms of like your chore list and the amount that you have to do and the amount like of the amount you're punished if you don't and stuff like that is way less in Final Fantasy. Let's say it like that. That was risky. But yeah, no, I'm excited to watch this video because we got the Final Fantasy Ultimate quiz on Saturday, so I need to know something. I'm a party leader. I can't be party leader and an affix. That's what I am. Can't you just buy in WoW tokens or whatever? Wait, what do you mean? Can't you just buy what in WoW? You can buy tokens, yeah. I'm really bad at making gold, so I would just buy a token because like I just was so awful making gold in game, other than boosts. But then like when I was playing, when I kind of like retired a little bit, I wasn't doing as many boosts, and like your gold only got you so far. But like boosting was the only way that I made money in WoW. Like I'm not very good with like the professions or anything like that. How is your week so packed? I know. You see, I am unbelievably stressed, honestly, because I had like a lovely sponsored stream yesterday, which always is a little bit anxiety-provoking. Charity stream today, event on Tuesday, event on Saturday, and I'm moving out Friday, tomorrow, to live my own place for the first time in my life. Like, it's a big thing, and I just haven't had any capacity to think about it because I'm trying to just get through the day, you know? Like, every day I'm just trying to get through it, so I can't even think about what the next day brings. I'm just taking everything as it comes, like in survival mode. Oh no! Oh, I was trying to go for that one. Have you actually considered that going to a quiz about a game series you haven't played yet is full of spoilers? No, I don't think so. I'll probably forget anyway. I'm just going because it's fun. Like, I don't think so. It's mostly just for fun, you know, and I'll probably forget anyway, because the thing is, if I don't recognize a name, it's going to go in one ear and out the other. But like, I don't want to miss out on something that's really fun, a chance to like hang out with people. I'm not going to not do that just because I haven't like played a couple of the games. Like, I've any excuse to meet up with people in real life and have some fun, I think. I know really little in a quiz. I know, but I'm not going to let that... Why would I let that stop me? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we should gatekeep things. This is like when I went to FanFest and people were like, yeah, but you're not up to date. It's like, but why would I not go to probably... That FanFest weekend was the best weekend of my entire life. As sad as that sounds, that FanFest weekend was the best weekend of my entire life. No, sorry, Siva, that's just sparked something else. Not necessarily what you were saying, but in general, like, I don't know. I don't think you should not go if you're not 100%, like, if you're not 100% caught up, don't do it, like, with FanFest or anything like that. Or if you don't know every single Final Fantasy, you shouldn't go to, like, a quiz or something. Because I think what people forget is the fun, you know? That's anything that Final Fantasy has taught me is fun. Like, it's just for fun. It's not anything, like, it's a fun excuse for people to get together and, like, you know, fun excuse for people to get together and hang out, and you're with Final Fantasy players. And I didn't know anything about Foam Stars, but I still went to the launch party, and that was the best thing I've done in a while as well. That was really good. But yeah, even with FanFest, it's kind of like a lot of people are like, oh well, you know, you're not up to date, you shouldn't go. And it's like, but that was the best weekend of my life. Why would I'd like, if I have to shut my eyes for 30 seconds or a minute, so be it. It's fine. Like, you can go to something even if you can't fully do 100%, 110% of it, if that makes sense. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you don't need to 100% throw yourself into it and min-max it because it's just an event for fun in real life, you know what I mean? Like, even when people do, like, pub quizzes and go to, like, general knowledge quizzes, like, we don't know everything in the entire world. So that, like, you wouldn't be like, oh, don't go to a general knowledge quiz unless you know every single fact in the entire world. You're not going to 100% it or min-max it. It's just for fun, right? Okay, what do I need? I need the golden cactus. This way. The grinding gear guy's got the same... Oh my god, again! Why am I so trash? It's like watching the trailer live and listening to spoil music with no worries. Just seems more fun to me. But that's just me. Yeah, I mean, I had a great time. And, like, sometimes the music kind of... When you hear a song for the first time, like, you don't necessarily take it in the same way as, like, you do when you hear it multiple times, I would say. Like, you don't know all the lyrics to a song when you listen to it for the first time, for example. Like, sometimes you have to listen to it multiple times, then you know the lyrics, or you watch, like, a lyrics video, or you read the lyrics. Like, it's kind of the same thing where you don't really take it all in, but you can still enjoy it, if that makes sense. I know, you lot! I'm getting baited. Nah, but, like, I don't know. I'm just going for, like, the fun of it and to be around, like, people who play Final Fantasy. I think a lot of you, the community's going, so it'd just be really nice to hang out, honestly. And, like, to meet Thancred and Ben Star and, oh my goodness, all these, like, really cool people who are going to be there. It's going to be amazing. I'm excited. But yeah, no, I don't necessarily know too much. But it's okay. I think I could probably answer questions about Final Fantasy XIV. I could definitely answer some of those questions. Oh, don't you think, like, I feel like I live vicariously through Ben Star sometimes. Don't you think that, like, he has lived life this year? Like, oh my god, again, why is this so hard? Ugh. Oh no. Yeah, he is honestly a treasure. Like, he has done so much. Like, it's just been a joy to watch his, I don't know, journey through the year or whatever you would call it. Like, the shenanigans he's been up to, and, like, he fully embraces everything, and, like, the community. He goes to all the events, and it's just, like, it puts a massive smile on your face. See, look, we say, like, positives and negatives to everything. And, like, Neemtalk, what you were saying, like, there you go. That's some joy that Twitter can give you. I've definitely enjoyed that. Like, watching him, like, I haven't watched too closely, obviously, but he does pop up on my feed, and it just, like, it does put a big smile on my face. No, I haven't played 16 yet, no. So I think Ben Star voices the main character of... I'm gonna smash something. He voices the main character in Final Fantasy 16, doesn't he? And I'm guessing that the main character of Final Fantasy 16 is like really loved. Is it a really loved character? Yes, okay, yes. I can't do this for some reason. Clive? Okay. This is a really cursed run. You are correct. Ugh. He does an amazing job as Clive. Oh, okay, so it's like a really beloved character and he's also like really talented, so. No, I did not see the video he made with Jesse. I actually saw on Twitter that he tweeted the video where he made Ben Starr make a character in Final Fantasy 14, I think, right? Do you remember the first... No, oh my God. Do you remember the first time I ever played Leap of Faith and I completed it in like a second remaining? The video with Jesse is so good. Oh, I have not seen it. Is it a long video? Maybe we can watch it. No, I've not seen it. Wait, do I have to go the whole way around? Of course I do. Stupid ledges. Okay, this time he should have won the VGA. No disrespect to... Wait, hang on a minute. He should have won what? Sorry, VGA. Right. This time, for sure, the stupid, small asshole. Oh my God. Okay. Sweating. Oh my goodness! It was so close.
K-E-K-U.
Okay. Arc Spitfire, thank you so much for the 11 months. No, it was so close. Oh no. Well, that was embarrassing. Amelia Tyler was robbed for that. Okay, sorry. What? Let me scroll back up. Oh, the Video Game Awards. Baldur's Gate 3. Asterian's voice actor won the award for Best Voice Actor. Okay. I don't know which character that is because I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate because I haven't played it. I'm going to go in totally blind, have no idea about anything. We're going to play Baldur's Gate 3. Go in. So yeah, I don't know what character that is, but if he won an award for Best Voice Actor, he must have done an incredible job, right? So many great voice actors. Really, how could you pick just one? I know, right? Ooh, the Siren Song C. This is Stormblood when we're crossing the Confederacy, is it? He makes everyone horny. I mean, I've seen you lot with Final Fantasy 14 characters. So... First Storm dungeon, exactly. On the way to Kilgane. There we go, that's the one. Oh my God, we've got a Chad. Oh, we've got a Sprouts in here. Oh. His voice actor in that game is actually incredible. Okay. Oh, wait, that makes me really excited. You guys know that I love voice acting. Oh my God, we've got Giga Chad Black Mage. We've got Giga Chad Black Mage in here. Yes, nice portrait chatting ones. Wait, if I stand in the ley lines, does that mean we can share it? I'm just sharing your ley lines, don't mind me. I'm an honorary Black Mage. Why can I not click this one? The voice acting in Baldur's Gate 3 is unparalleled. Really? Even more so than like voice acting in Final Fantasy 14. I've been fangirling the voice acting in Final Fantasy 14, my word. So if it's really good in Baldur's Gate 3, that makes me even more excited to play it. Or maybe like just as good, because, you know, as I always say, multiple things can be good. Not everything has to be a competition or a direct comparison. Don't have to list everything. We can have multiple things that are good. I'd be a hypocrite to say that. You played through Baldur's Gate 3 5 times? Really? Okay. I don't know. Right, so I'm thinking... we play we finish Final Fantasy IV. We go into Final Fantasy XIV 6.5. And I might leave 6.55. Actually, what do you guys think about this? I might leave 6.55 for like increasing hype before Dawn Trail, because I think it leads directly into Dawn Trail, right? Does 6.5 kind of finish off where we are, and then 6.55 is kind of like leading into Dawn Trail? Because I was thinking we can finish 6.5 and then also just hold on 6.55 until before Dawn Trail and like get a little bit excited for it. Okay, well, it will very helpful. Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you for the shrug. Very helpful. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. You know what? Fine. Have a meeting about it. See if I care. So then, after 6.5, we could play... I was thinking we could go into the Final Fantasy VII era. Because you have the part 2 of the remake coming out this month, if it's not out already. I'm not sure. But I was thinking we go original Final Fantasy into... Wait, when did we put Crisis Core? Was it original Final Fantasy VII into Crisis Core into part 1? Yeah, well, whichever way. So yeah, we'll play the original first, and then we'll go into Crisis Core, then the remake, then Rebirth. Okay. So after that, I suppose, depending on how long that takes, and whatever else is coming out at that point, because like I really wish I played Pal World. I still don't have it. I've still never played it. I haven't seen anything of it. I get YouTube videos recommended all the time, but I still haven't even played Pal World. I don't know really anything about it other than the 5 minutes I saw when Preach played it, and all I saw was a giant Nessie. That was it. I saw a wide Nessie, and that was it. And it's like, I really missed the boat with that because I'm such a hermit. I didn't know anything about it, and then until it had launched, and then I was too late playing it. So, yeah. So unless there's any games like that in between, but yeah, we could definitely do like Baldur's Gate 3. Or maybe we can time, is Baldur's Gate 3 getting any DLC or anything? Like, we could always time it for when like new DLC drops or something. That could be a good excuse to play it. My vote goes to 6.55 shortly after 6.5. Builds your anticipation for Dawn Trail very well. Okay, so don't leave it for like... Okay, we could do that. That's fine. Missed the boat, but you just got it. Yes, very funny, Bragger. Not for a long time, if ever. Oh, they haven't said anything about DLC. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what they would put on the DLC. It seems like the game is already like stacked with content. Remember to name your characters weirdly in Final Fantasy VII. Yes. Okay, that's a very good point. If anyone else has any really good advice, so what I've learned so far is to give the characters nicknames. People really love it when you give characters nicknames in Final Fantasy VII. That's what I've heard. What else have I heard? Don't take it seriously. Like, people love it when you kind of make a joke of it out of everything. So you need to like take the seriousness out of it, make a joke out of everything. What else? What other recommendations do you have? Baldur's Gate 3 will probably get a definitive game of the year edition. Changes it a lot, like Divinity Original Sim 2. Yeah, I mean, it seems like Baldur's Gate 3 is stacked, so I don't know, maybe it doesn't need DLC. I'm just so used to like DLC in games. We can play Baldur's Gate, we can. We'll fit that in at some point. We also have Subnautica to play. That would be like totally blind. Only thing I know about it is the ocean. That's like literally it. Call them all S+, S++, S+++++++. Oh, that's such a good idea. That's a great idea. We can definitely do that. Oh, I love doing an AoE heal when nobody's taking any damage. Oh, you know what? Sims 2 was like my favourite ever thing to play in my childhood. One of my favourite things. Halo, Sims 2. So even if it wasn't the original intention, and I like the DLC better expand a complete game rather than selling me an incomplete game, making me pay more to complete it. I agree. I do think that DLC is very much like that. Yeah, I see it like that as well. I mean, not all the time, maybe. I think, like you, right? You should make a full, complete game, like Baldur's Gate 3, I'm sure already is. And then, like, add DLC later on to just, I don't know, add extra bits for fun or, I don't know. That's how it should be, but it shouldn't be like, oh, you know what? We're going to make the base game, right? And we're going to split it into, like, 6 different pieces, and you have to pay for each piece of the base game at different points. Which is how a lot of DLC feel. I love Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm desperate to play with people again. Actually, I forget. Is there co-op in Baldur's Gate 3? But let's work for the same money. Yeah, you can milk more money. There is? Oh, I see. Oh. Aurora and Morgan and I played for it together. Oh, how was it? Wait, that's really cool. Best in Sims, just make your real life group of friends, a big house, and then live how they want. Oh, I made all my family. I recreated my family in Sims. Made all my family members. You can have a full D&D style 4-player campaign. Well, that sounds fun. I've never played D&D. My dad played Hero Quest with us when we were kids, but we was a little bit too young. Molt bullied me because I played as a gnome. He kept throwing me. You can do that? Wait, you can do that? You can throw your teammate? What? Oh my goodness. No way, that's so funny. No way. That's so cool. You got thrown. That is definitely gnome abuse. You can do anything? I will test that fully. Oh, you can do anything, can you? Uh-huh. Oh, can you now? Anything. We'll see about that. You can't be tall, though. Yes, I can. I can do what I want. If you play a character as natural evil, you can be a real asshole. Okay, wait, hang on a minute. Okay, I've never, ever in my life done like RP or like whenever I make a character, it would just be me, and therefore so it was just boring and like the good guy because good. I was always like, oh no, we must be good and we are the good guys, like being the freaking boring ass basic Disney princess I thought I was. Good triumphs over evil. Spread the love. You know what? This is my villain arc. So I think what we should do, instead of just making it me, right, and answering how, like, I would, or maybe we should make it me, but, like, we could create a whole character. Like, how would the character that we've created answer this question? Oh, wait, hang on a minute. We don't go that way. Like, we give this character this whole, like, story and personality, and then we're like, right, how would this character answer the question? And not necessarily, like, what do I want to do? Like, what would my character do? There's a Twitch integration letting chat vote. What? No way. That is such a good idea. No way. What? Vote the answers. Like, you guys can actually vote on answers. That sounds like a great idea. Oh, that couldn't go wrong. There's nothing that could go wrong with that, surely. Wait, that must be so fun then. Like, does that interact? I don't think I've ever seen that level of interaction on Twitch before. Wait, that interaction must be, like, quite new. New tech? Is it good? What could go wrong? I know, right? Nothing could go wrong if the chatting ones pick the answers. Oh, we're having private meetings again. Whatever. If we've learned anything from Preach is that the in-game Dark Urge is optional. What do you mean the in-game Dark Urge? What does that mean? Not that new, but it works the same way Civil War extension does. Ah, see, I've not played Civil War, or let alone watch it. It's on the Twitch. My brain just froze then. What do I want to press? This, and this. Like, you're not being sus. You're not being almighty sus. Very sussy. Bloodburst, that doesn't sound good. Quick, put an AoE on. Oops. Oh my god, people are dying. Wait. I looked away. Yeah, no, I was looking at something. I had to read something, which is really challenging. I'm very excited for Baldur's Gate 3 now. What do you think? Should I have my first playthrough as like what I would do? Or should we like create a character? Like properly create a character and then be like, right, how would this character answer this question? Because I've never done anything like this before. So it's like, I don't even know what I would want to do. Like what sounds more fun? I think that sounds more fun, like creating a character. RP your character is best, but sure what you choose. Well, like I said, I've never done anything like this. I've never played a game like that. And, well, you know how I get into it. Whenever there's dialogue options in the MSQ for Final Fantasy, I get really into like what answer I'm going to pick. But I know that overall it doesn't change the outcome. Like, it might change the occasional dialogue box that you get next, but like it doesn't really change the outcome or anything. So I'm guessing in Baldur's Gate 3, because there's, when it first came out, someone said there was like 15,000 endings or something like that. So I guess like your answers do like affect the outcome and stuff. So Jordan, in Baldur's Gate 3, the dialogue options change the outcomes. Yeah, so it's kind of like, how would I want to answer these questions? Or maybe I should play as me and we just go, and then like, if there's like a funny dialogue option that seems like pure chaos, we can just go F it. Rather than restricting ourselves, we can just go, yeah, we'll just pick the meme option this time. Because I also do that in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, sometimes I answer it how I would. Sometimes I'm like, oh, this is what I would say in this moment. Or I literally say that, so I pick the option, pre-watch, dink donk. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, let's go with the funny answer or something. Every time Zeeb's reloaded a save, he had to gift his chat a sub. Wait, can you reload a save? Oh, wait. Okay, so you can like, I guess, undo a choice that you've made. No, do I do a no save run? No save run. That sounds like a terrible idea. We'd have to save it because I have to stop playing at some point. But I feel like a no save run, like live with your choices type of run. A no reload run. Yes. A no reload run. Okay. So we save, we can't reload. That's better. So we save but no reloads. No regrets run. I actually think we should call it that. No regrets run. That is such a good idea. Hey, play your normal Chaos Gremlin playthrough. Yeah, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna do it as myself. And if we decide to pick like a ridiculous option every so often, then so be it. Only regrets run. That's so funny. That's so funny. Wait, can you kill everyone? I'll find out. Oh gosh, it seems like everything is possible in this game. That's the impression I'm getting. Everything is possible. Like, you can literally do everything / anything. That's the general gist I'm getting. Well, it's D&D based, so yeah, you can do whatever. Yeah, but I've not played D&D game. I've not played a game like that. Like, you have to remember my gaming experience is like coming home from school, yelling at people as a 13-year-old in a Call of Duty hardcore search and destroy lobby, playing Halo Online, and then when I got older, I played League of Legends, and then I played WoW. Like, that's it. Like, you have to remember, I've not played any games like this before. I've not RP'd, I've not played an RPG. Like, I'm so, like, new to all of this. So, like, when you remember my ridiculous, no fun allowed gaming history. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. So, like, I've never played a game where possibilities are endless, or I've never really played a game where, like, different dialogue options make you do different things. I suppose the only thing I've played was a little bit of Skyrim, but like I said, I didn't really do any quests in Skyrim, but there was, like, some dialogue options, and, like, depending on which dialogue option you had, like, it would give you a different reward, I suppose. So, like, whenever I'd get a dialogue option in Skyrim, I would skip, and then I would Google the quest, and I would see which dialogue option gave you the best reward, and I would just pick that option. Like, how unfun and stupid is that? Yes, that was me. So I've never played a game where I'm, like, into it, and I'm picking, like, different dialogue options. Yes, I know, that was me. I would skip everything. I weren't reading anything. I was just gonna pick the option that gave me the best thing. Yeah, that was it. I didn't pay attention. And then I'd run around collecting cheese for my house. My house was full of cheese. Like, you could swim in the cheese. That was it. You should play the Mass Effect series. I know, a lot of people have said that. I've never played Mass Effect. Min-maxing single-player games? Yes, I am. I play games wrong, right? You didn't think it was possible, but somehow I play games wrong. So, yes. I am sharing your ley lines, and I just got feared. I just did the wrong thing. La 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 la. Sorry, loud. You could be a space mage in Mass Effect. You could be a space mage? No way. Storm of Boom. Actually, it's quite funny that we got this fight, because this is the music I was playing on the loading screen today. If you do, you can buy all the legendary version that includes all 3 games, all DLC of the award-winning, I'm joking, I think I got it for $5 during Steam sale. Oh wow, Norn, that is really good. Storm of Boom. Mass Effect Legendary Edition is on sale until the 20th. Oh, 84% off? Okay, I will buy that then for the future, because I got all of the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters, which is 1 to 6. You should definitely grab it. Okay, I will do that after stream. I would also just lend you my Steam account if you play it, but still hella expensive. Oh, Norn, that is so nice of you. Thank you for the offer. That is really kind of you. But no. I think I can pick them up. It's okay. But I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Although I get the urge to save Scum and min-max in these huge open world RPGs since I fear missing out on content. Yeah, you know what it was? I was just min-maxing. It's like, I don't care. I just want the best item. Like, that was how I tackled games. Just cursed, basically. Wait, do I need to turn around? Or does it... Okay, never mind. Wait, I was standing in the right spot! Protect the Black Mage at all costs. I think Mass Effect Andromeda may be on sale. Worth grabbing that too. Okay, sounds good. I've never played the Dead Space games either. I think that was suggested as well. But yeah, so Baldur's Gate 3 will be my first ever, like, okay, Final Fantasy XIV was my first ever, but I suppose, like, the dialogue options don't change depending on what you pick. It doesn't change the outcome. It kind of just gives you, like, a different dialogue option, the next thing, I suppose. But yeah, so, like, Baldur's Gate 3 will be my first ever, what would you call it? I don't know. Oh, commend, go, commend the Chad. Let's do a video that's like your spring roadmap where we just watch the trailers for games that you want to play leading up to Dawn Trail. I mean, we could do that. So like you watch the Final Fantasy VII trailers, Baldur's Gate 3 trailer, Mass Effect trailer. Okay, we could do that. We could have a little like trailer watching session. That sounds good. Genuine question, is it bigger than Baldur's Gate 3? Witcher 3? Oh, I've not played any of the Witcher's games. Reminds me, I haven't finished the original Witcher series because I got off-put after... Well, I didn't get off-put, I just forgot to watch the rest of the episodes and I was confused. Alrighty, wait, I do have a video I want us to watch. It's about the hardest boss or something. Have a look. La 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 la. second. And we'll get a little bit of Windows capture because we have the hardest boss in video games history. Place your bets. What do you think the hardest boss in video games history will be? Right, we'll get the loading icon up. Wait, let me change in-game sound off. Master volume off. Alrighty. Wait, hang on. Let me change this, actually. I have a different idea. Why don't we change this to be here? And then we can do this. Or maybe this. Okay, that's better. Ooh. We don't want this. So like my whole... Yes, we are loading. Hold on. I feel like that I'm way too big. Like we don't need this much of me. And we can get rid of this and this. We can leave you on screen. Should we have you on screen still? Move you down a bit. I think this is better. This is better. This is like a good react. Not a react, but like at least we get the video full screen. Because I always think, like I watched back the VOD and I was like, the video looks so small. Why don't I just like full screen the video? But anyway. Right, ready? Oh, by the way, the loading is, it's a bug. Whenever I put the timeline back to the start, it does the loading. So it wasn't actually loading. It's like it's just for you. It's rage baiting. We were talking about that today. Okay, ready? Hardest boss in video games history.
One of the most fundamental parts of any video game is its boss encounters. Acting as a manufactured obstacle that would test gamers, bosses have been used within video games since 1975 when the Golden Dragon appeared within a text-based adventure game called D&D. Since then, video game developers have continued to raise the bar for what were dubbed boss encounters, creating numerous types of bosses that have been designed to gauge progress or even test a player's understanding of various mechanics. But one of the more intriguing evolutions, which is most commonly found within role-playing games, is the super boss. Often appearing as optional encounters, super bosses have become notorious for being much stronger than bosses associated with regular story progression. It means they require significant grinding so as to overpower or at least level the playing field. But more often than not, this needs to be combined with an intricate knowledge of the game's underlying systems in order to succeed. Within the Final Fantasy franchise, even though Warmech, which appeared as a random encounter within the original Final Fantasy, is considered to be an honorary super boss, the first purpose-built super bosses appeared within Final Fantasy V, Omega Weapon, and Shinryu. Since then, super bosses have become an expected part of the Final Fantasy experience, with notable inclusions being Ruby and Emerald Weapon, Ozma, and Penance. But once MMORPGs entered into the scene, the notion of super bosses evolved in a significant manner. As they were so fundamental to the experience of role-playing, developers were keen to include this category of boss when they developed MMOs, and Final Fantasy XI was no exception. But due to the game being quite literally massive in comparison to every prior Final Fantasy, the role of super bosses was changed. In the initial sense, due to the world of Vana'diel being so huge in comparison to previous game worlds, it meant even though they were still quite sparse, relatively speaking, a significant volume of super bosses were created.
So the interesting thing about super bosses is that they can make them really difficult, because when you have the traditional bosses, part of the storyline or part of the gameplay, that's something that everybody will face. So you can't really necessarily gatekeep it. You make them difficult, but everybody has to progress through the story, or everybody will have to get past that boss as part of it. Whereas with the kind of optional bosses, they're optional. They can make those as hard as they want because you don't necessarily have to get past it to progress the story. So I feel like they're some of the most interesting bosses.
Will be simple reskins of existing monsters, appearing in place of regular spawns and given unique names and unique drops.
Oh, he's
Others
so cute.
will be wholly different, even featuring original designs and having more purpose-built spawn locations.
That is a
But
cool
perhaps the
looking
main
boss.
change was that different tiers of super boss were created. Within earlier games, some super bosses would be easier than others, but the majority would still be pretty tough to square off against if you weren't in the end game phase.
So, sorry, not to keep pausing. I keep seeing so many names in these clips of people that I know. Like people in World of Warcraft that I've pushed keys with or I play with. Renoa is one of the Mage Discord, like head of the Mage Discord. Flux was somebody that I used to play with. All of these names, I'm like, wait, these are people I know. These are character names. Hang on a minute. And it's so good to see the characters that I've now come to know in Final Fantasy XIV. It's cool to see these references because Final Fantasy XIV is the only Final Fantasy I've played. So now I'm like, wait, hang on a minute, I know that one and I know that one, and like it's so cool. But I can't believe the amount of names that I'm seeing on screen in these clips are like people that I've actually played with, and I'm like, wait, this is where their name is from?
But within Final Fantasy XI, notorious monsters were designed to be defeatable under a huge array of player strength circumstances. Bubbly Bernie, for example, could be defeated by a small party composed of jobs
Good
under
juice.
level 10 or even soloed by players at level 14. Very weak by standards previously set for super bosses, but Bubbly Bernie was still classified as a notorious monster nonetheless.
Go on,
Within this
Bernie.
particular grouping, numerous equivalents also existed so that each starter region had a comparative experience, including the likes of Jagged-Eared Jack and Tom Tit Tat. And as players increased in level, so too did the volume of notorious monsters they could tackle. It meant Final Fantasy XI would end up containing literally hundreds of notorious monsters, and it led to another classification being created amongst the player base, the high, honorific, or heavy notorious monster.
Wait, are these where elite or rare
Billed
mobs
as a much more
started?
exclusive group, high notorious monsters such as Circuit would often need an alliance of battle-hardened maximum level players to take down,
Origins.
and due to the potential spoils and their infrequent spawning times, the right to fight against one would be hotly contested,
Like
with
world
rival link shells
bosses.
camping around the spawn locations and competing to be the first to engage.
This is so cool.
Due to their strength, it wouldn't be too irregular of an occurrence to see an alliance wipe during the encounter, allowing another rival link shell to swoop in and attempt to defeat it for themselves. And this would be especially true whenever new high notorious monsters were added into the game, as alliances would be attempting to figure out if there was a chink in its armour that would allow them to be the first to prevail. The initial instance of this happening came via the high notorious monsters that were added alongside Rise of Zilart, the game's first expansion. It saw Fafnir and Nidhogg added to the Dragon's Eyrie, as well as the
Nidhogg?
Sky Notorious monsters, which were based off of the Four Symbols and had Kirin as the ultimate prize. But with players' skill levels consistently rising, as well as the power creep that always happens as MMOs persist and release updates to keep players engaged, the developers were in a constant battle to create high notorious monsters that were not only more intriguing to players in terms of how and where they could be accessed, but also much more difficult, so as to continue posing a challenge and providing opportunities for bragging rights amongst the game's best players. This all came to a head during development of the game's second expansion, as it led to the creation of a devilish high notorious monster called Absolute Virtue. Chains of Promathia was released on the 21st of September 2004, the same day Final Fantasy XI became available to players in Europe. But it wouldn't be until the 21st of April 2005 that Absolute Virtue would be patched into the game. Found within the Lumoria region, Absolute
that's
Virtue
pretty.
is one of 7 notorious monsters inserted into that particular area of the game. The others were presented as jailers, each named after a respective virtue.
Oh my god, the
and
jailer
they
was
were all
planned from
interconnected,
FF11.
built to work towards a clear objective, creating the ultimate challenge for players of Final Fantasy XI. When speaking during an AMA on Reddit back in 2006, Akihiko Matsui and Yoji Fujito, who were the then producer and director of Final Fantasy XI respectively, shared that when creating Absolute Virtue, they wanted to create the ultimate endgame boss. They had gained an appreciation that there were people amongst the player base who wanted to form up in large groups and tackle challenges that weren't just run-of-the-mill. They wanted to really be challenged, in the realist sense. So the developers worked hard to offer them that challenge, something that could only be overcome when wearing the strongest gear, having methodical preparation, and a solid, ironclad strategy. It was an intriguing goal, and it was a goal that had been explored in many video games before, but within the realm of the MMO, balancing proved to be a very tricky concept when creating this type of encounter, and this was something that players found out when they came face to face with Absolute Virtue for the first time. That in itself took a while though, as Absolute Virtue could only be found hidden deep within the expansion, behind layers upon layers of content that would need to be completed first, as well as punishing drop rates that prevented players from obtaining the necessary trigger items. The final piece of that ever-long puzzle was then obtaining the 4th, 5th and 6th virtues from the Jailer of Justice, the Jailer of Hope, and the Jailer of Prudence.
Oh my goodness,
they
what
could
a
then
grind!
Be traded to a question mark within the L2 region to spawn the Jailer of Love, which at the time was believed to be the conclusion of that particular line of notorious monsters. And that line of thinking stayed for some time, as even though Absolute Virtue could spawn after defeating the Jailer of Love, its spawn rate was quite low, and as so few people even got that far, the first known occurrence of Absolute Virtue appearing was apparently around the 3rd of November of that year, some 7 months after it had been patched into the game. At that time, a link shell which was based on the Pandemonium server and called Order of the Blue Garter was completely unprepared, and what ensued was nothing short of chaos. They still did manage to learn a lot, however, despite only managing to decrease Absolute Virtue's health by 3%. After the discovery of the boss, many other endgame link shells attempted to take down Absolute Virtue, but none of them could even make a dent. And it wouldn't be until March 2006, another 5 months later, and almost a year after it had been patched into the game, that some semblance of viable strategy started to form. After fighting for about 2 hours, a link shell called Limit Break noticed that Absolute Virtue seemed to run out of mana, and stopped using its 2-hour abilities. They still could not deal much damage due to Absolute Virtue's insane auto-regen, but they also weren't at too much risk of being defeated either. So they worked on a shift rotation system throughout the night to try and learn as much as they could about Absolute Virtue's attack patterns and how it interacted with the area in which it spawned. The following day, everyone reconvened to try a proper attempt, and they used everything they had learned to drop Absolute Virtue down to 88% health, then 60%, and then 51%. Everything seemed to be going incredibly well.
I just have to comment as well, this was in 2006, so this is like the kind of glory days of the kind of blind figuring out. It's not like gaming is now, where you can literally Google anything and find out information so easily. Like, this would have been word of mouth and a little bit of internet delving, but not really. Like, this would have been pure figuring it out and like the discoverability that you don't necessarily have now. I know that Final Fantasy doesn't have a PTR or anything, and there's an element of exploration, but like, you know, I mostly played WoW and everything's on the PTR. Like, you kind of miss out on that glorious, because of the internet as well as it is now, you miss out on that glorious discovery and like not knowing what anything does and not really knowing what anything is. And because there's no like internet hive mind, there's not as much like min-maxing and information sharing and sweatiness, and like, it's just really cool. Like, I feel like watching this is just so magical, and it's kind of that magic that you miss a little bit now that you don't really have, and that's just the result of technology advancing, right? But this is like glory days. It's wonderful.
Until Absolute Virtue landed what was described by a blogger called Toughless as the most famous benediction of all time, as Absolute Virtue healed for 46,613 health. Not long after, a full wipe occurred.
Oh
but Limit
no!
Break were undeterred and vowed to continue the fight. Each time, they were able to make some progress until Absolute Virtue used Benediction again to go back to full health, and this cycle repeated over the remainder of what ended up being a 30-hour gaming session. When they eventually decided to call it a day, due to how difficult the fight was, one of the Link Shell members even posted that they believed players were encountering the foe before the developers had provided the legitimate means through either new equipment that was strong enough or
mathematically
new gameplay mechanics
impossible
in order to actually succeed. But even though they had managed to make solid progress, their tactics were also not without controversy, as rival link shells deemed them dishonourable, as they'd been able to manipulate the train using the so-called Wall of Justice to weaken Absolute Virtue, which they felt constituted cheating. A week later, another link shell tried the same strategy, and after GMs reportedly gave them the all clear to use the Wall of Justice method, live posting of the attempt ensued. And after they got it down to 51%, there started to become a real belief that victory was within reach. 30 minutes later, and Absolute Virtue had been defeated. But much to the ire of those who took part, there were apparently no rewards granted of any note. 3 weeks later, another Link Shell on Sylph managed to defeat Absolute Virtue using the same exploit, and then another on Titan and another on Midgard. But even though there were some drops this time, they were still relatively weak, and it led players to believe that not only was the fight hard as nails, but so too were its drop rates incredibly low. Square Enix responded in the most brutal of terms, warning players that anyone found using the Wall of Justice exploit to defeat Absolute Virtue would be banned from the game. And they also patched Absolute Virtue with a new draw-in move that rendered the strategy ineffective. After further exploits were then identified, such as the Goblin Footprint, patches were issued again and again, and players were met with the same show of force with bans threatened. It meant by the time the 2006 Vanifest rolled around, due to there being so many unsuccessful attempts to defeat Absolute Virtue through legitimate means, the development team decided to offer a ray of hope by providing a small hint. They revealed that Absolute Virtue's auto-regen could be halved by the swift defeat of the add-ons summoned by the Jailer of Love. And that the regen effect could then be completely removed by using elemental attacks that corresponded with the current day of the week, with the example given to use fire on Fire's Day. But even though this was an official response from the development team, it didn't provide the tools players needed in order to succeed, and many felt it was either mistranslated or a misinterpretation. As such, as nobody was able to defeat Absolute Virtue by the time the 2007 Vanifest rolled around, the developers chose to address the topic once again during one of their development sessions. Here they noted that Absolute Virtue had not been designed to be undefeatable, and that it was possible to win assuming players had the right setup, the right gear, and the right strategy. However, due to there being again so many failed attempts, with nobody able to defeat it, despite it being live for over 2 years, they committed to producing a video showing them defeating the boss using the correct strategy. That video arrived on the 13th of February 2008 and it has since become infamous. The video did indeed show the development team defeating Absolute Virtue, and via subtly hinting at certain sequences that players might want to pay attention to, it revealed one of the key steps to defeating the monumental foe, but it also showed a serious problem with the fight itself. For the solution to work, players would need impeccable timing, and it was quickly established that such timing wasn't anywhere near as forgiving within the live server environment due to lag. It meant the primary reason the development team were able to succeed, outside of them being the ones who actually developed the boss and knew its weaknesses, was due to their lag being almost non-existent owing to their physical proximity to the data center. It was also speculated that the video took so long to release due to the difficulty of the fight. Questions were also raised about the party's setup, as it wasn't consistent with messaging
Love getting schooled by the devs.
By Mitsutoshi Gondai, who was then a planner working on the game. A few months later, at the Premiere Site Summit 2008, Sage Sundi, who was the global online producer and lead game master of Final Fantasy XI, shared that it had actually taken the development team 18 hours and numerous attempts to even beat the fight. Nonetheless, armed with this knowledge, a Link Shell called Beyond the Limitation were able to best Absolute Virtue, and the following month, due to the media storm surrounding Pandemonium Warden,
there's loads of
Square Enix patched in a change that prevented players from fighting against the boss for such long periods, forcing it to despawn after 2 hours and come back renewed. In response to this new change, a Link Shell figured out that Absolute Virtue could be defeated by using a large number of Dark Knights armed with Kraken clubs, using Blood Weapon, Soul Eater, and Drain 2, along with some heavily optimized equipment. With all the power creep changes that had happened in the 3 years since Absolute Virtue had been inserted into the game, it meant they were able to beat the fight in just 30 seconds. But even though the victory was lauded for its innovation, and other Link Shells were able to replicate the feat, Square Enix did not deem it acceptable, and only a few days later issued a new patch that nerfed the strategy and the entire Dark Knight job, leading to frustration being vented by angry players.
Oh, can you imagine being a Dark Knight? This is a classic. These 1%ers, am I right? These 1%ers are ruining the game. Can you imagine playing Dark Knight and your whole job gets nerfed because people are exploiting an open world boss with it? That's so funny. These filthy 1%ers, that's all I'm saying.
This new enhancement of Absolute Virtue reset the playing field yet again, and even though they later dropped its health and stats and other strategies were found, such as one focusing around an alliance of scholars, Square Enix continued to modify Absolute Virtue so that these strategies, which they did not deem to be the correct way of defeating the boss, were rendered useless. As such, Absolute Virtue remained nigh impossible to beat until December 2011, some 6.5 years after it had been added to the game, when the level cap was raised from 75 to 99.
Wow.
This increased the relative strength of
That
each
is an
individual party member,
impressively difficult
making it much
boss.
easier to defeat Absolute Virtue, and as time went on, and as the power creep continued, it would even become soloable under the right circumstances. But the fact it took so long to get to that point is pretty insane, and it's why Absolute Virtue has to stand as pretty much the hardest boss in video game history, because not only was it rock hard in the first place, even when players found out ways to overcome the odds, the developers were unsatisfied and proceeded to keep altering the deal, just like Darth Vader.
Furthermore, I wish you to wear this dress and bonnet.
This was never a condition of our
I
arrangement.
have altered the deal.
Based on this, we're pretty intrigued to understand how many of you managed to defeat Absolute Virtue through legitimate means, and at which point you were able to accomplish this milestone. Let us know in the comments below, and be sure to let us know if you enjoyed this more focused look at the Final Fantasy franchise.
That is
If
so
you did,
cool.
Please feel free to like the video, and of course, subscribe to the channel for more interesting and insightful content.
That
With
was
this is Daryl signing
awesome.
out. I'd like to extend a big thank you to all of our Patreon and YouTube membership supporters, especially Benjamin Snow, The Livestream and Zdawn, who are super special Onion Knight supporters, and of course a big thank you to everyone for watching this video. I'll see you all again soon for more Final Fantasy goodness.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. You know what's really interesting? Seeing kind of like the backstory or the origins of like core fundamental systems or things that you have now. As a person who got into MMOs like quite late in my life, right? I started playing in Legion of World of Warcraft. So it's very much like the Zoomer era of MMOs, as I get called. But seeing like the origins of things that are just so like normalized now, you know, like a rare spawn. I've played various end game zones of World of Warcraft where you're waiting for rares to spawn because you're farming rep or you're doing this or you're doing that. And like kind of seeing the origins of like how the kind of rare mob, something that you just take for granted, it's kind of like a regular thing. But like seeing the origins of that and like where that came from is so interesting to me. That was fascinating. Not only seeing like one of the hardest bosses ever created and how much grief it gave everyone, but also the, like I said, the origins of a lot of stuff like that. That was so interesting. It's a very pretty boss, but I feel like now anyone looking at it would be like, PTSD intensifies. But didn't they add a Cardinal Virtue? Was it called? Didn't they add it into Eureka? Because we watched a Eureka video yesterday. Didn't they re-put it in Final Fantasy XIV? They must have had the biggest laugh putting it back into 14. They knew what they were doing. They knew what they were doing when they added that back into the game. Oh, that is really interesting. Oh. Wow, clappers. Quick, give it a like and subscribe. Easy. There we go. Oh, actually, another video I wanted to watch was this one. The raid that changed Final Fantasy XIV history. It says watch. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched these. I got recommended these by Mulk, and I must have just left them on in a tab because I meant to play it one of these times. But this is a little bit of a longer video. I think they're like an hour. So I've not seen either of these, but it's like an hour. Do you think? Do you want to watch? Right. Well, isn't there one that you should watch first? Which one should we watch first? It's one of these that you have to watch first, Mulk said. Yeah, the video is about ultimates. DSR first. Which one would have been DSR? Save him. This one? Okay.
Today,
Oh. Hold. Alrighty. We don't mind? I'm excited. Yeah, no, this was recommended to watch, so this was on my watch list. So, the raid that changed Final Fantasy XIV history. All right, popcorn.
Today, I want to tell you a story about Final Fantasy XIV that you may or may not be familiar with. A story about righting wrongs, about a community united, and that sometimes it's a good idea to be careful what you wish for. The release of Heavensward in June of 2015 was a completely different time compared to the FF14 of today. The MMO was still finding its feet off the back of a major relaunch, and it was clear that the developers were still in the process of developing a format and structure that proved successful in all aspects. A Realm Reborn had done great, and had pulled the title back from the jaws of permanent shutdown, but they weren't out of the woods yet. They needed a second hit to prove that there was staying power. Heavensward was a gambit, a risky entry focusing on character-driven narrative, adding complexity to combat systems, and expanding the world.
Oh, it makes
the
me so
writers
nostalgic.
weren't afraid to make bold moves either, such as killing off fan-favourite character Haurchefant in a brutal fashion. This death reverberated within FF14's community, and to this very day people recall it as one of the most emotionally impactful moments that they've had in this decade-long game. Shirts were made, memorials were
It was a
hosted,
very
and great
shocking
loss was
moment.
felt. But what if you could change history? What if you could save him? In 2017, the first Ultimate encounter was implemented, an entirely new difficulty of content that stood head and shoulders above the rest. The Unending Coil of Bahamut and the Weapons Refrain released in winter 2017 and summer 2018 respectively, and they covered both the main story and the raid story from A Realm Reborn. UCOB in particular shook the raiding community to its very core because it was such a vast step up in difficulty from anything that had come before it that players simply weren't prepared for. How could they be? An almost 20-minute long marathon requiring precise execution, memorization of complex multi-layered mechanics, and excellent rotational gameplay and team play throughout. The best groups in the world would
This looks
spend a week plus
crazy.
of full-time gaming to practice, solve, and eventually clear a single one of these fights. They were that hard, and instead of being completely original encounters, they would instead be ballads sung of previously released fan-favourite moments from the game's past. But the community loved the challenge,
That must
and they
have been
rose
so
to it,
epic.
eventually coming out the victors. Anticipation was high amongst players to see what the developers would do to pay homage to Heavensward, how its trials and tribulations would be covered in Ultimates. Then, Shadowbringers released in 2019 to massive critical acclaim, and just a handful of months later, accompanying its 5.1 patch, came the Epic of Alexander, the ultimate raid themed around Heavensward's Alexander raid series. This was another massive success, and despite some small controversies regarding the core puzzle mechanic Enigma Codex, and ended in the loss of the ability to place waymarks in combat thanks to a third-party tool used by the world's first group. This
This is what you were talking about the other day, wasn't it? That you used to be able to place markers like that, but they got, I think, abused, right? Yeah, that's what you was mentioning the other day. Like, I cannot wait to start an Ultimate. Like, this is unlike anything I've ever experienced. Some of the most difficult content in MMOs. It just looks nuts.
raid set the bar even higher in terms of spectacle and the creativity of the mechanics we could expect.
Ooh.
All eyes looked to 5.3, where an Ultimate was scheduled to release that was hyped unlike any other.
What is happening?
One which would cover the main Heavensward story, the Dragon Song War, in all its glory. It was then the disaster struck. The pandemic hit, and understandably, the development team struggled to effectively move game production from their office to a working from home environment quickly. Patch 5.3 was delayed for months due to this upheaval, and the Ultimate release was subsequently postponed until patch 5.5, which wouldn't come for the better part of a year. After a long wait, biding their time, raiders tuned into the live letter showcasing the features of patch 5.5, only to see this. The raid had been delayed again, this time until patch 6.1 of the next expansion, Endwalker. Were it to release on time, this would mean an almost 3-year gap between the Epic of Alexander and this new Ultimate. What the live letter did tease though was that this Ultimate would focus on the Dragonsong War in a what-if scenario. What could that mean? This was the first time an Ultimate release had deviated from the broad strokes of what had actually happened. Endwalker was the perfect storm. In the months leading up to the expansion launch, the game saw a massive influx of World of Warcraft players.
Oh yeah!
Tired of the current state of their game, following in the footsteps of massive content creators like Asmongold.
Damn!
The launch was insanely successful, reaching never-before-seen player counts. The story almost universally adored, and the implementation of brand new jobs, such as a Reaper and Sage, had expanded the job portfolio to a whopping total of 19. And in the trailer for patch 6.1, finally, it was time.
Wait, this was actually kind of good timing then, if it hit that initial, like, wave. Whoa, look at this! Whoa! Oh man, this looks worth the wait. That was epic.
The date is April 26th, 2022. Servers are coming up soon, and with them comes the release of Dragonsong's Reprise Ultimate, the first Endwalker Ultimate, and what will undoubtedly be the most memorable fight Final Fantasy XIV has seen in over 3 years. Hundreds of groups are hyped, connected to their Statics Discord calls, and ready to jump in the moment the servers go live. Before the action kicks off, I want to quickly familiarise you with a few of the major teams that you're going to see popping up more than once during this video. Kindred, a popular world racing team. Safety Helmet, featuring everyone's favourite bald American Xeno.
The Bald Samurai, okay.
Hit Harder, featuring Stahl and friends from the group that placed world second in the Epic of Alexander race in 2019.
What the fuck? There's so much more hype around this, sorry. There's just so much, like, these groups and these teams of, like, some of your favourite people and some of your favourite teams, and then the anticipation of the 3 years, and then the big wave of players joining the game, like... I'm drowning in excitement.
Neverland, a newly formed
Neverland! I know that team. They're still around now, aren't they? One of the best teams in the world.
The world-first group from the Epic of Alexander. Kryl, the Japanese group featuring Sasuke himself.
This pro is amazing, not just for doing the fight.
Otter House, No Hit, and Kiranis Tivoli, which is the group that I was healing for. In FF14, there are a lot of groups that just won't stream their progression, including a lot of very competitive top-tier statics, and I won't be mentioning them too much here unless they're especially relevant to the race.
We said this a little bit before. With Final Fantasy, it's a lot of puzzle solving, right? So it's a little bit different from the World of Warcraft race, where as soon as you solve a mechanic, you don't necessarily want to give that information to your opponent. So I understand why people don't necessarily stream it as much. I mean, that was even the case even in WoW. Like, before the race world first in WoW, like, blew up as, like, a public streamed event, there was still an element of that. And there's way, way, way more of that in Final Fantasy, like, raiding in comparison to, like, WoW raiding. The knowledge is, like, really important. And that is, like, very sacred. And you don't necessarily want to give the other teams the advantage of, like, you have solved the mechanic. Oh, here you go, my opponents. Here's the solution, you know? So I understand why it's not streamed so much.
Less than an hour to go before the race to World First was set to begin, a screenshot started circulating which put the entire community on edge. This is a picture which at the time was considered either leaked or doctored from the unreleased encounter from a never-seen-before phase. There was no way this could have been spoofed in current Final Fantasy XIV, and there was no explanation for how anyone had got hold of this screenshot. Data mining absolutely happens in FF14, and that information gets circulated fairly publicly, but it's usually limited to buff and debuff icons, text, and weird Fisher-Price versions of the boss models.
Oh, you do have data mining in Final Fantasy then.
In-game screenshot from what looked like live gameplay with enemy models and everything seemingly functioning. This wasn't possible. Even if some group had somehow managed the impossible and gotten a private server functioning on current patch with the new Ultimate, and it didn't implode, there's no way this could realistically be done. With that mystery floating around, the community had to collectively put it to the wayside.
Somebody
because
just
servers
trolling
were
on
going
Photoshop.
live, and the race was beginning. Quest grab, Ultimate unlock, Party Up, Q-Pop.
Oh man, this is so epic.
What awaits you upon queuing into the instance is this. The exact same bridge you watched Harshaphont die on all those years ago.
Oh yeah!
2 Knights of the Heavens Ward stand before you, Sir Adelphal and Sir Greneau. You're going to have to take them both on at once. They start off with an onslaught of simple yet heavy-hitting attacks, which groups had little trouble mitigating and burning one of their tanking vulnerabilities to pass. And shortly after this, Adelphal jumps away and becomes untargetable, and Greneau ramps up his attacks. Players will be targeted in sets of 4 with markers on their head, and then shot with these big, heavy-hitting line AoEs that leave black holes at the wall behind where they hit. These black holes cut down on your movement space for the next mechanic, because if you get too close to them, they tether to you and suck your life points right out of you. Once 8 black holes have been placed, Adelphal returns to the fight and darts around the arena. The party is knocked back, and orbs begin to explode everywhere, leaving very little safe space between that and the black holes. The bosses also need to be regularly interrupted to prevent them from healing. Once you manage to pass through these mechanics, a set of markers that had never been seen before in FF14 would rear their ugly heads for the first time.
Oh my god, I can imagine the community seeing these icons and losing their minds, being like, hang on a minute, we've never seen anything like this. What is happening? Panic!
PlayStation markers. Players would get circle, triangle, X or square above their heads, and they would be linked to the person with the same symbol as them. The pairs would be chained together, a knockback would occur, and then each player would explode with an AoE around them for heavy damage. If the burning chain wasn't broken by being far away from one another after the knockback, you're both going to die.
Filthy rats!
You can pretty clearly see what needed to happen here. Once you managed to reduce both knights' HP to 0, and you needed to do this almost at the exact same time because once one died, the other would immediately begin casting Enrage. You'd be pulled into a smaller arena with a 3rd caster knight. Harshaphont would run to your defense as a spear comes flying across the arena to your group.
Wait!
He stops it in his tracks with his shield. Shockwaves pulse, and as you deal with the simple mechanics of baiting cleaves and dropping puddles whilst DPSing down the boss, you helplessly watch him struggle.
You also have to suffer despair as well. Oh, here's loads of mechanics, and also...
What's going on?
Let's just add death.
You know what's coming.
Oh, it's Zepler!
Oh no! Oh no!
This phase went by pretty quickly, because every mechanic was pretty easy in terms of execution. It was just fighting through the hurdle of initially solving what needed to be done, and how to figure out exact positioning and organisation for the PlayStation markers that took a few pulls. After just over an hour since the servers came up, the first groups were watching Harshaphont fall and pushing the caster knight to sub 30%, which was a requirement to beat his Enrage.
Working this stuff
House and
out
Kryl
is
both led
such
the
big
charge,
brain.
seeing transition with enough players alive and watching the arena change to King Thordan's,
Ooh.
marking the start of Phase 2.
Whoa, look at that arena change. That was awesome.
Ascalon's Mercy concealed.
Oh.
Up to one side. That's a frontal. That's a frontal.
That must have been so epic to get to that point. Wow.
The damage down though. I think that's a shame to avoid it.
What?
The first wall had been broken. This was shocking. There was a checkpoint in the encounter after you successfully landed your first attack on Thordan, so you didn't have to do the first phase again for the remainder of the 2-hour lockout. This had never happened before in an Ultimate encounter. Outcry erupted on message boards and in Twitch chats as the Reddit detective.
I can't believe the fight has a checkpoint. This game is ruined. My life is ruined. The world is ruined. I'm uninstalling. Bye.
Detectives gave their 2 cents on the topic. Claims that this Ultimate would be the easiest ever, and complaints that the checkpoint would ruin the encounter.
I feel like they're lacking critical
I don't think it's a spoiler
information.
to say that these concerns amounted to absolutely nothing, because what was to come was some of the best and most exciting moments in the game's history. As the forerunning statics began pulling P2, the rest of the competitors quickly caught up. After a few simple mechanics, Thornton began casting Strength of the Ward, his first major mechanic, and any raiding veteran immediately knew what they were witnessing the moment the boss became untargetable. Trios. So, ever since UCOB, these big set-piece mechanics which would throw intense combinations of previously standalone Savage mechanics started being introduced.
What am I looking
They'd
at?
be combined in new configurations to offer harder tests. Usually there would be a few trios in quick succession, with damage phases on the boss breaking them up. This was very clearly going to be a trio-centric phase,
We're
where
summoning
damage on the
chaos
boss would
again.
come naturally as long as mechanics were passed with 8 players alive. At the end of the cast of Strength of the Ward, 3 of the Heaven's Ward Knights will appear around the edge of the arena and dive in a straight line, rendering most of the floor space a death zone. Players need to spread within those 2 small safe spots, because each is going to take a small AoE damage on themselves.
Ooh.
Then a third knight will slam down a pulsing circular ballast.
Oh my god,
that
you
needs
don't
to
get
be dodged,
telegraphs
in
either.
combination with setting up to avoid delayed line
This is
AoEs on
nuts.
each player from Thornton. Then, and yeah, that's right, that's only the first half of the mechanic.
What?
3 players will get blue markers on their head indicating they're about to get slam dunked. 2 knights will spawn in the arena with tethers that tanks need to grab because they're both tank busters.
What is
6
happening?
towers will spawn,
Everything.
and growing red AoEs appear all over the floor. This was a mess. If a tower was missed, it was a wipe. If a blue AoE was too close to the group, it was a wipe. If a tank misplaced their tether, it was probably a wipe. This mechanic was intensely punishing, but groups pushed through. After this, they got a brief respite, aside from the tank who just got hit in the face a few more times, followed by the cast
The
of a
mechanics are
mechanic that
throwing
will
up more than
definitely
I
be
did at my
memorable
last
for most of the
friend's
racing
birthday.
teams. Sanctity of the Ward. This was essentially 2 trios in one. The first was simple in concept. A giant red eye would appear on the edge of the room, as would Thornton. Don't look at them. Knights would spawn in the room, and 2 random players would get a 1 or 2 sword on their heads. The players would be leapt on in order by the Dark Knight twice, which was a shared damage that needed 3 to 4 players to survive, and also did damage based on proximity, so the 1 group would need to be away from the Knight, with the 2 group being behind his initial spot. This seems super doable, until you factor in the fact that the arena at the time looked like this.
That was an awesome visual.
Winnable? Or you could just do this.
Oh yeah, we'll just do that then. What is happening? Look at, there's so much. I don't want to do an ultimate anymore. What is this?
Shit, Valor. No, focus.
Focus.
Once you make it through this mechanic, at the time with a lot of clenching involved while the sequence was still
Why
being
did I
run,
say I was
things
going to
just
do
got
every
worse.
ultimate? I have
The arena
regrets.
blocks off
Why
with
did no
fire
one
and
tell
ice
me?
bubbles. Random configurations of towers spawn, some inside near the middle, some on the edge. 2 players are marked, and shortly players will need to split themselves off into pairs to cancel out fire and ice AoEs that will target themselves. Then, players need to grab those towers, and the 2 marked people need to set up roughly opposite one another on the outside of the arena, and then run a half circle around, baiting the meteors that will
Yeah,
drop
we'll just
on
do
top
that.
of
That's fine.
one
Yeah,
by
just do
one.
that.
A second set of 8 towers spawn, this time not random, all on the edge. A knockback happens, and players need to end up in those 8 towers. In theory, this mechanic sounds like a lot of very simple things.
When it all goes right, doesn't it look so slick? So you see, they need to get knocked back into these towers. Like it's something Final Fantasy does so well is make it a dance, and it's so satisfying when it goes right. And just look at this, like you kind of just like you. Oh my goodness, Andy! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're actually just watching a video. Oh my god, it's a React streamer. No. We're just watching a video on ultimate raiding in Final Fantasy XIV. So welcome. Whether you do or don't play Final Fantasy, ultimate fights are some of the most difficult fights you can do in like any MMO, and I'm just watching a video on like the chaos. I have to go back and show you lot the last like 30 seconds of what we're watching. This is just mental. Andy, when are you going to do an ultimate? Like, this is mental. It's just going through, it's a history of like ultimate raiding that we're watching. And I'm just like, why did I say I'm going to do all the ultimates? You'd like to? You should join because Echo do, don't they? There's so much crossover now with doing some of the like all this difficult content Like, this is nuts. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, it's going through the history of this particular ultimate. Yes. No, it looks amazing. Was we playing World of Warcraft today? All right. Anyone who hasn't seen Final Fantasy XIV, like, endgame content, you're in for a wild ride.
Or you could just do this.
Now do it, but in Party Finder Pepe left.
Yeah, just do that. Just do it.
Holy shit, Valor.
What's the problem?
No, focus. Focus, focus, focus.
Once you make it through this mechanic, at the time with a lot of clenching involved while the sequence was still being learned, things just got worse. The arena blocks up with fire and ice puddles. Random configurations of towers spawn, some inside near the middle, some on the edge. 2 players are marked, and shortly players will need to split themselves off into pairs to cancel out fire and ice AoEs that will target themselves. Then, players need to grab those towers and the 2 marked people need to set up roughly opposite one another on the outside of the arena and then run a half circle around, baiting the meteors that will drop on top of them one by one. A second set of 8 towers spawn, this time not random, all on the edge. A knockback happens and players need to end up in those 8 towers. In theory, this mechanic sounds like a lot of very simple things on top of each other, and it is.
It's very easy, actually.
The issue is that there is so much randomization that a number of rules needed to be made to deal with every single permutation. There was a chance to need to swap meteor positions, to have players swap spots. There were so many variables that solving this consistently wasn't going to be a simple task. Groups spent hours here, bashing their heads against this one mechanic to hone their strategies and develop a workaround for every new pattern that arose. There were alternative solutions too.
Holy shit, lol.
Whoa,
Whoa. Fuck damn. What the fuck? The ninja way, dude.
Once you managed to get through this mechanic, Thordan and his knights would rally together and cast Ultimate End, causing massive group damage. If you survived, he'd be so taken aback that he'd start panicking. And if you made it through to this point relatively cleanly, a kill was absolutely in sight. And so, one by one, the kills came in. Groups were still pretty close to one another at this stage, and in the later stages of day 1, Thordan met his end. Time for phase 3.
What? What do you mean time for phase 3? Wait, it's not dead? I thought we just killed it. What do you mean phase 3? What do you mean? Oh, okay, now we've got phase 3. What? How is there still like 40 minutes left of this video? What do you mean phase 3? I am named Kyle! Wow, it's epic though, isn't it?
Corrupted by the power of Nidhogg's eye, bursts into the arena with one of the coolest raid wides I've ever seen, and immediately begun stabbing the tank. I'm just going to say it now, in advance. This phase is something else. The core mechanic of phase 3 is that certain players will need to place towers for other members of the raid to later take, but the way you do it is so fun. 3 people will be marked with a 1, 2 with a 2, and 3 with a 3. This number dictates the order in which you're going to drop towers for other members of the raid to take. You can't take your own tower, you can't take 2 towers, and there are heavy stacks going off at the same time that require around 5 people in them. So putting people in the exact right places at the exact right times consistently was a requirement. Once you take a tower, a clone will drop in place of it, and will shoot a massive line AoE in a few seconds, targeting the closest person.
This video is so
The player that took the
well
tower
made.
will want to face this away from danger, and then avoid. On top of this, Nidstinian is doing cast bar telegraphed in and
Oh, of
out
course,
dodges.
Estinine
And sometimes
has
your
the
tower
Giga
placement
Chad
can instead be marked
ultimate,
with an
of
arrow.
course.
If it is, that means that you are not going to place a tower on your current position, but in the direction of your arrow instead. This added an additional foil and thing to think about, as it randomly made certain numbers a lot stricter to plan out during prog. This entire mechanic is an absolute masterpiece. The timing of everything feels fast enough to be exhilarating, but just slow enough that the chaos is controlled. There's a decent chunk of damage going out on the party, but competent healers were quickly able to optimize their damage and play perfectly. Every member of the group had to engage with this dance, and had a number of possible safe spots they'd need to take. And because the boss never jumped away, it really rewarded groups that were able to build uptime strategies
really
quickly
fun.
with a more lenient.
Don't get me
enrage
wrong,
later
this
down
whole
the
thing
line.
looks
Honestly,
amazing.
thinking back on it, this phase on the whole is definitely a contender for my favourite Ultimate phase ever.
Esther9 seems to be the main character even in boss fights.
There was a weird bug that could occur that people referred to as the Brazil Tower, but this was patched out pretty quickly, so it's not too bad. Once you deal with the entire Dive from Grace sequence, 4 towers spawn in the Intercardinals. But these are special towers, because some of them have 3 towers inside, or 4, because they're silly little guys. There will always be 8 players required in these towers in total, but they will rarely be evenly split 2-2-2-2.
How do you play Black
Instead,
Mage in
players
this?
have to adjust to these random tower configurations to stop them from going boom. After this, Nidstinian clones drop to be baited, and one of the 4 at random will get a tank buster tether instead. The boss will have a second tether, so both tanks need to grab them and pray. These are some of the hardest hitting busters, relatively speaking, in the game. So if tanks weren't prepared, it could get really risky, really quickly. Following this, the Enrage sequence begun. This is a good time for me to mention that the damage downs in DSR were truly evil. 2 minutes long, and cutting your overall DPS down so substantially that the best course of action if you got one was usually to die at the next possible moment, and no, I'm not kidding. If a player held the damage down throughout a phase, it was highly likely that you just were not going to meet the DPS check. The checks had not been completely insane, but they were definitely tight enough to demand mostly clean play from 8 competent players. So before phase 3 could be downed, everybody needed practice. Luckily by this point, Limit Break 3 had been generated, so we were on the cusp of seeing a brand new phase. One thing to notice here is that the Dragonsong War gauge on the duty list was filling up very quickly. Right now, the furthest groups were barely 6 minutes into the fight, and yet this gauge is almost full. Combined with the checkpoint, could this be a new, more casual, friendly style of Ultimate? People were concerned about what exactly was happening here. Was there a twist?
Wait,
Then,
is there a progress? Wait, there's a progress gauge. So it tells you like when it's over? Huh, I've never seen that before. Interesting.
Nowhere. Thoughts Per Second posted a clip on Twitter.
Thoughts per second? You'd be lucky if I have 1 thought per day. Oh, it's so epic.
The group themselves were not streaming their prog, but from what little footage they had shown, they were miles ahead of the competition. A previously unseen phase, and no less, what looked to be an enrage of that phase? How far ahead could they be? Nonetheless, we didn't have to wait long to find out, because No Hit managed to down Nidhogg shortly afterwards and make a real headway into a brand new phase, before they promptly ended their stream to hide their new knowledge from the competition. Kryl followed soon after, and then we were on to phase 4.
Wait!
Get it!
How many phases are there?
Sankai, A key junde, Sankai.
Go on, Arthurs! It keeps going, it doesn't end. What is this? Wait, this is the screenshot, no? This is the screenshot. It was... There was no way to... How did they get the screenshot?
As the Dragonsong War progress gauge ticks up following Estinian's defeat, the arena shifts to the final steps of faith, the scene of the last confrontation with Nidhogg at the end of the original main scenario quests. Alphino runs in from the south of the arena to assist his friend Estinian, who is bound and broken between the eyes of Nidhogg.
Oh, that moment!
He begs us to finish him. In response, the Ghost of Haurchefant blesses us with the Soul of Friendship buff. At the same time, Alphino pulses the Soul of Devotion from around him. The eyes grow, surging with power, and the phase begins. These 2 buffs are a requirement to be able to deal damage to the eyes. Each buff corresponds to one of the eyes, and possessing the buff means that you can hit them. This was the first point of contention between groups. It was totally possible to stack both buffs together, but was this the right idea? Would this bite groups in the butt later down the road? Why is it that there are 2 separate buffs obtained in 2 separate ways? Thanks to the puzzle elements that Ultimates have traditionally introduced, it was definitely within the realm of possibility that the correct play was to split the buffs to avoid some unseen failure state later. For the sake of progression though, most groups opted to take the risk and stack the buffs together, allowing them to double dot and cleave both eyes.
It's the puzzle solving that gets me, right?
Much easier.
It's not just the execution of all this madness, it's the puzzle solving element. Like, you have to execute this madness, but you also have to figure out what on earth, that you need a method to the madness as well. That's what's crazy to me.
So let's break down how this phase actually works. The red eye will tether 4 players with red chains, and the blue eye will tether 4 players with blue chains. Players that take damage while linked to the red chain will deal a chunk of damage to the red eye, whereas when players with the blue chain take damage, they heal the blue eye. You can trade tethers with another person by standing on top of them for a second or so the goal of this phase is to create a setup which has the players about to be hit with the red chain and avoid taking damage as a blue chain. 3 orbs spawn around each eye, a large yellow orb and 2 blue orbs. Yellow orbs should be popped by 2 players and blues by 1. After a period of time, the blue orbs would grow, and if you left them too long after that point, they would explode, killing
the damage.
Everyone. Growing an orb would make them deal more damage to whoever popped them, and if you consider how the chains work, it's pretty easy to see why that may be a good thing. So you'd pop the yellow orbs, trade the chains, and then pop the 4 blue orbs, chunking the red eye. Next, players with a red chain will be dived in sets of 2 by Mirage dives from Nidstidian clones. These do massive damage and apply a vuln, so if you take 2 in a row, you die. This happens 4 times in total for 8 dives overall. So the goal is simply to trade tethers between dives to make sure that nobody with a vuln up possesses a red dive. The eyes are then going to cast Steep Enrage, and this acts as a pseudo enrage for the phase, because each eye does this attack individually. So if both happen to be alive at this point, they're both going to cast the heavy hitting raid wides, and taking 2 of them at once was very close to unsurvivable. The ice phase was deceptive, because the difficulty in the ice phase was not in solving the mechanics, or even in executing them. On the whole, this was honestly the easiest phase to execute in the encounter so far, aside from the pre-checkpoint door boss. The biggest issue with the ice phase is that they had a relatively tight DPS check that required clean play and no accidental friendly fire on the blue chains, and the groups were just getting deep enough into DSR to fall victim to the consistency check. The hardest part of progging eyes was seeing eyes, and this was where groups had to really focus on building their consistency. A new goal became not only progging and killing eyes, but bringing Limit Break 3 over from the previous phase without using it.
Oh, I love that, because, you know, in WoW, that's such a big part where do you bloodlust? That's always such like a really interesting thing to watch, like especially in the Race the World first. So like that happens, but in the form of limit break. Like you have to really think about like when are you using it, where are you using it, who is using it. Like there's so many customization options. It's like really interesting. Sorry.
Up a melee or ranged LB3 if needed to lessen the strain of the Eyes Enrage, or even to keep further into the fight. As the leading groups were approaching the Eyes Enrage, once again, the TPS Twitter reared its head, posting this clip without context.
Okay, this team are the biggest trolls ever.
Rolling back? What could this mean? They had clearly gotten past Eyes and seen something new, and soon enough, Kryl would become the first stream group to see exactly what had been hidden from this clip. This was where the race evolved from good to incredible.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Nice. Not correct.
Oh, it's actually in the game. I thought. Wait, they're back here? Time just rewound? Wait. Huh? Their faces! I can only imagine.
倒しないといけない。倒しないといけない。これ倒しないといけない。かも。
Wait, he's back? He's back?
That's right. When you successfully defeat Phase 4 and play out the full Dragon Song War the way it happened, the clock rolls back and you find yourself back at the start of the fight, the exact moment that Harshavon there is protecting you. At the end of Phase 1,
funny.
you must play out events again, just the way they happened the first time.
Oh my god, that is so hilarious.
Fall,
the devs must have just been like...
and phasing back into Thordan. It was a time loop. This was mind-blowing. In the second loop, everything was the exact same as the first. You didn't have some extra buff. There were no new mechanics, nothing.
You have to do it again!
You just tried and failed again. What on earth was going on here? What were you supposed to do? Was it possible to save him? As the other groups one by one caught up and witnessed Rewind for themselves, it was time to figure this out. There were a few things here of note that became the 4 running theories, and groups essentially had to pick their poison as to which one they tried first.
Okay, not only are the mechanics incredible, you're puzzle solving, but they do such a good job of incorporating the story, because now you're back and you're like, hang on a minute, time has rewound, and that's what makes these fights so immersive. Like, they incorporate the story into the encounters so well that you're like, wait, thematically this doesn't make sense. How have we gone back in time? Wait, they're back. And like, those are playing into the puzzle aspects. It's just like, it is so freaking cool. I'm sorry, I'd like, it's just so awesome. I just have to talk about it, and I don't want to talk about it over the video as well because I don't want to miss anything, but I also have to appreciate how awesome this is. Like, the narrative of this fight, like going back in time and going back, and then it's like, wait, did we do something wrong? And what? Oh, I don't know. I just love it.
Next up was completing a second loop in its entirety.
Oh no, we're looping.
Honestly, this one I think was pretty cope, and it was the last thing that most groups were opting to even consider trying because it just seemed so unlikely. From a design standpoint, doing the same fight twice would make no sense at all. With misaligned cooldowns, it became crushingly hard to consistently meet the DPS check. And honestly, the other options that I'm about to outline next just seemed stronger. The second was splitting the buffs in eyes. This one also seemed kind of cope, kind of unrelated, but no group had successfully managed this yet, so it was definitely a fallback solution that groups could rely on if the most likely scenario failed miserably. Thirdly, before I explain, I want to take you back to Phase 1 for a second to look at something. You see the limit break bar here? There are only 2 gauges, which is usually reserved for light party content. Where was the third LB gauge? Why did you only receive it when you transitioned to the Thordan checkpoint? This had been raised a few times as a little quirk or point of interest by a few groups so far, and even in Twitch chat.
It's not just the mechanics that you're working out, you're also looking at things like that. It's not just mechanics in the fight. You're looking at, hang on a minute, limit break that you only usually get. That is insane to me. That is the coolest thing. Like, wait, usually when you... Sorry.
But it had been pretty irrelevant, so it was kind of ignored. There was no point paying too much attention to it. But now it was suddenly incredibly important. Because after Rewind, you get pulled back into this phase, but with access to a possible LB3, something completely unobtainable before. This had to be it. But before it was even possible to trial, groups had to majorly optimize the previous phases in order to bring across LB3 to Rewind. During prog so far, it was commonly done to use LB3 to kill either Nidhogg or Eyes. But in order to test either of these theories, both of those phases had to be downed cleanly.
Oh my god, you would spend so much time progressing
on the rare
and you wouldn't even know if that's what you're supposed to
get far enough to test. They did so, one by one. Melee LB could kill the boss fast enough to free up the group from the mini arena potentially, allowing them to help Harshavon. But it failed. It did not release you from the jail. Healer LB could be used to revive him after he fell in battle, right? Surely Tank LB would protect him from the damage, right? There had to be more to it. Back and forth the viewers went between streams, waiting for another tantalizing rewind pull to test a new theory. Kryl tested the heal LB and found that it did not res Harshavon, rendering that option a complete no-go. Kirana's Tivoli tested the tank LB, waiting until he was targetable in the hopes of reducing his incoming damage for as long as possible. And it actually worked. Better yet, it continued mitigating damage on him even after the Limit Break 3 had worn off, but it still wasn't enough. He still died. What was discovered through much trial and error and looking through footage between the 4 running groups was that if you press the tank LB forward to using it before Harshavon's HP bar appeared, he was actually targetable by Limit Break the entire time. You would remove the debuff on him that prevented him from being healed. This would mean that he had both the damage mitigation for the entire phase from tank LB, and he was able to be healed by the healers, and the damage on him from the spear became much more manageable.
Oh, you have to
now
save
the game
him.
had changed. Now you could save him. Now the race was on.
You had to save
Once you
him.
managed to defeat Sir Charibur while keeping your boy alive, the spear slowly taking his life became targetable, and it was a race against the Enraged to defeat it before it defeated him. And the first group to save him on stream, with almost 100,000 viewers in the Final Fantasy XIV category eagerly watching the race, Kryl.
This is so emotional.
Upon saving him, the timeline splits, the Dragon Song war gauge resets back to 0, and you're thrown into an entirely new setting. Things have gone so very wrong. King Thordan is more powerful than ever, having obtained power over the dragons, and now he brings his full force to bear against you. Now, we had to see the consequences of our actions.
The storytelling in it, that was so emotional. Like, you had to actually pay attention to the characters in the fight. You had to save him. You had to heal him. That was what you had to do. And then the whole splitting the timeline thing. Like, if that doesn't showcase Final Fantasy's story and why the storytelling is so good and what makes it so good, like, this is such a good demonstration. And this is an ultimate fight. This is optional content that actually doesn't really have anything to do with the MSQ. But look how well this storytelling is in an encounter. You had to save him. Like, who was watching this live? I would have been bawling my eyes out. This would have been the most epic thing I would have ever witnessed. And you had to save him and heal him up. And like, when you successfully did that and you saved him, and then the timeline splits, and this is one of the best things I've ever seen. Ever.
We had to see how we'd pay for rewriting history in such a callous manner. This phase opened with a few simple auto-attack cleaves, before jumping right into the wrath of the heavens. And as soon as Thordan leapt away, it became clear that he just really likes trios, because this was a second trio phase. 2 knights leap down and target 1 player apiece with a tether, and a dragon jumps down as well and stares menacingly in between.
I'm getting emotional.
1 player will also receive a blue marker on their head, the exact same one you've seen earlier in the fight all the way back in phase 2. As a quick reminder, it means that this player needs to be miles away from everyone else. The knights will dive their targeted player shortly, in line with those tethers.
Oh,
the dives are huge. On top of that, you have twisters. Wait, with twisters? UCOP twisters? Yeah, the UCOP twisters are back, except this time they've decided to mess with every single experienced raider by giving them a slightly different snapshot timing than they've ever had before, meaning that all your muscle memory, built up from 5 years of UCOP clears for friends, completely worthless. Spread the group along one side of the room, let the blue guy stand alone in his blue guy corner, stretch and bait their dives, leaving space for everybody else, and dodge the twisters. As all this is happening, 2 random players will get thunder marks. One will get a green marker traditionally reserved for dive bomb-like mechanics, And you need to start paying attention to the knights standing menacingly in the arena. Know that there's a caster and a warrior. Thordan will use his invisible line AoE Ascalon's Mercy from Phase 2. The dive bomb will lock in, so place it away from any future safe spot that you may want to have. One player will get 5 fireball puddles that they need to bait, and another will get 4 large pyre AoEs to bait. The thunders will explode for a small AoE around themselves, paralysing any accidental target that they somehow manage to hit, and the warrior will use a massive donut-shaped attack, meaning that close to him in a small circle is the only safe spot left in the room. And yeah, this all goes off at pretty much the exact same time. For one of the only times in this whole video, I'm actually happy to say that this mechanic is easier than it looks. It has a lot of moving parts, that's very true, but all the components and mechanics that you've seen before, and they are all, for the most part, what you see is what you get. If you deal with each of these individual components, you will get the win. By this stage, around 10 minutes into the encounter, groups had become more accustomed to the randomized nature of most of the mechanics, and the fact that role-based responsibilities had for the most part been thrown out of the window in favour of more randomness in this encounter. Without too much struggle, this mechanic also fell. One mildly scary tank buster later, Death of the Heavens begun to cast. I'm gonna spoil it right here, but this is the big one. This was more like Death of everybody's prog for at least a day, because it was a wall and a half. When the boss leaves the arena, you're greeted by this complete mess of dragons and knights around and inside the arena, and it can be overwhelming to figure out what you're even looking at, let alone how you're supposed to deal with it. Before I explain the actual solution, I think it's good to mention that one early solution that some groups were electing to try here is blocking the spear from one of the knights. I'm honestly not too sure why they were going for that, because it seemed fairly obvious that it wasn't the right play, but this was one of the earliest attempted solutions. So what happens here? 4 random players get Doom, meaning that unless they are cleansed in some way, they're gonna go splat when the Doom timer hits 0. Thordan, multiple dragons and knights spawn around the edge of the arena, and the warrior knight spawns inside it and begins channeling the same ballast that he uses in Phase 2. If you look at the target bar at this point, you're probably gonna gulp in fear. Twisting Dive, Cauterize, Wings of Salvation, Spear of the Fury, Lightning Storm, Heavy Impact, all of this is going off pretty much in sync with one another.
Panic!
And the first time pretty much every group got there, they instantly exploded. How are you supposed to develop a strategy for this when you couldn't even see what was going on because it was such a mess?
This just is so... this just goes to show how Ultimate, especially Race to World First Ultimate players, are some of the best players in the world in it, like in any MMO, because this is just crazy. You're noticing clues like the limit break only being 2 bars. You're noticing stuff like that. You're also noticing NPCs and noticing like the story elements. Like there are so many different ways that you are being tested, mechanics, trying to work out what on earth is happening. How do we get through this? And then you have to execute it. Like I am just in absolute awe of Ultimate Raiders, but also especially raiding an Ultimate as a race to world first, where you are racing to figure out first what to do, execute all of this so quickly. I am just blown away by this.
On a lot of footage review and further testing, it was clear that most of this was just fluff, supposed to distract you away from what actually mattered. Twisting Dive was relevant because it signified twisters dropping, and Lightning Storm was relevant too, as it hit each player and required them to spread. Heavy Impact was the ballast, so you could just watch the pulsing AoE and dodge, and the rest just reduced the safe floor space. So what you wanted to do was to funnel players into these 6 small safe spots before being presented with another issue. The non-dooms drop a puddle as all of this goes off. This has been used before in previous encounters, and it's known as a doom cleansing mechanic. So now it was obvious what you actually needed to do to cleanse that doom. It was not a full HP mechanic, you needed to use the puddles. But don't worry, it gets worse. PlayStation is back, and he is joined by his ugly younger brother, Dragon's Eye, and the gaze from Thordan. Chains appear once more, a knockback occurs, and the players explode. This is literally the mechanic from Phase 1, but with 2 lookaways added on top and the requirement to have the dooms end up on the spots that you left the white puddles.
I've never
so
seen an ultimate before.
After all of this, there's a meteor DPS check in order to ensure that you got through this mechanic mostly cleanly. So you had to get it right. This mechanic was hard. For those of you that are doing DSR today, it was a different experience, because there was little to no knowledge of baitable markers and no advanced strategies based on them.
That's what I was trying to say.
For the first handful of hours, the best attempts were the product of pure adjusting around the other 7 people
like you have to
and
work
trying
this out,
to
you
make
have
some
no
magic
knowledge.
happen.
Nothing.
Over time, this developed into strategies as groups learnt one another's tendencies and added new rules to slowly add structure into the chaos. Getting the right people to the right safe spots to drop puddles were a major pain point, and once that was overcome, organising PlayStation tethers once the added confusion of the dooms needing to go in certain places felt almost insurmountable. Eventually, after many hours of trial and error, breakthroughs were made. Hit Harder was one of the forerunning groups here, with a high level of consistency at getting players far into the mechanic to see more. Kryl pushed forward, getting part of the group to Meteors, having resolved the previous part partially successfully. Kirana's Tivoli surpassed them, Ray's cheesing through the Meteor Enrage and seeing the true Enrage of the entire phase shortly afterwards, with a handful of players alive to boot. It felt like almost every single forerunning group was at the exact same point, trading good pulls between each other, and one by one, they begun to break the wall.
I wanna go to Daddy Thornton's Dragon Dungeon.
This was a great moment for Twitch chat, honestly, and I think it needs a little bit of a mention here. Viewers would hop between streams to whomever was having the best pull going at the time, showering the chat with people arrives whenever prog point was reached and people leaving when the wipe occurred. They'd post cute little references to each of the major streams as they arrived, like Baldo Wig to Village Burn, Banana Peel, and I mean it when I say this. Twitch chat made this experience 10 times more enjoyable. Being cheered on by so many different people, different stream chats collectively coming together to hop between POVs and support each of the forerunning groups, it was a unique atmosphere that is pretty much impossible to recreate. Following all of this, Thornton simply hit the raid with damage, another spooky scary tank buster, and begun channeling his Enrage. At this point, if you had the DPS, you could kill him. But there was a catch. Once he reached 2%, he would stop his Enrage, drop to the floor, and begin begging for mercy. This was very odd, this had never happened before, and Final Fantasy XIV raiders have a bit of a soft spot for old men in armor, so the majority consensus from groups getting to this point was, yeah, let's see what happens. And it was clearly some kind of success state, because Thornton had a special animation, additional dialogue, he would escape, leaping away, calling you too kind for your own good, and at long last, the transition to Phase 6 happened.
Again, the story element, the RP element of the bosses asking for mercy, and you have to stop DPSing and give the boss mercy. Like, that's what makes it so immersive. That is so cool. Oh no, not this song. Wait, there's more? Wait, I thought it would be over. I thought you'd give the boss mercy and the boss would give you loot.
Phase in DSR to prog. This phase was a slog, but before I get into why exactly, let's walk you through what's happening quickly. The Wandering Minstrel recites his verse. A single life can alter the course of history. Enslaved by an ancient relic, the great worm Hrsvelga descended upon Ishgard at his vengeful brother's side. Thanks to our saving of Harshathon and our sparing of Thornton, this is what had happened. Both Nidhogg and Hrsvelga bring their full force to bear against us, cornering your party between the two of them at the final steps of faith. The first mechanic is Worm's Breath, which tethers each of the non-tanks with either an ice tether or a fire tether, 3 apiece. These tethers shoot the targeted player with a fairly thin pizza slice cleave at the end of the cast, and if you had fire, you get Pyretic, which forces you to stop moving, and if you had ice, you will be frozen, and thus unable to move. If you get hit by both though, they will cancel one another out, and you get neither. The crux of this mechanic is managing your available space in order to get each of the 6 players hit twice and only twice, while also having them start off close enough to one another to deal with the randomness of the targeting, especially considering that large tank busters are going off at the same time, so you can't just use the full arena. One random DPS gets marked by Mortal Vow, reducing their ability to heal. This needs to be traded to another player by stacking on expiration, and if that doesn't happen, an Enraged state instantly triggers. You'll spend the entire phase juggling this buff between players, hoping no third guy accidentally stands in it and subsequently goes boom. Then comes Akaphar, which is honestly the worst mechanic in this entire fight. Both dragons will channel a stack damage on the healers, so split into parties of 4, but there's a twist. During this mechanic, both dragons need to be within 3% of HP of one another, or else they are going to tether together and make this stack instantly kill everyone within it. And it is awful to deal with, because this occurs so late in the encounter, and the HP differential is so minimal, and the dragons don't have a large amount of HP to begin with. This all combines to create a punishing mechanic that falls victim to crit variance a lot, and groups had to work really hard and be very aware to make sure that they could keep their DPS's itchy trigger finger from bursting too much during that 5-second window. Then Nidhogg dives and the tanks are hit by huge AoEs that everyone else has to avoid before the cast of Wrath Flames begins. This mechanic was the big prog wall of the phase. Big sets of fireballs would spawn, which will later explode in a plus shape in the order they spawned. Hraesvelgr this time will dive in the same way Nidhogg did before, rendering a large section of the Steps of Faith a death zone. Nidhogg casts Akmorn, a multi-hit stack on the group, and with each hit, a dangerous bleed puddle is left on the floor beneath you. You need to move as one, taking all of this damage,
as well.
avoiding the fireballs and dives and the brand new Hot Wing or
The music is critically hitting in this phase.
Into groups, randomly, based into spreads or different pair stacks that can be randomly assigned based on debuffs. Easy, right? There were a few problems here. Firstly, you had to clear all the way up to this phase, which was an insane consistency check. Then, you had to get through both Worm's Breath and the equal HP check, which were both still pain points for practically every stream group. And once you managed to do all those things and get a life pull on your hands, which could take a solid hour of attempts to do, you then had to deal with the massive incoming damage, the random buffs, and locating the safe spot, and figuring out the best path to direct the Akmorn baits in. One word to sum up the progression of this mechanic: punishing. But eventually, after much pain and iteration, strats began to come together. After all this goes down, there's another Akaphar equal HP check.
You know what's just occurred to me? How many stages, like, I keep feeling like we're looking at a completely different boss fight. We're not. You know what's just occurred to me? Every time you wipe, you go back to wherever the checkpoint was. So who was complaining about the checkpoint ruining the game, making it easy? Hang on a second, it's just occurred to me, right? They're saying, oh, they're trying this and they're trying that. But every time you wipe, you go back to basically the start. Can you imagine if you didn't have a checkpoint? Oh, the checkpoints ruined the game. Like, hang on a second. I feel like, look how much you have to do. Like, that's something that I just forgot about because I take each stage as a different boss. It's not a different boss. You have to start from the start every time. This is nuts. Like, not only are you going through this stage by stage, you have to do the entire fight every single time. You get to a prog point and you're trying to puzzle solve and you get one chance. It will take you like 20 minutes to get back there to try something slightly different that may or may not work. And then you wipe and then you have to go back to the start again. Like, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I can't believe people complaining about the checkpoint. Oh yeah, what are they saying now? Now that we're seeing more of the fight. Oh yeah, what are you saying now? Hang on a minute. This is crazy, honestly. You have to redo the entire thing. Like, you have to go through this 40 minutes of mayhem just to, like, try a different tactic, try a different idea. Like, wow.
Which meant the groups had to pay special attention to boss HP immediately after Wrath Flames in order to equalise. Then a bunch more dodging, mortal vow trades, tank busters, and a second Worm's Breath. Then, the two dragons will get sick of this encounter, jump to the north, and dive you together, killing the raid. This was quickly solved. Nidhogg is fire-coded and Hraesvelgr is ice-coded. And you remember how double stacking the fire and ice elements of the Worm's Breath has them cancel one another out? Well, if you skip that step entirely and go into the dragon dives with the fire or the ice buff, you can use them to cancel out the elements associated with the dives and survive the phase. This is all followed by an enrage sequence. I don't think I can quite put into words how painful Double Dragons was to blind prog. It was like it was specifically designed to be a prog wall, equal HP checks, and 2 of them at that, and numerous mechanics back to back that were just cryptic enough to require trial and error to reach the correct solution and pass.
And not only that, you would have to replay the last 15 minutes of the fight again. Sorry, when I was saying 40 minutes, I mean like everything that we've been watching for the last 40 minutes, you would have to do again. Sorry, that's what I meant. I mean like the fight is taking 40 minutes. But like, not only that, not only are you progressing these little tiny things in this phase, you also have to do the whole fight again, basically.
The phase hits hard, too, especially on tanks. And if there wasn't a real plan in place to provide mitigation for each of the many major hits, it was all too easy to watch your main tank hit the mud to a hallowed wing. Your cooldowns were just stretched too thin to be able to overstack anywhere. This phase was so tough due to the pseudo-enrage too, which I haven't mentioned yet. You know how dropping the Mortal Vow without trading it causes an enrage? Well, there's another way to get that. If Ray's Velga kills a player through any method, you'll get pop-up text that would become painfully familiar to progging groups. And he will enrage, making his attacks one-shot. Phase 6 didn't take hours to prog.
Wait, you can't even lose one person?
Full 16-hour day slogs, and multiple of them too, solving and perfecting and iterating to reach the end. Just as groups were approaching the end, a tweet came in. Neverland had done it. They'd cleared. World First had been claimed.
Wow.
Until this point, the entire group had been quiet on social media, trading flamboyant shows of how far ahead they were for focus on their own game. And it had absolutely paid off. At this point, no stream group had even seen the final phase of the fight, so it was a testament of just how well those players performed and how much they deserved that win. A massive congratulations to them, and the legacy that they built that week. At this point, almost an entire week into prog, groups were beginning to drop out. Paid time off from work was running out for those that took just a week. Prog was impacting health, and in some cases, DSR was just becoming too much. But for many, the race was still on. There were still placements to claim. There was no confirmed win on stream, no footage of final phase, and everything to play for.
Oh, the music! Wow, this is so epic!
No Hit were the first group to see that transition live.
What a transition!
Followed shortly by Kryle, Thornton absorbs the power of both the slain worms and becomes what he always aspired to be, the Dragon King. This is the product of your choices. This is what you've done, and you need to make it right. His transition goes off with an insanely hard-hitting raid wide, and as reality shatters for a moment, the final phase begins. Dragon King Thornton is a simple phase, with only a few mechanics that cycle into the enrage. Firstly, you have Exaflare's Edge. Exaflares are a regularly recurring mechanic in FF14 since UCOB, and are AoEs that indicate with an arrow. They'll pulse, moving in the direction of the arrow, hitting multiple times along the way. These Exaflares were built different though, because they split in 3 different directions apiece, and with
somehow
3
they get worse.
Exaflares, you would have 9 different pulsing circles of death moving all around the arena, and you needed to find the safe spot. If only it were that easy though, because the boss will also glow with a fire or ice imbuement. If it's fire, you need to be outside the hitbox when the Exaflares start. If it's ice, you need to be inside. These fire and ice mechanics accompany each of the 3 casted abilities, so just assume they're there for both of the other 2 that I'm about to explain. Luckily, groups found a consistent solution to Exaflare that required basically no thought, because dodging into the rear AoE and then taking a small backstep worked for every single possible pattern, completely removing the need to look at the arrows or think at all. Next came Akmorn's Edge, and based on this naming convention, I think it's fair to assume that Thornton is a bit of an edgy lad. Akmorn's Edge is a set of 3 multi-hit raid wides, 1 for the tanks at the back, and 2 for the rest of the party on the north, west, and east. Each time this mechanic comes back, it hits extra times, and you need a tight mitigation plan to survive because it hits like a truck. Lastly, you had Gigaflare's Edge, which would telegraph 3 meteors in order, and you simply needed to stand opposite the first one, and then move away from each meteor as they go off, healing through the damage. In between each time, one of these mechanics occurs, you get to deal with 2 Trinities. It's called Trinity because it hits 3 people.
We just need to test it as a healer, right? Damage dealers, for like, as a damage dealer, I'm like, this is stressful, watching mechanics. Can we just take a second that healers have to do the mechanics, but also have to like actually heal, mitigate and heal? I mean, you know, as a damage dealer, obviously your damage is important, you know? But like, I feel like there is way more stress, way more layers of stress on healers. I just needed to take a second because I'm looking at all of these shenanigans, all of these mechanics, and like, I just need to do my rotation as a DPS. But like, hang on a minute. As a healer, you've got so many things that you're managing. You need to pre-plan. Like, yes, as a DPS, you're going to pre-plan your cooldowns. You're going to have certain cooldowns assigned to certain areas or whatever, right? But you're kind of doing all that and more as a healer, I would say. Again, this isn't like a battle of which role is harder. I'm just taking a second to appreciate like the healing coordination for like this. It's crazy.
It attacks both tanks and whichever player ends up deepest inside the boss hitbox. Being hit by Trinity as a non-tank gives you a vuln up, so you cycle between the 6 players of the raid to take hits. Tanks get light and dark vulnerability, and they need to regularly tank swap to prevent their stacks from getting too high. That's it. That's everything. Everything I've mentioned cycles through a few times, and then you get to Enrage. This was truly a pinnacle final phase, with relatively simple to understand answers, but incredibly punishing ones that made you pay attention to the details. It also wasn't unrecoverable either, because high healer awareness could easily fix a messed up tank swap or a quick adjust and res making up for an unfortunate player death. Phase 7 also hit incredibly hard. The mitigation requirement was tight, and even with good mit, the outgoing damage was high and precise timing was needed. But this is something that the top groups excel at, and it was certainly not going to hold them back from victory. As more and more groups clawed their way to Phase 7, at this point, all eyes were glued to Twitch streams, watching the attempts get closer and closer to victory. And eventually, Kral stepped up.
Nice LB, nice LB! Yes!
Oh my god! As Soup's a hero! No way that's the achievement! Oh. Did they sob? I would sob. Look at Arthur's!
Oh my god, we did it, dude! Oh my god!
Oh, is he crying? Let me move my stupid camera. Oh my gosh. Arthur's. I was gonna say, can you imagine they would probably just like, let me just move my stupid cam out of the way. Oh.
Oh my god.
I would sob as well.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh.
This was their moment. They had taken stream first and it was an emotional finish to be sure. And now, I'm just gonna cut to the post-victory cutscene and let it play out on its own with no narration.
Be it that of man or dragon. All life is precious, and the loss of loved ones shall ever darken the hearts of those left behind. Oh, you're right. There is multiple text. Hang on a minute. Let's go back to the start.
No narration.
So ends an alternate chapter in their tale. What lessons, dear listener, might we derive from this dragon song reimagined? Be it that of man or dragon, all life is precious, and the loss of loved ones shall ever darken the hearts of those left behind. Yet death is not the end of what was wrought. The memories forged, the affection shared, the hope inherited. Such things grant us the strength to walk into the morrow, and there is no greater proof of this than the Warrior of Light's journey. From the fantastical works of a wandering minstrel, Heavensward, a reimagining. Wow.
I think it's not an unpopular opinion to say that Dragonsong's Reprise changed Final Fantasy XIV for good. It was the first Ultimate with such a heavy story focus, and while due to an unfortunate backlash from people who will never do the fight, I think it added to what made it so exciting. People weren't just hyped to see their favourite groups and streamers prog. They were excited to see what would happen next. They were eager to see the alternate timeline, to see if they could save him, to witness the twists and turns that would happen along the way. It was also, at the time, without a doubt, the hardest fight in the game's history. In the same way that UCOB took encounters to a whole new level of expectation in 2017, DSR did it again in 2022. People that cleared came out much, much stronger players than they went in. It was an incredible fight with satisfying phases, intense puzzles, and some of the tightest execution checks in the game's history that really pushed the player base to their limits. DSR was special, and really, I wonder if there will ever be anything quite like it ever again.
Wow. That was like watching a movie. The like twists and turns and the story elements of it. That was such a well-made video. Oh my goodness. Brennan. Oh my word. That video was so well made. I've never seen an Ultimate before. I know I casted Echo's first day of top, but that was before I even started playing Final Fantasy. I didn't know what I was looking at. That's the first time I've ever seen an Ultimate, and what a story that was. Oh, wow. And it's like the whole alternate timeline thing of like if you saved him and the fact that you had to save him as well. Wow. Let's watch Echo's first kill. Yeah, let's do it. Do we have a link for that? Oh, you did send me a DM. Okay. I got it. Oh, okay. So Rinnan glossed over this, but I thought you'd like to know. The early enrage in the Double Dragons was only if Horace Volgar himself killed anyone. It didn't happen if Nidhogg's attacks killed someone. It pops up that he had broken his solemn vow. His solemn vow broken, Horace Volgar flies into a rage, was the exact text. Because in killing people, he had broken his vow to Shiva. Even though it was beyond his control since he is enslaved by a collar, him breaking his promise to his beloved puts him in such despair that he immediately enrages. Wow. It's the storytelling. Like I keep repeating, it's the storytelling within the encounters that just makes it such an unforgettable experience. It's what makes Final Fantasy XIV just so mind-blowing. That was such an incredible journey. Just like, it must have been, I wish I was around. No, wait, hang on. I wish I played the game then. It was literally 2 years ago. Am I 2 years old? Yes. No, but I wish I was like playing then. I wish I was watching. I wish I was existing in the same timeline, because that must have been the most epic journey. Like, I don't know, watching that video, like, I love the Race to World First. It is one of my favorite gaming events, but like an ultimate Race to World First is such a spectacle. Oh my goodness. So in the timeline, DSR, was that the most recent ultimate? Was that was that the last ultimate that we had? Because I mean, oh, top is the most recent. DSR was before. Oh, yes, of course, because I watched Echo's, first day of TOP, you're right. Okay. So this is the... Do we have a video of Echo's kill? So this is G's POV, but we want to watch like the whole fight, right? Echo DSR kill. I can do this. Apparently I can't. Is it Eden's Gate? Full highlights. Scribe clears Dragonson's ultimate. So I suppose we watch this one. I can do one. Scribe's POV. All right. 26 minutes this fight is. Oh my god.
More, but that's it. Yeah, if we don't kill it in this one, I don't know.
It's another okay. I've got like an hour and 45.
Yeah, I hear Alex. I hear Fabos TV.
It's pretty early.
Yeah, whatever. Right.
Watch the Echo one. Okay, well, I need a link. I'm getting mixed messages. That's why I was like, is there a link? Eden's verse full highlights. Bunch of short highlight videos. Okay, let's try this one. I think maybe this one. This one's Eden. Echo's verse is it Eden's verse? Echo clears. It's no Echo one. Well, I suppose we can just watch. I suppose this is the only one that we can watch, right? Okay, I'm just gonna watch this one. I
can do one more, but that's it. Yeah, if we don't kill it in
I'll
this
just
one,
mods just send me.
I've got like an hour
if
and
it's
45.
wrong.
Yeah,
I won't read chat.
Whoa. FFXIV side. Picking up tethers. Ultimate mold.
I didn't know Tobo. Wait, I didn't know Tobo competed or played the ultimate fights as well.
I got the second wave.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I could have spoken to him about Final Fantasy.
Yeah, sorry.
Immunity.
It does look like such a dance when it all goes well, doesn't it? Like when you work it out and you know where you're going, it's just like a smooth dance. But getting there, whoa.
Filthy rats.
Move B to be like, not take up too much space. There you go. Filthy rats.
Out.
Out.
Dead.
Wait, even though the...
Ooh. Keep defusing now. Don't rest any... Just quick, I guess.
I can help that though. I know, expected it.
Take down. Who?
Oh my gosh, how did Echo tackle the storytelling elements? Like, or maybe they have experience now, but they wouldn't necessarily like think, huh, maybe we need to save Lord Harchfire. Or maybe they do. But that's like such a new, that's such a like unique thing that is Final Fantasy that we don't have in World of Warcraft, you know? We don't have this story immersion.
This was perked for the good luck for the logout.
It was a good one, yeah.
The odds were also worth everything. Yeah.
It made G start playing the game. This fight made G do the MSQ. Wow.
Very loose. Ready to pump, you know, like.
Brago knew he did MSQ, so his input helped a lot. Okay, so there was a couple of them that were like Final Fantasy XIV players.
What?
What?
Wait, we could watch it in 2.5. Hope that. Well, I don't want to ruin it too much. 1.5?
This actually feels like a personal at this point, yeah.
Okay, no.
Are you not enjoying yourself?
No, but it's like I can't leave purple. It's like any day we're getting out.
Okay, I don't think that's. It was a good try. It was a good try.
Yeah, like.
No.
No rest of the first coming up.
Quick, speedy, go fast, rat jam.
It's about time to finish this.
This is normal speed now.
Yeah.
It was a good experiment.
Right direction, dude.
Like Taiko says, the StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty trailer. Hell, it's about time.
Roger!
No? No one?
No.
Everyone's dying inside.
StarCraft 2?
Yeah.
Trailer?
Uncultured pigs. Come on, man. StarCraft 2? What?
I only watch Turkish series.
I'm too young for that game.
Talents are wasted.
Who's Floof? So we have G, Alex
Yeah,
Fatboss,
true. We play
Brago, Roger. Who's Yidilai? And we have
Not those
Tobo
buttons.
and we have Scribe.
Whoa. Right slow.
Oh, swag! Oh! Okay, so we have swag as well. I'm thinking in terms of the WoW team. Floof is Vappies, a friend of
right.
Alex and Mike's. Okay.
Honestly, do you want me to make it tight for you as well?
Wow.
Oh, you can make it for yourself.
Yeah.
Yes.
The anti-Brago.
Anti-Brago, what's that? That anti-Brago?
We both meet up with that.
No, come in.
Yeah, same thing
Yeah.
here. I'll go through. Nice.
It's always a rough one. I'm not
I
sure
can't
what
panic
to do.
on this one, dude.
The redemption.
An ultimate is such a spectacle.
I don't think I will ever want to hear this song ever again in my life, by the way.
Wait, is this why it gives everyone despair?
Is this part, yeah?
That's the best part.
Oh.
Wait, is this why it gives everyone despair? Hang on.
The start,
What part
yeah.
did you like?
After the wipe, that part. That's the.
How does it go?
I love how they're like just having so much fun as well.
Birds. It's a good fucking intro, dude.
God,
Yeah,
that
that's
transition as well.
One zeros.
3 arrows as well.
In and out. Singing. Going out. In and out. Singing.
So
Going
Echo are
out.
very notorious for coming up with unique, so to speak, strats, right?
Lachen.
Yeah, they do these fights blind and they come up with unique strats, I think. Because a lot of people talk about Echo strats, so they seem to be quite unique or different. There's not one way to do a 5, you know what I mean? I always hear it spoken about.
flipping ran away and then did
I know they
crazy
did it
shit.
blind.
Wait, Drago, you say eats on one or hits on one? I never understood.
Hits, bro, hits.
With an H.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, like, isn't it cool that like a different team comes in and brings like fresh ideas? Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, I like having different ways of solving things.
It's higher than average.
Fine. I can actually gather some stuff for once.
Right, what class is Scribe playing? I want to play it. I want to be able to jump loops around the boss. Hang on a minute. Summoner? I want to jump around the boss and have like no responsibilities and no care in the world.
Thank God there's this phase at least. Like a sanctuary. An island.
An island. We never
oh no. The music.
Meatballs, spaghetti.
Hit balls, spaghetti.
Now make sure you pop your meatball.
Pop balls.
There's Tobo. A little bit high, huh?
No.
Oh, good. Still got one more
So
try.
for P8 their strat actually became a party finder staple.
Fine.
Interesting.
Won't kill it.
A small kill.
Jumpy, jumpy.
Get it.
This is such a cool animation, by the way. That is awesome.
This ends here.
Yeah, like, if you're a WoW player, your brain wouldn't even think to pay attention to the NPCs that are kind of just there RPing. Like, it just wouldn't be necessarily relevant. Like, what if we save him? Like, you know what I mean?
2, 3,
What about if we shave him?
4.
Off pictures.
Huh? The timeline split?
What's that?
Sounded like a glass or
Oh
something.
no.
That was the kill bell.
Oh.
It's like the ambulance on Jello.
Yeah.
I think if you get 2 double dragons, it's the last baseball again.
Nice.
Very good.
Love me some last phase pulls. Ready? Go.
My god, these little green spinnies of death. Such a beautiful piece of music, isn't it?
Ready for the egg?
Eggs?
Go. Go. Ready? Go. Lane.
Was a double dog trick, wasn't it?
I don't even know anymore, dude. Sometimes it just all dies.
Go behind him. Jordan is pretty low. He should stop damage. I'm looking for Tobo. 3, 2, 1.
Whoa.
Ricky, what can you do?
Throwing daggers to get resources.
Tickling. I think we sent him a
Alex,
little bit.
the Giga Chad bun boy.
That's okay.
Tickling. Oh. Honey. Alright. On potion.
Oh, the music is so
Nothing.
hyped.
The yellow face.
Oh no, back to despair.
Glowing.
Buster on me.
Reading.
Yeah, there is someone running around like
DPS.
Light party.
like a chocobo, like yellow. Is it? It's Roger, isn't it? It's what? Yeah.
A little bit on the raffle guy there. Oh, they're fine.
Look at race, Felga.
Towards the boss.
Thanks, close. Right far.
Then I give it to Alex.
Yeah.
Caraffle Gagger.
Little.
That's probably one of my favorite names.
Ready for rough flames. Away from the boss. Back right. Personals. Mitts. Middle.
Me, Alex, middle.
Equal.
They're pretty equal. Light parties. A little bit more on White Dragon.
Look at race, Felga.
Thanks, far. Right
Alex,
close.
it's Raffle Gagger.
Out.
DPS friends on 3.
Skype taking a debuff. What debuffs you? Sorry. Do the lines now?
Looking at Nidhogg.
Glowing.
It's so cool
Glowing.
to see like a big WoW
Which
team, and I know
debuff
they
you're
play
getting.
Final Fantasy 14, but it's so cool to see like a
Don't go
crossover
knuckle.
like that, don't you think? Like one of the best guilds in the world in
Top
WoW
DPS.
come and play like ultimates in Final Fantasy, like in another MMO. I just think there's something really like wholesome
on
and really
A.
cool about it.
Healing.
Like them enjoying it and
Pass the
like
debuff
taking on
to
some extremely
swag
difficult
face.
content in another MMO. It's
I
just like
really
really cool. I
Raffle
really
Dagger
like
is
it.
dead.
Watch Nidhogg go.
Oh, tickling.
Tickle a little bit.
On my dot as well.
Yeah, I'll probably chill for a sec.
Keep
And I'll get going, I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
Finish him
same.
off.
And them.
So, Ricky's getting something from Robin as we're transitioning into the phase. Aside from that, we're all the same.
I'm gonna shield here. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's scary enough.
Alone. Oh, what a amazing song, by the way. It's the best song I've ever seen.
And I love that Roger, in the middle of an ultimate fight, is
5
like
seconds from
appreciating the music. They love it.
Dangerous stuff.
This transition is so
no
cool.
Minutes, no potions.
Oh, look at that! And then, and then it shatters, and then the arena changes. Oh man, these transitions are just awesome.
You can sprint if you want.
There we go.
Out.
Oh, the music just adds so much. Why am I so hype? I'm not even playing and I'm losing my mind. I'm just watching a YouTube video of it. I'm not watching live. I'm not like, and I'm getting this excited and hyped about it. Like, I don't know. There's just something magical about this game.
One, replace your stuff. We go in. It's gonna be Tobo into Stripe. Tobo first. Stripe.
Absolutely.
Then we get Giga Flare 1 with AoE Sprint. In. And then we will go left. AoE Sprint. And go left now. Big damming as well. Keep moving.
We're still on A here. Move away from A. I'm going to stay at 4.
Yeah, and Floof is going in. And Jeeth.
I want to cry with happiness. That's how this is making me feel.
You like the boss next?
And sprint. Out. Out. And go. Wag into me.
Oh, it's so good.
Me. And then will be Akmons 2. Replace your stuff.
Replace.
Inside.
Oh, the strings.
Go boss when you want it, mate.
Tobo into Stripe next.
Yep.
God, that visual
in.
is terrifying.
Stripe now. Then we get Giga Flares 2 with Tank LB if we have it.
We do not
Otherwise I use my stuff. Yeah, I will use my stuff. In.
Personals as well.
And we go right. We'll go right. Go.
The thing is, the music being so epic, it'll pump you with adrenaline, and then the fight itself pumps you with adrenaline. I wouldn't be able to breathe.
Okay, and Loop in.
Actually, like one boss. I'm throwing it. I'm going to rotate into the spot, yeah? So, you'll be just over.
Jeeth going in. Ready for Exa Flares. A little bit off.
Swap on.
In. Yeah. Go. Wag into me. Me. Into Akmons 3.
It's so enjoyable to watch them or like go through this fight.
Now. And out. Big dam in 4, 3, 2, 1. Big dam. Anything you got. And Tobo into Stripe.
On edge, guys.
Stripe in. And it will be healers first. Smoking this.
I'm at B, yeah? I've gone to B instead. Just we might need to adjust. Someone needs to take the one at 3.
It's fine.
Yeah.
I'm at 3. My group is
and Brains DPS now.
Let's
fucking
go.
Kill it. Kill it.
Let's go, man!
Yes!
Oh my.
It's over. It's fucking I wasn't even looking at the boss stage. I was fucking pressing buttons.
Finally, bro.
Was this their first ever ultimate as well?
Please. Okay, we got the achievements right. I saw it.
They were like, "Is it over? Is it dead? We got an achievement, right? It's over, right?"
Holy shit, dude.
Oh my god.
Finally, the Dragon Song War is over.
What happened even?
We did it with one dead as well, bro. Holy fuck.
Oh my god, I'm shaking, dude.
Like, this would have been Echo's first ever, like, ultimate experience. Wow.
What lesson should be learned, guys?
This is unlike anything that exists. like ever. This is a totally unique experience, and this would have been their first time.
And the loss of loved
Wow.
ones shall ever darken the hearts of those left behind.
6 months.
Yet death is not the end
Blind.
of what
6
was wrong.
months. My
The memories
goodness. Right, we need to watch Jeeth. Okay, for anybody who doesn't know Jeeth, his reactions are legendary. Let me just move my face out of the way. Right, anyone who doesn't know Jeeth, his reactions are legendary. You have never seen anything like it. Like, he has the best reactions out of, like, anything. So you are in for a wild ride. Are you ready?
I take Dean Grange DPS now.
Let's fucking go.
Correct.
Let's go, man. Oh my. It's over.
I wasn't even looking at the boss stage.
He's so funny.
Oh my god, it's over.
What's happening?
Please.
Everyone else is losing their minds, and he's just. Again, oh, he kills me every time.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go, man.
Oh my.
It's over.
He's so happy right now. Oh man, I'm crying. It makes me laugh. I'm so happy right now.
We got this.
This deadpan stare at this point gets me. So this fight made Jeeth play. Oh my gosh. Wow, this is like the Angie chatting thing. Wow, I'm so happy right now. I'm having a great time. Oh man, that was so good. Oh, that made him play Final Fantasy. Wow, what a spectacle. Like, this whole thing, this whole event is just a spectacle. That's what it is. Like, I felt like I was going through the MSQ just watching the ultimate progression by the community. Isn't that nuts? That's like peak MSQ, and that's a community-made side optional content. Oh, I really want to watch the next one. But I feel like we've done nothing today, but I've also had the best day ever. I kind of want to watch the next one. Can we watch the next one? I'm so hyped. I really want to watch the next one. Okay, you don't mind? Okay.
Today,
it's just like, these are so well made, and I literally feel like I'm watching like a blockbuster film. It's so good. I'm just like, I want to watch the next one. Okay, before we start, Siobhan, not to be like a staller, but I'm gonna make a quick cup of tea. Gonna make a quick cuppa. I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. So should you. And get popcorn. All right, we'll watch the next one. I'm really excited. I'm really, really excited. Okay, all right. Right, I'll leave you with Giga Chair. I'm gonna make a cup of tea, and then I'll be back. Ugh. All right. Hello? Ah, yeah. Okay. Oh, no, wait. I left you in silence. Oh, no. There was no music playing. Why are we scattering? You are so sussy. Why are we scattering? Every time I come back, you're being very sus. That's what you're doing. Yes, sorry. Vibe off. I know. I forgot to mention as well, this month I am helping raise money for a wonderful charity, AHA, who are celebrating their 100-year anniversary this month. And heart disease is the #1 killer worldwide. So it's a really amazing cause. I'm really happy to be raising money for them this month. And if you are interested in donating, then I will do the link. Hold on. So yeah, really, really amazing cause. Like I said, it's the #1 killer worldwide. And they have raised so much money. They have helped so many people. One of the biggest charities. You can really see how many people you've helped, where the money's going, all that important stuff. It's just such a huge charity. So I'm really, really pleased to be helping celebrate their 100-year anniversary this month. Last Friday was International Women's Health Day, which was when my stream was supposed to be. But I have loads of goodies, depending on how much we raise. I've got some giveaways if we meet various incentives. So we've got lots, they've sent me lots of really cool things to give away to all of you when we hit certain incentives and donation amounts. So even if you just donate $1, it still goes a long way. If each person only donated $1, it still goes a long, long way. And you can help out. Again, it's the #1 killer worldwide. So it's really, really important. Look after your heart of yourselves and all your loved ones. Okay, the raid. Oh, I also have my Elpis. Speaking of looking after your heart, I have a cup of Elpis. Oh, we're raising money for yes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Okay, we got, no, it's not a piss bucket. Alrighty, are we ready? The raid that fractured the Final Fantasy XIV community. So this is top, which was the next ultimate. So wait, did you get 2 ultimates in Endwalker? Well, I suppose they would have intended to release an, okay, oh wow. So I suppose they would have been working on their Endwalker ultimate anyway, but it's just the Shadowbringers one that was delayed. So it just happened that it was released in Endwalker, right? Yeah, so. Wait, you'll get 2 in Dawn Trail? Yeah, but it was an unintended pattern, I think. You're supposed to have 2 each expansion. I mean, these fights look insane to develop, you know? Whoa, 2. What a spectacle that was. Imagine having 2 per expansion. Well, that would be like 1 a year, actually, when you break it down. Because isn't an expansion cycle like 2 years? Or was that WoW? But there's a certain expansion cycle, isn't there? So it's like 1 a year, which, yeah, 1 a year. I mean, yeah. Oh, 3. Oh, no. Like, there is, the thing is, as much as that would be maybe great, I feel like there is such thing as too much of a good thing. Like, would it make ultimates not feel so special if you had too many? You know what I mean? I've always felt like there's a healthy balance. Like, you love something so much, it's natural to want more, but, like, you don't want to devalue it at the same time. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I think. Alrighty. Today, I want to tell you a story about... I can't believe I left you alone with your thoughts. I'm sorry.
I want to tell you a story about Final Fantasy XIV. A tale of the raid with one of the most controversial and explosive outcomes in the game's history, the teams that faced up against it, and of kindred spirits standing triumphant.
It's Omega!
And everything you have.
It, right?
Oh my god!
Oh!
Stormblood was a transformative expansion for Final Fantasy XIV, releasing in 2017 in the wake of Heavensward's roaring success. Much of what Stormblood accomplished solidified the key pillars of the game.
Oh, and Stormblood is when they've really ramped up the mechanics, right?
Key character and political drama, and a regular weekly content structure, with 3 key endgame difficulties that players could allocate their time into, thanks to the initial introduction of Ultimate in 4.1. And while at the time, it was a fairly divisive expansion, and depending on who you talk to, even today it's considered the shunned child in the family, especially in regards to the main story. There's one department in which I think Stormblood is almost universally praised. The raids were truly peak.
Yeah, like the mechanic design really ramped up. It was something that I definitely noticed when I went through it. Butthole! Oh no, they're hot!
The Omega Raid series is by far the MMO's largest amalgamation of Final Fantasy franchise fan service in one single raid. Fan favourite monsters and villains that had been requested almost continuously since launch were crammed into almost every turn. Exdeath, Kefka, Phantom Train and more. Everyone was there. Enemies that were considered so AAA that the only way they'd be included was to one day maybe get a full raid series to themselves.
That is really cool.
And for the most part that was considered a mere pipe dream. Yet boom, Omega just pops them into existence to test your strength.
Hello.
And more than that, a lot of this raid series is so memorable to people that played at the time because it was so good. The raid tiers were not made up of diamonds in the rough, where only one or two shining examples stood out. Instead,
wait,
it was
this boss
banger
looks
after
really
banger
cool.
after banger. Maybe not
With
this
that
guy,
character.
though. When you look at tier lists or ask raiders about their favourite Savage fights, time and time again, you'll see Stormblood raids mentioned adoringly. Cool mechanics referenced in amongst zealous claims that it was just so good. So when in Endwalker, the Omega Protocol Ultimate was announced to be added to the game in patch 6.3, expectations were through the roof.
So epic!
A minstrel's retelling of one of the game's most beloved raid series, coming out directly after Dragon Song's reprise, one of the most adored capstone moments in FF14's community lore, and the hardest encounter in the game thus far to boot. This new ultimate was positioned to be unforgettable. This race wasn't like the others. This race was different. What was to come was the most controversial race in the game's history.
Really?
With an outcome so hotly disputed that Square Enix...
Okay, so the last complaints were they've added a checkpoint. This has ruined my life. What are the complaints this time? We'll not recognise that team as the true world first concerning instances of unfair play. Oh, okay, so it's not complaining about the instance. Okay, what's the controversy then?
Themselves got involved. A raid so difficult that it was claimed afterwards to be so hard that it would not be clearable in a party finder setting without resorting to the use of third-party
Mathematically
tools.
impossible.
This fight will be the first fight in Final Fantasy where third party will be mandatory.
As I'm recording this voiceover, this is also the most recent ultimate added to the game. Without another on the horizon for at least another year, it leaves somewhat of a sour taste in the mouths of the FF14 community on the whole. In order to be battle ready for an ultimate encounter, players have roughly one patch of game time in order to gear up to the current best in slot, meaning that they need to gather weekly capped homestones as well as clear and farm the most recently released Savage tier for weapons and equipment that are essential to even attempt. For the Omega Protocol, this tier was Abyssos, which was tight enough that many groups struggled to meet it, even without deaths. Traditionally in FF14, having one or two players that were on the weaker side in terms of damage capability was never a huge handicap, as checks were lenient enough to let most competent groups through if they had a clean pull. But certain encounters in Abyssos demanded both. They demanded that you had a clean pull and that all 8 players were performing their rotations at a very high level. Job balance was also just a tiny bit off, and this tight check exacerbated the issue, leading to a handful of jobs becoming flat out undesirable for week 1 progression if you are aiming to clear. The expectation was that top would be a step down from DSR, and a step down from the checks present in Abyssos, in much the same way that Ultima Weapon Ultimate had felt like a small step back from the unending coil of Bahamut. DSR had been over 20 minutes long all in all, and required close to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough fight to follow, right?
Tight damage checks, back-to-back precise execution mechanics, and
Set the
unforgiving
bar
pacing were rampant.
Omega
it was
high.
considered an impossibility that the newest encounter could be somehow harder. Many World Race groups didn't expect to need more than a week of paid time off work in order to complete progression, and they allocated their time accordingly. Speaking of the teams, let's introduce a few of them now, and as others pop up later on, I'll give you proper breakdowns. Kindred are a world racing group that rose to prominence across Endwalker, consistently being one of the first streaming teams to cross the finish line, which eventually culminated in their stream-first Abyssos clear.
Let's go!
Get out of here!
Let's go!
Ooh! Right, the
They were a
name
clear
Bagel
favourite going
Goose is
into
the
the
best
Omega
name ever.
Protocol, and they were expected to be one of the places to watch to see new phases and mechanics showcased. Kryle were the group that were the first on Twitch to clear Dragon Songs.
This is
Reprise,
Arthur's
featuring popular
team.
FF14 streamer Arthur's.
Yeah.
Nice LB, nice LB! Yes, sir!
And they too would be racing this time around. This Japanese-speaking roster were also expected to perform very well, and alongside Kindred, these were the two streaming groups with the highest expectations riding on their performances.
I want to cheer them on as well. Like, I've just watched this video. I didn't see the original race. Like, I didn't see it live. But, like, now that I'm seeing and I'm noticing, like, team names and team players, like, I want to root for them too. I'm like, oh my God, it's Kryle. And, like, I don't know, you become a fan and it becomes such a big part of it, doesn't it? Like, you see your favorite teams again and you see your favorite players and it's just like, it's such a spectacle. It's amazing. Oh,
As
I
is
can't
true in
wait
practically
for
every
like when I can
online
experience this
group-centric game
current
ever.
and live.
Groups form, disband and remake, with a lot of the same faces shuffling amongst one another. Pairs and trios and partial groups sticking together for years on end, while others come and go. The period between DSR and the Omega Protocol had been tumultuous for Thoughts Per Second, long considered the best group in the world.
Oh,
before they
Thoughts
were
Per
dethroned
Second.
by
Oh,
Netherlands in
Sphere!
6.1.
So Thoughts Per Second, they were the one who got the world first for the DSR tier, right? I think. But I thought that was Neverland. No, it was Neverland, wasn't it? Okay, Neverland got the third first. So Sphere is in Thoughts Per Second. Okay, I thought the Sphere was in Neverland. T? Yes, I have a T right here. Yes. I'm joking. Oh yeah, this is Swag in Echo, right.
Having disbanded as a result, with numerous members stepping back from the game in general or moving on to
It's
new
not a
challenges,
bucket.
the remainders of TPS had reformed with a few new additions, and whilst they and Neverland would not be streaming, both would be competing for that coveted first place finish once more. I don't intend on covering non-streaming groups in too much detail in this video, because I feel like it detracts from the story I'm telling, but there is one more non-stream group that I absolutely need to introduce it. There's a Japanese group that managed to claim world first in Abyssos, and their name was, ironically, unnamed. Remember that name.
That's a good name.
Yeah. And they, alongside countless other dedicated world progression groups, were getting in their final sessions of preparation and counting down the days until January 24th, 2023.
It's like one
It was
time I
natural
called
to
my
practice
team.
by rerunning the old Omega
I'm so
Savage
edgy.
fights, using them both as a memory refresher of challenges that could be incorporated in the upcoming encounter, and as a good way to stay in practice. But in the weeks leading up to the Omega Protocol's release, when preparatory patch files had been added, something really interesting happened. Certain parts of encounters, best showcased by Final Omega here, just broke. Let's show a side-by-side comparison versus how it looked after the patch files had been installed and the way the fight had been intended. A number of essential telegraphs and visual indicators just disappeared. What could this mean in relation to Ultimate? With that question swirling around, game time was approaching, and nobody knew quite what Square Enix had in store for them. All that was universally agreed upon was that the final Ultimate of Endwalker would no doubt be a race to remember.
Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. I love this song. Wait. Oh no. I'm gonna hate it. Oh no. Wait, hang on a minute. I did like this song. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Is this Ultimate's equivalent of E?
The Omega Protocol opens to the muted backing music of Deltascape, throwing you immediately into the fray against Omega in its beetle form. This isn't the start anybody was really anticipating. This form of Omega was the boss in 011, as in the penultimate turn of the entire
how are we
raid
starting
series.
with kind of
Would
the
Omega
end?
summoned creations appear in later phases? Or would they not be featuring at all?
Boss, that is
They
strange.
made up 10 of 12 fights in the original raid, so it felt a little from left field if they didn't see inclusion in some way. If they weren't featuring, how on earth would Square Enix manage to stretch Omega across an entire Ultimate? There wasn't much time to scratch heads and ponder though, because the moment instances successfully loaded, the very first top pulls begun. Almost immediately, Omega began casting Program Loop, the dreaded mechanic set to plague every single pull for the next 1,000 or more. Towers spawned in seemingly random positions.
1,000
tethers spewed
pulls?
forth from the boss, and players were marked with first, second, third, or fourth in line on their debuff bar, and all of this was in sets of 2. 2 tethers, 2 towers, and 2 of each number on the list. Everyone also gets a special looper buff. When the tethers go off, they explode for a pretty massive circular AoE around whoever they're attached to, reducing the maximum HP of anyone inside by 99%. To prevent the raid from going boom to a tower, a player with the looper buff needs to soak it, and it'll do a decent chunk of damage to them in the process.
Pro loopers.
These tower and tether pairs happen 4 times, back to back. The resolution of this on paper is very simple. Each player will need to take a tower and a tether at some point in the mechanic, but they need to space out the tower taking and tether grabbing in order for the debuffs and the damage to not overlap and cause what we in the industry like to call a series of unfortunate events. So the 3s would take the first tethers, and the 1s would take the first towers, and they would continue sequentially like that.
Remember, we got first through fourth in line, take your inline number, that's the tower, add 2 to it, that's your tether.
What made this mechanic
You've lost
such a
me.
constant hurdle was also what makes people dislike Phase 1 even in farm to this very day. The mechanic had so much randomization and
Oh, it's so
intrinsic
cute.
messiness that it just required a lot of focus in every single pull from the very beginning. You needed to remember on every single cycle if you had a job, what that job was, and then coordinate with the other random player who had the same job as you at the time. If you didn't have a job, you needed to get out of the way without accidentally yoinking a tether or standing in a pulse, which can be harder than it sounds. Healers had to spot heal the right people at the right time, and the people they needed to triage changed every pull. It was one of those mechanics which was just an absolute mess, and it felt like the only initial successes were due to players pulling through by the skin of their teeth thanks to some intense adjusting. In time though, priority systems were developed, and a level of comfort was found. But it wasn't the easy autopilot mechanic that many come to expect from the first minute or so of encounters. It took focus and awareness, and it became quickly tiring when it needed to be played out correctly for 15 plus hours per day.
Wow, yeah, that is a lot.
Speaking of consistency.
So this
Panther
fight
Crater
feels very
immediately
front-loaded.
follows this, a souped-up rendition of Omega's pinnacle mechanic.
Wait, we're
from
in phase
its original
1.
iteration in 011.
Wait, we're
Players
in phase
once
1.
again get the funny numbers from the previous mechanic.
But this is so
time,
hard!
they'll also get a rocket debuff and a debuff signifying
This is
they've been
phase 1.
targeted by a stack. Players would split into groups of 4, dodging the rotating
What is happening
flamethrower
right now?
AoEs as a party, and ideally surviving the absolute chaos of circular puddles dropping on players. When your rocket debuff timer got low, you needed to get the hell away from everybody else, or bad things would happen. Wait.
Oh.
And otherwise, you needed to stay mostly grouped up in order to survive the 3-man stacks going off at the same time. There were a million ways to solve this, and while some were definitely more effective than others, it was clear that this entire phase, at its core, was all about synergizing your movement with the rest of the party and quickly adjusting to debuffs effectively. From among the 4 running stream groups, almost everyone had slight differences between their strategies, and some chose all-out chaos instead. I don't have swear.
I would choose chaos. Wait.
Run.
That'd be me!
Oh shit, I did.
Healing here was tight. This was at a time before healing ranges were increased, so propagating heal was...
Hold on, that would be me going... Look. Sorry.
Oh shit, I did.
Healing here was tight. This was at a time before healing ranges were increased, so propagating your mitigation and healing to the light party on the other side of the room could be tricky, leading to many electing to stack almost every mitigation to avoid accidents. After this came Omega's third and final mechanic. This one, thankfully, was simple. Huge, repetitive tankbuster cleaves splashed on the 2 furthest players, while the remaining 6 get targeted in sets of 3 by random line AoEs. You could solve this by adjusting, and this was what early pro groups did, but fairly quickly, the most lazy strat imaginable was developed.
Stand and let thing resolve.
It was brutal.
What does that
but
mean?
At least it was quick. The entire phase from start to enrage was merely 2 minutes long, but it was quickly discovered that these checks were definitely not the big step back from those present in DSR and Abyssos as
What do you mean stand and let the mechanic resolve?
These damage requirements were tight. If you somehow managed to recover a death without the mechanics themselves spelling your doom, you'd fall victim to Omega's atomic ray shortly afterwards, instantly wiping the pull. And because the entire phase before it was so full of randomization in your positioning, a lot of the burden of the success or failure quickly fell to the healers, because they had the most limiting movement in most compositions, and they had to deal with triage. They were by far the most negatively affected by bad patterns or mishaps in terms of damage contribution, and those groups with healers that could quickly adapt were the ones to push closer to transition the fastest. With a limit break 1 dumped that would surely need to be saved later, but keeping that was a problem for the future, one group managed to break the barrier first. BRB Chinese New Year, the group featuring comfy streamer Stahl as well as Koya Koneko from the stream, first clear of the Epic of Alexander. This was a static full of faces that were no strangers to the Final Fantasy XIV World Prog scene, and they were proving their caliber here, just as they've done in the past, by being the first to pull ahead of the pack and see the transition to Phase 2.
Oh?
Everyone watch out.
Your bus.
Oh, I love their VTuber model.
Get it!
Wait, was that them? That was the cutest thing I've ever heard. What was that squeak? Oh, so cute. Oh.
In a bold attempt to understand the source of our power, Omega reconfigures into humanoid shapes, taking the form of Omega M and F, and together, they will be your next opponents. Just like in the original Raid series, Omega M and F open up the phase with a defensive firewall, affecting each player with a packet filter. You can only deal damage to the Omega form that you do not have an active packet filter for, in essence splitting the raid in half and preventing you from dealing cleave damage aside from those first few essential GCDs. Once the filter is in place and one terrifying pair of tank busters later, Omega leads into its first major mechanic, one which I feel somewhat sets the pace for this ultimate and acts as both the first real wall and a standout example of why top was said to be truly unique in terms of difficulty: party synergy.
This is a time when Xenos' chat really makes me laugh. The stream's down. Mini F, the stream. The stream is gone. Excuse me, streamer, you're in the middle of progress, but the stream has gone off. It's off now.
My top was said to be truly unique in terms of difficulty: party synergy.
Right, so spread out and try and get a good view.
You see those two females.
Oh my god, what is happening here?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just keep going now.
As soon as the bosses become untargetable, you're bombarded by visual overload. PlayStation markers, tethers connecting players in the party together, the appearance of Omega's eye on the outside of the arena, Omega M, F, and numerous clones, all spawning in tandem. And on top of that, there's party list buffs, and some of the spawned Omegas have unique signature weapons or forms Swords, shields, staves, or scythe legs,
Oh my gosh,
which will correspond
that is so
to
cool.
different shaped arena floor hazards. Let's just say that the cast name of Party Synergy was very apt.
I feel like
because
whenever you
this
see those
mechanic was going to
PlayStation
be a
markers,
trial
it's
and
over
half.
for you.
After
They're a
quickly
bad
avoiding
sign.
the floor hazards,
You should
which
panic
go off
when
just
you see
a
them.
little too quick to be comfortable, you need to find the eye quickly because it's about to beam straight through the middle of the arena, rendering only small sections to its left and right side.
What is happening
safe.
here?
If only it was so simple to just scatter to the sides though. From the debuff
We can
list,
scatter.
the party will either have mid glitch or remote glitch, meaning that they need to be either far away or a medium distance away from their tether partner, the one which shares a PlayStation symbol with them. Because each will explode for a small circular AoE around them on the resolution of this, it was exceptionally tight in terms of positioning, and thanks to the glitch debuffs in place, it was finicky too, and can be very difficult to quickly discern exactly how far or how close you needed to be without a lot of practice. And I mean a lot.
You're right. Now activating mechanic, all of them.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
If this were the end of Party Synergy, it would feel fast and punishing but very manageable. But this was only the halfway point. After this, even more clones spawn, and you're once again tasked with deciphering the mess of information. Without a trained eye, it felt impossible to quickly understand and digest. And Omega
There's
F in
so
the middle
much
of the
happening.
room is about to knock back the raid, and you need to fulfill the requirements
Wow!
of mid and far
That
glitch.
movement is so precise. Sorry, you're stacking, getting knocked back, also maintaining the tethers. Do you see this? I'm sure
It
you.
felt
I mean,
impossible.
let me just sprout explain as somebody who's never seen this fight. Let me just talk to all of you who have already seen it. Did you see that?
To quickly understand and digest.
Wow,
And Omega F
that
in
was
the middle
the
of the room is about to
precision.
knock
Look at
back
this,
the
look.
raid,
And
you
they
need to
maintain
fulfill
their
the
tethers
requirements
and
of mid
on
and
their-
far glitch
Oh.
once more, adjusting at random to ensure that the two new stack markers are split between both light parties, and that those light parties are in the tiny safe spots, avoiding the, once again, too quick
I mean, it
to be
looks
comfortable
epic.
AoEs from the new Omega clones.
Wow.
If I went into the priority systems and trial and error the forerunning groups had to go through in order to solve Party Synergy, I'd be here all day, because this mechanic wasn't merely a wall. It was one of the most difficult mechanics the game had ever seen up
This is
until this
nuts.
point. Everything felt just a little too fast and too precise compared to what came before it, and the only way to consistently get through was to bash your head against it until it became muscle memory. With so many possible permutations and so much information that needed to be quickly distinguished and acted upon, people who couldn't react quickly became immediately apparent. The saving grace was that this occurred so early into the fight that it was quick to get back there after a wipe to keep on practicing.
Wait, this is the start of the fight.
It was at
Wait,
this point
hold
that
up.
the community was realizing just what they'd gotten into.
Wait.
If every phase was as difficult as what had been shown so far, this ultimate was set to be the most difficult ever. A cut above even Dragon Song's Reprise. Everybody was stuck here for a while. Viewers would hop streams to find a good pull, but without fail, for a good solid period of time, even if they came close, one part of the hurdle would trip them, they'd go boom, and then suffer the loading screen back to Phase 1. Kindred and Otternuts were two groups here at the forefront, both trading cleaner and cleaner attempts between one another, getting one player through, then a few, until eventually Otternuts managed to sneak through and see the cast of Limitless Synergy. Not to be easily beaten though, Kindred caught them up merely a dozen minutes later.
Oh fuck.
Wow,
Wild
that's-
pitch.
There's
This looks like a bust.
Sort
Change tethers, and yeah, an AoE. Sagittarius Serum.
The race was on. Otternuts were a group that had been slowly
Otternuts.
rising to prominence across the last handful of races, building their pieces carefully, honing their collective experience, and at last, this was their time to shine. Featuring ex-RuneScape streamer I Trolled You, who was the main POV for them here, Otternuts had finally found their special sauce. As Limitless Synergy begins, the packet filter in place drops, meaning that both M and F can be freely attacked. Or can they? Almost instantly, Omega F begins channeling her enrage, Laser Shower, with a 1 minute long cast. Slowly but surely, your doom comes. And Omega M jumps to her defense, laying down Passage of Arms and protecting her from all incoming attacks. If you want to thwart her plans, you're going to need to go through him, more clones take shape around the arena edges, ready to attack. One of the clones will begin to execute a Sagittarius arrow, a mimicry of Bard's Limit Break at a random party member, which must be avoided whilst the two tanks need to simultaneously grab, bait, and cool down heavy,
this fight is nuts.
Optimized blade
I thought the previous one was nuts. It's getting worse.
Should you survive this onslaught from 3 of the Omega copies, then follows optimized Meteor, marking 3 random players with flares, which deal heavy damage when they eventually go off. And yet another M clone prepares beyond defense. One by one, the clones mount their assaults, each a heavy limit break level attack by its own right. Beyond defense will have the clone leap on one of the closest players to them at random, then quickly combos it with Pile Pitch, a group stack on the closest target at the time. The person that took the initial beyond defense leap must quickly shuffle out of danger or they'll be insta-killed, and the rest of the party needs to stack in to take their place. Then comes the final part of this foray. A pair of clones will flank Omega F as she continues to prepare Laser Shower, and they will both cast Cosmo Memory. This hit in Savage was absolutely terrifying to behold, and in Ultimate it's no different. Shields and mitigators necessary is an understatement. With all their tricks surpassed, there was nothing left. It was just a pure race against time. What would finish first? Laser Shower? Or the boss's HP bars?
So tense.
And during those first handful of attempts
an epic
where
mechanic.
players fell or hadn't built up a full understanding of the sequence of events they just slogged through, the only HP bars that ended up empty were the parties. Eventually though, the gap was shortened. While this didn't happen right away, fairly early on, it was deduced that actually, those 3 flares didn't do as much damage as you'd expect by any means. It wasn't just possible to survive them, it was possible to stack them up on the party and take all 3 to the face.
Wait, no way. This is so clever from the devs as well. This is them like really kind of like, oh, you think you need to dodge all the mechanics. Oh, you know what? They're not going to hit that hard. So you can like, because you wouldn't think to do that, would you? It's like another layer of puzzle solving. Like, hang on a minute, this doesn't hit as hard as we expect. Wait, you're supposed to stack them? Like, it's so good seeing the devs kind of like outplay the players in a way like this. It's so fun.
Every single mitigation on top of each other. Because Cosmo Memory,
unless this isn't meant to be how it was intended, but I still, if it was meant to be as intended, that's really cool.
Cover both hits, reducing the strain of the phase immensely.
Unless you're not supposed to do it.
What was the real difference maker from the outset was that right at the end of the phase, 2-minute raid buffs become available, meaning that if you got there with everyone alive, you could rely on a huge surge of damage to help you with that final push should you need it. But this was a temporary measure, as it would mean that you then couldn't carry them into whatever came next. There was a risk to using them here in the long term without thought, but in the short term, it gave them the push they needed. Kindred capitalized on a good pull, sent their 2 minutes, and played their very best. And at last, with that, Omega MNF fell, and the group that slayed them got to see Phase 3 for the very first time.
Yes, please.
Let's go.
You had to use every mitigation possible.
Shield and mid. Yeah, do your single target. Do your single target.
My thing is in 1 second.
Oh,
Okay, so this is the first transition scene now.
Oh,
what the?
Kind of. This was where the stakes began to rise. This is where the race started to get really interesting.
What? Uh-oh. Final analysis. Uh-oh. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega.
Once more, Omega momentarily returns into goop and begins to reconfigure. It concludes that the humanoid forms were maybe not best suited for strength after all, and instead chooses another, more monstrous form. As it begins to take shape, its defense systems whir into action, pulsing AoEs that need to be dodged out from the middle of the room, catching the unaware Kindred off guard. Players are marked with debuffs, signifying they'll be hit shortly by various sniper cannon shots.
Oh no!
They must spread
get down!
or
Get
make
down!
2-man stacks, while dodging the pulsing AoEs and attacks by the arm units that Omega sent out. If somebody accidentally gets clipped, the sniper shots ricochet, blasting other party members with collateral damage and forcing you to limp into the next phase.
Ooh.
We were here. Phase 3. Final Omega. Well, that's new. Is that supposed to happen?
Wait, what?
Turns out that as Omega reconfigured itself, it forgot to properly bug test before going live because a fairly nasty bug reared its head right here. As a small spoiler, this would not be the last bug that would appear during the race either.
Oh no!
As soon as Omega became targetable, it would instantly auto-attack. And if it happened to hit a healer or DPS with that auto-attack...
Wait, this is a bug in Final Fantasy XIV? Oh, it's a bug. You know what? We have to deal with this all the time in WoW. Hang on a minute. Do you know how many times I've been hit because I'm closest to the boss? This is the norm in WoW, okay? We just have to deal with it. Oh, it's just a bug for us. Oh yeah? We have to deal with this bug all the time. It is a bug in WoW, but it's just so common. Like, there are so many. It is a feature in WoW. It's no longer a bug anymore.
There was a high chance that player would just immediately die because of how much damage it did.
That is the most annoying bug ever, by the way.
Design. In Final Fantasy XIV, traditionally, when an aggro reset occurs and a boss becomes targetable, it's pretty standard for the boss to wait around for a couple of seconds before attacking,
it doesn't do
allowing
that
proper
well. It just
aggro
hits
to be
the first
established, so situations like this did not occur. But for some reason, that wasn't the case here. There were even moments where Final Omega would decide it had a grudge against a specific player, spin 180 degrees, and bonk them to death. There were certainly ways around this, but they were janky and they shouldn't have been necessary in the first place. Having the tank position themselves inside the hitbox,
what job do we hate the most?
Directly in the boss line of sight as it spawns, and having them spam tab and provoke to quickly evoke the boss became standard, as the rest of the party nervously congregated around the back and sides, hoping that everything went smoothly. As an aside, a few days later this bug would be fixed, but not without leaving its mark in Raider Psyche's first. While it made sense that the natural progression after M and F would be to see Final Omega, this certainly felt strange on the whole from a pacing perspective. We were merely 5 minutes into the encounter timer at this point.
This is 5 minutes of play! All this is happening in the space of 5 minutes! This is 5 minutes! What? This is all happening in the space of 5 minutes! What? I don't know why I'm laughing, because I'm going to do this fight at some point, so really I'm just giving myself horrible karma, but...
All 3 Omega forms had shown their faces.
Oh no!
What on earth was yet to come in this ultimate? We still had probably 2/3 of its runtime left to go, and it felt unlikely that the summoned trials from earlier Savage turns would feature at this point. Viewers and players alike were excited to surge forward through this phase and see what would happen next. If there's one mechanic that everybody was equal parts excited for and dreading in this phase, it was the inevitable reveal of Hello World. This mechanic in O12S was infamous, combining overwhelming debuff vomit with numerous timers and requiring you to decipher, solve, and adjust. And in the Omega Protocol, it was the very first thing you were hit with. As the Hello World cast ends, each player receives 3 to 5 debuffs, making your buff bar an absolute mess. I'm not going to list every single one of them and what they do here, because a lot of these debuffs have very little effect on what you actually need to do in order to progress. But I'll give you a few tantalizing examples that the first groups had to break down and figure out.
This is nuts.
Critical performance bug, latent synchronization bug, cascade in latent...
Wait, is that why there were bugs in the encounter? Because the boss is a robot and the bugs are part of the fight?
Defect, code smells, local regression, you know, nice obvious stuff. You could never accuse Square Enix of being obtuse. In terms of what actually happens, one cycle of Hello World plays out as follows. 2 players get blue rot debuffs and 2 players get red rots. Rot is passed via touch, like some incredibly viral disease, and if you trade it to the wrong person or at the wrong time, it's going to cause a wipe.
spreading viruses.
You need to trade it to a very specific person, and at the right time
very
to allow
thematic.
them to carry
I love it.
as long as they need to, and then move away as on expiration rots detonate a circular AoE around the player that had them. Rots will also have either a shared debuff or a deformation debuff, which is a huge circle AoE when it goes off, so they'll need to either stack with another player or spread away. There will be 2 tethers connecting pairs of non-rot characters together. One of them will be a blue remote tether, and the other will be a green and red multicolored local tether. Blue tether pops when you move too far away from one another, and the green-red tether pops when you move too close. They take a while to activate, so you have a little bit of time to get into position. You will need to pop both of these tethers before they expire, but they do heavy damage and also apply a vuln for a handful of seconds, meaning that you need to space out the tether snaps amongst the other mechanics in the phase in order to survive both the incoming damage and the debuffs. Lastly, there's these 4 huge puddles that you may have noticed, 2 red ones and 2 blue ones, and they must be soaked by a rot of the same colour to avoid an instant wipe. So all of these components and debuffs and timers, tethers and rots and stacks, they all come together into a little dance for players to perform. Rots rotate into their puddles, avoiding other players along the way. The 2 people with the blue tether will go between the puddle occupied by the rot colour that has stacks, and green-red tethers will stretch their tether to the outer sides of the deformation-occupied puddles. Once the puddles, stacks and deformations go off, rots will pass to their nearest tether player, and tethers will snap, one after another, ensuring to wait for that uncomfortable vulnerability to drop off and for healing, but as fast as possible besides that. All of this constitutes one single cycle of Hello World. One single cycle of a total of 4. That's right, you have to juggle all of this 4 times in total, in which each player will at some point get to do every possible job.
Great,
if you're having trouble remembering all that, here's a little song that Kindred spectators cooked up to help you remember.
Red is defamation. Red is defamation. Pass rot, pop green, watch the rots. Red is defamation. Towers 2. Pass rot, pop green, watch the rots. This is Towers 3. Red is defamation. Pass rot, pop green, watch the rots. This is the last set. Party is going to blue. Red is defamation. You can pass through each other freely.
What?
Blue, watch the rots.
What? This makes it easier. Oh yeah, this makes it easier. All I'm hearing is what do you mean?
Party stack.
The thing about Hello World
is
that
I get
once
it now.
It's
fine.
solved,
Nope,
surprisingly, it's actually the most relaxed first half of a phase in the Omega Protocol thus far.
This is crazy.
Because you get to practice every responsibility in every pull, a random targeting mechanic becomes one that isn't frustrating to learn. It's quick to get reps on, and consistent once you become comfortable with a specific cycle to do it correctly every time. The main challenges were healing, because the arena was so absolutely
looks very
massive and
relaxing.
individuals
I
were
agree.
spread
Look how
far and
relaxing
wide.
this is.
Propagating shields and mitigation could be tough. The regularly used solution here was to let the healers inch deeper inside the boss hitbox in order to cast their essential triage. But this meant, if they had rot, they were another dangerous hazard to avoid. Speaking of main challenges, rots. If there's something that makes people just compulsively need to stand on top of each other in FF14, it's when they have a debuff that prevents them from doing so. Accidental rot trading caused a lot of wipes here for early progression groups.
Oh, because you're dodging all the chaos, and then you also have to look at where everyone else is.
Consistent traffic rules. Soon enough, a clean 4 cycles was successfully carried out. As the groups crept through Hello World in one piece, they were quickly met by Iron of Flux, a heavy raid wide, which would follow into the second major mechanical onslaught of the phase. One interesting
Sludgy
thing of note,
tentacles.
though, was that there were leftover debuffs, debuggers still affecting each player, and they had not dropped. It was clear that they weren't needed yet, but would they be utilised in some way a little later down the road? Usually once a mechanic is fully resolved, the debuffs relating to that mechanic will drop or expire, but in this case they just hadn't. It was food for thought, at least. So it's time we take a little break from progression to talk about another issue a few groups were becoming aware they were having. Kirana's Tivoli, a long-standing European staple in the world prog scene, were the ones to initially bring attention to it. The core of this group existed and have been solidly playing together since all the way back in Heavensward, And they were also streaming, because I was in the group streaming the race.
I was gonna
Let's
say,
watch
isn't
clip.
this
Do you
Rinon? Isn't this who made this video?
notice anything funny? That's right, those are the buffs from abilities and raid buffs missing on a player in the party. They have a 100% chance to hit, and this should absolutely never happen with no exceptions whatsoever. Except there is an exception. Final Fantasy XIV has a maximum number of buffs or debuffs that any player, NPC, or enemy can have active on them at any one time. You'll never hit that in
I know
general
where this
purpose
is going.
gameplay, because how would you? But there were specific instances with large-scale player counts where especially boss buff caps could happen in the past, the most egregious of which being Delubrum Reginate and its Savage version. Well, thanks to all those little bugs Omega infected everyone with, in party comps that used a very heavy raid buff stack, or even healing jobs like Sage which applied a number of buffs in their healing and mitigation, it was possible to hit that cap. And while in the past it could be an annoyance, here, in content with tightly tuned DPS and mitigation checks, losing your Riddle of Fire, or your Astro cards, or your bloody shields could be a death sentence. This caused a number of job changes among some of the groups that were deep into P3, as they didn't want to deal with the frustration of having their fate out of their own control.
Yeah, because
okay,
you wouldn't...
back to Prog. Next came monitors, another mechanic that
you
was
wouldn't
present
gain your
in
buff
Savage.
because you
In
had too many.
O12S, the boss will point its hands.
Yeah, but did they think about just right-clicking the buff or debuff off? Like, just click it off. What's the issue? That's how you deal with debuffs. Just click them off.
The direction, visually displaying monitors, and the tanks need to soak the hits as it targets two players in its cone of vision. Interestingly, this was one of the mechanics affected by the visual bug that we saw before proc. In top, that concept is the same. Omega is still cleaving half of the room, and two players still need to soak it to survive.
Visually,
but three
this is
random people are
captivating.
also affected with monitors of their own. And
Like,
those
look at
three
this.
guys have each got to hit 2 and only 2 people with their monitors, because if you get hit twice, you die. Like almost everything else in this fight, when the monitors went off, you needed to be spaced out as you'd be hit for an AoE around yourself. This led to some tight positioning requirements, the ability to quickly adjust and good control of your angling if you're a monitor yourself. It didn't help, but for many, 2-minute raid buffs were up here, and because your monitor would aim based on your facing, you had to be very, very careful. And after this, unceremoniously, Final Omega led straight into its Enrage cast.
Okay.
That was lucky.
That was very, very lucky.
That's fucking. I don't even have time to pass this.
Says every back mage ever.
It turned out that those 2 minutes I mentioned at the end of the previous phase were about to become very relevant, because in order to meet the check here, you either needed to carry those buffs over to this part of the encounter, giving you 2 uses to chunk Final Omega, or you needed to burn a DPS limit break 3. Without one of these being fulfilled, this early into release, it was practically impossible to pass. And so, once more came the execution war. Top was tight. Everybody needed to be on point, clean, and execute their rotations optimally. I've mentioned it before, but I just want to stress that this Ultimate's DPS check was just far beyond anything before it. It wasn't insurmountable, but it certainly pushed groups to find those GCDs of optimization where they could, those tight positionals, and cut back on those overheals. And Kindred pushed through the barrier first, cutting short Final Omega's Enrage cast.
This is crazy.
I got Swift. I get him.
Kill him.
DPS.
Just DPS.
Yeah, this is easy. This is free.
Block, spread. Yeah, go ahead and spread and animate that we still have.
Maybe.
This is really close.
Oh, come on.
They
Oh,
did
come
it.
on. Wait, is this it? Oh my
Wait,
gosh.
this is it. They did it.
Initiating system shutdown. This is the first time we've seen this live. You were here,
He's
chat.
back.
Oh my gosh.
Can we get
Okay,
audio
so
on this?
Pause.
Resurrects. Defeat unacceptable.
Oh,
like
stack
some light
stack
party
lines,
set.
light
Laser
parties.
stack.
Whoa!
Oh.
Look at it!
As its body crumbles beneath it at the end of Phase 3 from your battle, its systems beginning to initiate shutdown, Omega refuses to accept this as the outcome of its testing. It couldn't just fall like this. That was unacceptable. This is where the Omega Protocol deviates from the plotline of the source material, with Omega rebooting, removing its inhibitors, and continuing the fight against you, regardless of its structural integrity. The phase begins mere seconds after the previous ends, and both in mechanical complexity and in length, this is the shortest and most simple in the entirety of this fight.
Oh yeah, this looks simple, yeah.
Blasts in the background, reaching its crescendo, wave cannons shoot from the boss, thick line AoEs that target each player, requiring them to spread. As these go off, 2 random players will get line stack markers, and they'll need to stack together in spots that no player initially occupied.
This fight
has
has
the wave cannons
like
will shoot a second
precision point
the same positions
positioning
where they initially struck.
the entire way
pulsing
through
circular
so far.
AoE originating from Omega that players saw in the transition to Phase
like
3
pixel
reoccurs here, instantly killing anyone
perfect.
that's caught within it. This mechanical combination happens 3 times in a row, with shifting timings of dodging the pulsing circles and wave cannons, and each individual hit deals high damage to players. Because everyone is spread, shields need to be carefully applied as players come together for the 2 stacks, and then enough defensives needs to be given to them as they spread once more to set them up to take the next incoming hit. Once you survive the 3 sets, dodging into the wave repeater's pulse, Omega casts blue screen, wiping the raid. Reset. The first groups sped through this phase, taking only a handful of pulls to reach blue screen. The epic nature and fast pace, combined with the music, felt like a culmination of
Who is
everything
playing
that-
Black Mage on this fight? Who is playing Black Mage? I just want to talk. Like, hang on a minute. What? In a fight with this much movement and craziness and pixel perfect positioning, who is playing Black Mage? Oh my gosh, that is so skillful. My word. Wow, I'm just like, I mean, I'm blown away by everyone who's competing in Race the World First Ultimates, but still, I feel like Black Mage, because of how punishing it is and how like difficult it is to optimize while progressing a crazy fight like this, I'm just like, whoa.
Come so far, and it definitely got the adrenaline pumping, but despite the speedy prog, no one even came close to passing through the phase. For most, the boss was still sitting at 30 to 40% HP when enraged, even when the party got there fairly cleanly. It was too tight. It felt impossible to chunk off so much additional HP. Something was wrong. It was at this point.
Wait, we're watching the Black Mage.
Discuss,
This is the Black
was
Mage,
this
right?
the puzzle
No?
mechanic
maybe
of the
not.
Omega Protocol? Was there some additional necessary mechanic to prevent a failure state? In
Wait, hold on.
past
I
ones,
was fixating on the Black Mage.
so
Sorry, let
much
me go back a little
additional
bit.
HP. Something was wrong. It was at this point that the community began to discuss. Was this the puzzle mechanic of the Omega Protocol? Was there some additional necessary mechanic to prevent a failure state? In past Ultimates, some form of puzzle mechanic at some point was fairly standard. In UCOP, you had to push Bahamut below a certain threshold to avoid his damage up in final phase. Uwu had 3 entire Primal Awakenings to deal with, T had the Enigma Codex, and DSR had a rewind and the requirement to not kill Thordan late in the fight. It was only natural that Top had one too, and because this felt like such an insurmountable wall, it made sense that this would be it. A tank LB was attempted to mitigate blue screen, no dice.
We summoned the
At this point, Neverland, the group that hadn't been streaming, but had been tracking
What are
their
FF
progress
logs?
via the FF Logs competition page, reached Phase 5, promptly vanishing from the race page within moments as they did.
Wait, what?
5. Half screen, no dice. At this point, Neverland, the group that hadn't been streaming, but had been tracking their progress via the FF Logs competition page, reached Phase 5, promptly vanishing from the race page within moments as they did.
It's exciting though.
This happens in WoW, where that tracking is turned off and the access to logs is not allowed, and it's usually when a team will go dark. Liquid do that fairly often. And they'll turn, you know, the Warcraft logs tracking off and everything. Interesting. I wonder why. Because I don't think you would be able to see anything anyway, right?
No. We now have confirmation that Neverland is in Phase 5.
They'd clearly
Wonder
figured
why
out
they would
something
turn
that
it
the
off.
others hadn't quite yet. They'd been stuck on blue screen for no less than 20 hours, according to the page.
20
so the solution
hours?
couldn't be simple. It was time to think.
So I know you can
Theories were
figure out.
abound from
So you with logs anyway, with World of Warcraft logs, you have to gain access to the logs, like they're private logs. Like you have to physically be granted access to have them. And even when a team goes dark, they still log. It's just your progress isn't tracked. So like they're still logging, so they still need the powerful analytical tool through logging to work out, stuff. But nobody else can see like what your best pull is, or there are certain things that can't be tracked. But I don't know how they work in Final Fantasy logs. Like I assume it's the same thing. You can't just go into another team's logs and see exactly what they've done. If you can do that, it makes sense to turn the logs off. But usually it's so that people can't track where you are, what stage of the fight you are. You can see the best pull and group comp. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, then you don't really want to give away anything. Happens sometimes. I mean, Liquid do it. I think Echo did it once. And then I think they got flamed and there was outrage. But then I think after that, Liquid have done it like multiple times now. It just happens. It's part of competition, right? You don't want your competition to see what progress you've made or what you've found out or what you've discovered.
Competitor and viewer alike. If you tried to complete Phase 4 without hitting Omega, preventing further damage to it, would that prevent that final desperate cast of blue screen? No, it was impossible that Healer LB could have any positive effects. Eliminated. What about those buffs we talked about earlier? The debuggers that didn't cleanse after finishing Hello World. They stayed on the players throughout Phase 4 too, and while they seemingly didn't have any effect in combat, they could be important. Considering that a blue screen was often the byproduct of a bug, and the buffs you were carrying over into Phase 4 were debuggers, it certainly stood to reason that one potential option was to carry over a certain number of those buffs. Maybe then players could survive blue screen, but actually doing that would be a strategic nightmare. Not only would you need to completely redevelop a new Hello World solution, the complexity of which would drastically increase to the point of being nigh impossible. If you somehow made it through that, you'd need to deal with somehow solving leftover deformations during monitors. Not happening. That wouldn't work either. Some groups sat back and pondered, but most focused on what they could do. The best pulls were reaching around 31% on the HP bar by Kindred, but if LB3 was saved for Phase 4, which could be done with a clean and confident Phase 3, that should get lower. That could chunk off a decent amount. And regardless, even if they couldn't solve the phase right now, they could build consistency to be in a good position going forward. So the pulls kept going. This wall stood, and more groups caught up. Practically all of the forerunning groups at this point were pushing against the phase, chaining pulls, theorizing, or both. The charity stream for the World Race was holding whiteboard sessions between the commentators, discussing possible solutions and tinfoil hat theories. Promising pulls were traded between pretty much all the groups I've mentioned by name at this point.
Slow dodge, very slow. Calm.
Back and forth, closer and closer, chipping percentages here and there, but Omega still stood, and it wasn't even close either. Even getting to this point was an insane consistency check. It was tough to chain pulls here without slumps in between. And then, with the whole FF14 raiding world watching, Otternuts pulled this out the bag.
Wait, move in. Alright, pump everything you got here. Everything you got here. Under
19, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19, 19 angle, 19 angle,
19?
19 angle, 19 angle.
Yes!
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 Let's
fucking
go! Wait, what? What happened?
Spread.
Oh my
god! I got female.
So it wasn't a puzzle at all. It was a check. The debuffs were a red herring. It was a check that required you to bring a huge damage vamp, like melee LB3 or 2-minute raid buffs, as well as stockpiled gauge through, which necessitated great execution in everything that had come before. Instead of reducing the HP to 0, you just needed to bring Omega past that magic 20% threshold, which would reduce the potency of its blue screen.
See, there is such a thing sometimes as overthinking it, and because like there's so much puzzle solving and there are all these elements, like it throws you off. So sometimes the devs are like countering that by just having there's no puzzle. You just need to DPS it down. But like you don't know that, so it's like, you know, it's so good.
Mitigation. And as the dust settles, both you and Omega, having reverted back to its MNF form, take a moment to catch your breaths, completely and utterly awestruck. Glowing resplendently gold, Omega has been pushed to its very limits and beyond, and has emerged out the other side, changed. It could only be one thing. Dynamis.
I must evolve beyond current parameters. Oh, okay. Wait, they're golden? Unknown augmentation.
A whole new world has opened up to Omega. This was the power the Warrior of Light had used to defeat it. And what a power it was. But how far could it go? Where was the limit? And could Omega implement this new knowledge into its battle portfolio? More testing would be needed. Phase 5 opens with F warping away and the newly gold-clad Omega M instantly launching a tank swap required 2-hit buster before casting Run Dynamis Delta, an insanely hard-hitting raid damage before the boss leaves, and the familiar components of a trio fill out field of views. Every ultimate at some point has factored in trio mechanics, named after their inception in UCOB, when Bahamut, Twintania and Nail would come together to attack you, with intense mechanical combinations of each of their signature abilities. Usually, you'll get multiple trio mechanics in a single phase, with the boss leaving its HP in the mid-80th percentile before this.
This is what, phase 5? Oh yeah, but you have to do everything else before it. There's no checkpoint yet. Like, we're saying, oh, you know, you just get to this point. Oh, you just get to here. Phase 5, and you have to do all of this intense stuff before. Like, every single wipe, you have to start again from the beginning and go through all of that again. Like, it's crazy. It's so easy to just get carried away of like, okay, we're at the next point, but you forget, like, you have to go through the whole fight again. This is nuts.
And Delta taking its namesakes from one of 3 raid tiers in Stormblood, it was clear that this would not be standalone. Just as a disclaimer before we talk about Dynamis Delta, this is a complex sequence of events, and I'm not going to go through every single detail because I feel we'll miss the forest for the trees. But what I do want to do is put you in the position that prog groups were in when they tried to solve this. Beetle Omega spawns on one side of the room, Final Omega on the other, and the Eye on the outside of the arena. And shortly afterwards, fists will spawn a few feet behind each player, color-coded either yellow or blue. These fists are an advanced iteration of the ones from O11S. In the original, the fists will punch the floor where their targeted player is, and in order to destroy them, you must make 2 punch one another. If you do it too slowly, they enrage and wipe the raid. The exact same is true here, except you only get 1 attempt instead of 3, and 1 fist of each color need to hit one another. 4 players are chained in pairs with the code smell of the blue tether, and another 4 in pairs with the green-red tether code smell. This means that during the mechanic, 4 tether snaps need to take place throughout, while fulfilling the spacing requirements
oh my god,
until
this
that
is
point
crazy.
comes. There are 2 new debuffs as well, Hello Near World and Hello Far World, which will become important later. As the fists go off, arm cannons spawn around the intercardinals and north-south of the arena, 6 of them, and you need to put a player close to each one to aim them outside as they spin, shooting beams towards the closest target. But having your players bait them means that somewhere a tether is going to snap, and you need to pre-position your players for their fist mechanics as the Eye is beaming the middle of the arena at this time, and if you don't, it's impossible to get to the arms in time. Strat reshuffle. You get through this, you do the fists, snap the first tethers and bait the arms, but then Omega M jumps on a guy ping-ponging him and instantly wiping you. It seems like it's the same pile pitch jump that he did in Phase 2, in which he randomly selects one of the closest targets to attack. He spawned in the middle of the arena as the previous mechanics resolved, so you needed 2 people in the middle to bait, and then at least a few people to take the stack afterwards. But there are additional challenges going off at the same time too. Omega is telegraphing a monitor attack on a random side of the arena, and he's also just thrown a monitor on a player too. So now 4 players need to soak those monitor attacks, and of course, they go off at the same time as the pile pitch stack. Another strat reshuffle from the ground up to factor in this new information. This was how blind trio prog traditionally went. You'd build a semi-working concept based off your current information, push it to its limits, and then try to burn your invulnerabilities or res cheeses to see as many seconds as you can, gaining precious information.
Because then you have to start again, so you
Then,
see
if
like
your strat no
seconds at a
longer worked,
time.
You'd make a new one, factoring in the knowledge you'd acquired. Run Dynamis Delta was multi-layered and complicated, and it felt never-ending, with so many moving parts to consider all at once and to cleanly execute with constantly changing strategies. It was a mess to gain any ground in. By now, over 20 groups had made it to this point, yet not one of them had gotten through. Prog was slow. You could take an entire lockout to see one minor new piece of information if you were lucky. Meaningful progress dried up on all fronts, and it became a battle against dropping morale and fatigue more than anything else. Groups were trying different approaches. As an example, some players were using 4 people to bait the 6-arm cannons, easing the numbers issue but upping the complexity majorly, while most were using 6 players to achieve the same results. But in the grand scheme of things, nobody was surging ahead here. Most of these individual components targeted with complete randomness as well.
How does anyone solve this?
It was an absolute nightmare to get through consistently. Minutes turned to hours. Groups slept, woke, and continued bashing their heads against a multitude of problems. Once you got through everything beforehand, Beetle Omega would telegraph an angled half-arena cleave, and something entirely new and terrifying would happen. The Hello World buffs would hop. New telegraphs never seen before of little jumping circle AoEs spewed from them, seemingly at random, and if a player was hit twice, or if anyone was caught in the initial, larger AoEs from the Hello Worlds, everybody exploded. But that wasn't the most interesting thing. When Dynamis hopped, it left the player with a stack of quickening Dynamis, with no duration nor lost state, even on death. Now we're talking. The first stacks of quickening Dynamis obtained on stream were a revelation. Everybody went wild. It was clear that you'd need to collect these throughout the phase, potentially on one player, or maybe spread the stacks evenly amongst the party. It was also eventually solved that the Hello Near Worlds would hop to the 2 closest players, and the Hello Far World would jump on the 2 furthest players, and you needed to fulfill these strict positioning requirements while the Omega Cleave went off, and at the same time dealing with any leftover tethers. If you did it all correctly, you'd come out with 6 players possessing 1 stack of quickening Dynamis, though you couldn't with 100% control dictate who those players would be. These Dynamis stacks were to be the signature mechanic of Phase 5, and building them up over time evenly amongst the party would be of the utmost importance. There were so many moving parts in this mechanic that it was overwhelming. With that said, it was actually pretty elegant in how it all played out, and satisfying to do as well. Getting through this part of the phase alone took multiple 16-hour prog days, with the fastest groups needing around 250 pulls, from first seeing Phase 5 to cleanly passing Run Dynamis Delta, but Otternuts eventually broke through, seeing the boss respawn, and immediately phase into another crushing tank buster. Before I move on though, I want to talk about something that happened early in Phase 5 progression, because it was both shocking and pretty interesting. Before groups had seen most of this for themselves, in-game, the following video leaked on Bilibili. It dictates practically the entirety of Run Dynamis Delta, not being done correctly, but being showcased by a solo player using some form of God mode to avoid death. As a note, even using some kind of private server against terms of service would never be able to replicate these kinds of results. This was the entire mechanic, with all of its assets, animations, and practical effects working as intended. This was no small task to fake or put together externally. It had to be an internal leak, much like the internal leak before the Dragon Songs Reprise War race.
Surely not. Why? Oh no. It must have been an accident. Surely. Like, come on. You all spend so long creating this amazing fight just to have this leak. Oh, come on.
Which led to both the loss of jobs and legal action being taken.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, that makes me really upset. Like, having this whole thing just leaked, like all the mechanics kind of showcased like this and a solve, and yeah, no, why would you leak that?
The fact that this happened twice in a row during Ultimate World Races was utterly
twice,
bizarre.
There was a
as the
screenshot
next major
as well.
cast approached, the pull timer at this point was finally ticking over the 10-minute mark. ultimates were usually somewhere in the 16 to 19 minute region, which meant we were well and truly in the second half of this battle. Another run Dynamis activates, this time Sigma, as boss HP ticked to around the 60% mark. Once again becoming untargetable, the Omega squad rolls in to set up for their next attack. PlayStation symbols reappear from phase 2. 2 arm cannons spawn in the room and snap their aim to the 2 furthest players, ready to attack. Omega M leaps to the outside of the arena, Final Omega to the direct center, and Beetle Omega opposite its humanoid counterpart. On the buff front, the mid and far glitch buffs appear once more, as do Hello Near World and Hello Far World. Red markers appear on heads, Final Omega cleaves each person with one of them, and then you likely wipe. Because iconography within an encounter often works the exact same way when it reoccurs, almost all of this we instantly solve. Mid and far glitch, which does its first of what is assumed to be 2 resolutions, goes off right as Omega does these big cleaves at everyone. We know the PlayStation markers will be tethered together, and that in order to avoid going boom to the wave cannons from Final Omega, the raid must spread around it, with the PlayStation simultaneously solving the distance requirement. The last component is those arm cannons. They target the furthest person to them with a beam of their own, and conveniently, exactly 2 individuals do not have a floating red prey marker above their head. The difficulty here is that, like with almost every challenge in Top, players are randomly assigned for each responsibility. This resulted in conga lines and quick adjustments being used to get into those necessary spots fast. After this, everyone will get the Looper buff from Phase 1 once more, and towers will spawn in one of 2 configurations. Omega F spawns, does a knockback from the center of the room, and the second resolution of the mid-far glitch occurs. This happens a mere handful of seconds after the last set of mechanics resolve, and because mid and far glitch went off at the same time, you couldn't just throw bodies and fill each tower and be fine. You needed to set the entire party up in very specific configurations to fulfill the active glitch, each tower being filled, and the fun little twist that I didn't mention yet. Some towers needed 1 person inside, and some 2, telegraphed by the number of spinning little orbs on the outer edge of the tower. This was a real tough cookie to crack. Pulls bled into hours, bled into lockouts.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
The goal for
orb,
a full day of prog would be to even come close to overcoming this wall. Some even leapt into the comforting embrace of Coil Turn 4 to simulate the knockback configurations, valuing building some semblance of muscle memory over continuing to pull. Others kept their focus firmly inside the instance, making efforts to see Sigma as many times as possible. Autonuts and Kindred were the 2 groups trading blows throughout Phase 5 until this point, neck and neck, a battle of minds, 2 groups and their support players, inching along, trying their utmost to refine their strategy and make the magic play that would get them through. Autonuts managed it first, yet again.
This is New Best Pull. We're gonna see more mechanics.
Oh my gosh!
We're gonna see more mechanics. Okay, we got the big wings in the middle. It's gonna be a spin. Pantocrator maybe. We got hands on the outside for lasers. Big eye laser through the middle. Gotta dodge that one. And outside of that, oh, it spins.
Ooh,
it spins. You gotta dodge. And then there's the slashes in between. And of course the Dynamis debuffs. Let's go off. Beautiful Living Dead popped here by Death Snail just to stay alive. Then the hand lasers come in and Omega F spawns. Oh my god.
The ninjas running around. No!
The end of Sigma Trio had been reached, but despite seeing the finale of this multi-stage nightmare of a trio, there was still an entire section to learn and clean up. Luckily, this part was the easiest by far. The rings around Final Omega appear in the middle of the room, and after a while they shoot a massive rotating line AoE, killing anyone caught within. Omega F uses her weapon telegraphed AoEs from Phase 2 in tandem with this, and 2 more arm cannons spawn. Hello Near World and Hello Far World at long last go off here, meaning you need to position your party.
At this point, I'm like, goodbye world. I jump off the edge
and avoid all the hazards at the same time. This was fairly simple, and there were a number of different ways to do this, so this final part posed no real long-term threat. With that, 12 Dynamis stacks were obtained, albeit somewhat unevenly. This is where the second major auto-attack bug that plagued groups during progression popped up. It certainly wasn't as bad as the one in Phase 3, but because it occurred so late, directly after so many difficult trials, it was way more frustrating to experience. When you took a hop of one of the Dynamis buffs, you got a vulnerability up for a few seconds. This was clearly intended to prevent a player being cheeky and intentionally baiting multiple stacks on themselves. But it came with an unfortunate
That's
side
a really
effect.
cool visual,
If the
that
tank with
arrow.
aggro took one of the final hops from either near or far world, there was a chance. Yes, this wasn't completely consistent by any means, for the first auto attack from Omega F to hit them before the Vuln had fully dropped, instantly killing them. It could be mitigated by forcing a tank swap if this were to happen, or forcibly adjusting your setup to ensure the tank would never take the final hop. Kirana's Tivoli publicised this, with Xeno bringing a higher level of attention to it by making a video when it happened to him during Prog 2.
Are there two different
This caused some
Rinons? Hang on. Isn't the guy we're watching called Rinon now? Or Rinin? Am I being stupid? Wait, is it not the same person, Rinon Banana, as this Rinon? Oh, it's the same person. Okay, so he's sharing his own tweet. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought he was sharing someone else's tweet. I don't know why I thought that. But there are two Rinons, aren't there? There's also Rinon is this guy and there's also Rin. Okay, I just got confused for a second because I knew there were two. So I was like, is this the other one, Rinon Banana? I just got thrown for a second.
Of attention to it by making a video when it happened to him during Prog 2. This caused some disagreement between different groups, as some claimed that it was clearly intended, and that those that had the bug occur to them were just not playing around an intended mechanic. While
I mean, that's the thing. Like, when this bug, this bug very much exists in WoW several times, it doesn't get fixed, so you just play around it. So there's certain mobs and there's certain bosses and there's certain phase transitions where you just stay away from the boss because, like, it just stays that way the whole time. So it becomes a mechanic, even though it's a bug. It becomes a mechanic. You're just like, don't go near the boss, don't go near the boss, let the tank be the closest person and stuff like that. Like, it's happened so many times. Yeah, skill issue. Wait, let me read I love how server tick in Final Fantasy XIV usually just means thing that didn't behave the way I expected that I don't understand. Oh!
And that those that had the bug occur to them were just not playing around an intended mechanic. While there was no conclusion reached during the race, Square Enix put a stop to any conflicting opinions a few weeks later by confirming it was a bug, patching it out of the game,
usually
and
it is.
permanently solving the last massive Omega Protocol glitch. Just like before Delta and Sigma, a tank buster and raid damage combination follows this, and that means that yes, there's going to be another Run Dynamis mechanic right afterwards. Interestingly though, as Run Dynamis Omega's cast bar ends, the boss does not leave and continues to auto-attack. Not only that, but a 2-minute burst phase comes up here too, meaning groups will need to deal with what comes next whilst not only maintaining their rotations, but while doing reopeners and moving the boss around.
See, look at this movement is crazy. So even though I'm saying this bug exists in WoW and we just deal with it, that's like, I'm not being passive aggressive or anything. I'm just saying like, oh, I understand this bug because I've experienced it before. But like the thing is that you can't just play around it in this situation because the movement is so precise and there are so many things going on. There are so many mechanics. It's not a case of, oh, just don't be the closest person to the boss because there are so many things you're doing at the same time. So, you know, a bug like that in a situation and an environment like this is like really bad. It's not a case of like, you don't have the luxury to just not be the closest person to the boss, for example, or whatever. Because also, as you guys are saying, a death is so detrimental. Like, you cannot afford to lose anyone. Arguably, that can be said in WoW as well. But like, no, especially in an ultimate fight where you're like, what, 15 minutes into the fight, 10 minutes into the fight at this point? Like, it is just nuts.
And another two will get Hello Distant World. These have different timers, which will also be represented by an accompanying first in line or second in line. Final Omega will spawn in the center of the room and begin casting Diffuse Wave Cannon, a large cone AoE that hits 2 opposite cardinal directions. It does this twice in succession, alternating the safe spots with a chip. At the same time,
controversial because usually you don't have bugs.
Clones will spawn on the intercardinals, once more sporting their various weapons from Phase 2. They'll execute in sets of 2 at the same time as the cleaves go off.
Why is it controversial?
So you'll dodge 3 combined attacks, then dodge 3 more. This mechanic was simple to understand, but thanks to the overwhelming amount of visual stimulus in such a short space of time and the speed with which it went off, it could be really difficult to instantly figure out the safe spots. Luckily, this was easy to practice, because by this point an LB3 was available. The majority opted to tank LB or hyper mitigate for the sake of prog, allowing them to be hit here and still survive to see what came next. Then, Omega F becomes untargetable, and final Omega in the centre of the stage telegraphs monitors for a third time. You then need to solve Hello Near and Hello Far World, as well as the requirements of monitors at the same time. If you make it through that, Beetle Omega spawns on the edge, extending 2 blaster tethers, and the other Near and Far World would reach 0 and go off. By this point, it was fairly easy to deduce what the true goal of Quickening Dynamis was, with 4 total sets of debuffs appearing, each providing 6 stacks, that gave you a total of 24, and dividing that by 8 was 3 per player, a pretty standard and comfortable number to have. This quickly became the de facto goal. Because you couldn't dictate exactly which players had a specific number of stacks going into the start of Run Dynamis Omega, it meant that quick, on-the-fly organisation needed to take place during those earlier dodges. In order to avoid mix-ups or communication mishaps, most solve this by having 1 or 2 players take responsibility for checking the debuffs and selecting who would go where, either via callouts or manually marking. Once this system was implemented, it quickly became by far the fastest trio to prog through and the easiest to gain consistency on. At last, Raiders were able to catch a break. As the Forerunners were getting close to this point, prog had reached and surpassed the 1 week mark. The amount of time that Dragon Song's reprise World First had required came and went without incident, proving the insane difficulty that Top posed. Putting a phase with such a massive
us WoW players think it's
like
bad when we're on one boss for 3 days.
Felt like a sadistic choice, because the sheer time investment required to attempt them was utterly daunting. This was what really set the Omega Protocol apart. Phase 5 was the toughest ultimate phase to progress in Final Fantasy XIV history, and it was claiming its victims one by one. Generally, FF14 avoids backloading encounters too much in order to keep them palatable, but here, the hardest really was in the heart of the third act. Groups were starting to run out of paid time off, some becoming overwhelmed by the mental slog this race had been, and others were hitting the point of frustration where disagreements...
Because we have to remember this isn't necessarily like a job at this point, because what a lot of people don't realise is like World First Raiders in the WoW scene, at least, in the top like competing Race World First guilds, it's actually like a job at that point. Even though some of the Race World First guilds can only take so much time off, right? Because the Race World First is every so often, like what, 1, maybe 2 a year. You have to have a job outside that as well. So like whatever. But with this, it's a hobby, right? Because there's no like big show. I don't know how much money there is in the Race World First as like a spectacle. It's mostly all of these players playing for fun and streaming their progress. So they're not getting paid to do this. There isn't this big monetary gain. So yeah, you'd be taking time off of work. You're just playing for fun. So if a fight is going to go on for over a week, there's only so much time you can take off, especially in different countries, right? Where sometimes getting time off is really hard compared to others, and you might not have holiday or whatever. This is, I mean, yeah, obviously the individual streamers who stream will make money from subs and stuff like that. But I mean, like, in terms of a paid job, like in the Race World First scene, like it's a paid event, you know, like it's a big money earner for those esports orgs. But like, that's because the event is so big now. Whereas this is like just community, fun driven, while also making money, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's not like you can take some time off of your job and be able to pay bills because you can reliably have an income for that time. Yeah, that is a long time on one fight. Like I said, we stress or panic when we have like 3 days on one fight. Like that's kind of unheard of. But can you imagine doing the same fight over and over again for like, what, 20 hours, 16-hour days for a week? Oh, yeah, it's mostly for charity. Yeah, I've seen that. But I like, as somebody who is very much involved in like the Race World First, I want that for Final Fantasy. Like the spectacle that it is in WoW, I don't know. It just needs to come to Final Fantasy, because look at the spectacle. Look at this incredible content. It needs that same visualness, I suppose, that same visibility as I would say the Race to World First in World of Warcraft. Like, because this is just absolutely mind blowing.
Began to break out. One by one, they fell. The herd thinned, and amongst them was Otternuts. Despite having pulled ahead of the pack and proven their caliber as one of the top 2 streaming teams in the race thus far, their available time to dedicate to 16-hour days was over.
Aww.
For them, it would be evenings only from this point forward, removing them from contention entirely. It was crushing, but these are the realities of hardcore ultimate progression in the current landscape of intense difficulty. 1 week is often just not enough. Then, it happens. Just over a week after release, a reported clear came in. What first? Somebody did it. Not only did they do it, they must have been a country mile ahead of everybody else.
That's
because
insane.
Nobody on stream had even made it to the final stretch.
How?
It was unnamed. The Japanese group that I said would be important almost an hour ago, right at the start of the video, were the first static in the world to become alpha legends.
They must
Other
have been
racers
so
and
far ahead of
spectators alike
everyone.
flocked to congratulate them, well aware of what a huge achievement this was. It was a great moment for the Final Fantasy XIV community, and there was nothing that could spoil this wonderful scene. Oh no.
Wait, what?
Just as
This doesn't look right. This looks weird.
a little aside, this was originally posted on YouTube, but it's long gone. This is a mirror. The original was uploaded to a YouTube account with a rough translation to Divine Punishment, or Retribution, and includes footage of the obvious zoom hack raid by
I was gonna say they are way too zoomed out. Cause like I'm looking at this, and I'm like, is this a program? Or like I'm like, am I looking at like a player POV right now? This is way too zoomed out. It's a what was that?
Or Retribution, and includes footage of the obvious zoom hack
Zoom
raid buff
hack?
timers
They
visible,
cheated?
as well as player hitbox
Oh no,
pinpoint,
this is
which
familiar
was
now.
uploaded before their clear.
This is familiar now. There was a group that cheated in an ultimate. I'm getting a vague memory of like hearing tidbits here and there. Oh no, this is heartbreaking.
Even occurred. Clearly this footage had been shared by somebody within the group who had an axe to grind for whatever reason. This was very bad for them. The usage of
Oh yeah, of course. Somebody leaked the footage of their kill. They would have never have known. Oh yeah, but without context. I see that emote. I see it, but like without context, I don't know what that is. Like, come on, when you're new to Final Fantasy, you don't know anything. Like, I don't know what that emote is. Like, how do I don't know that that's abnormal. I also don't know if it's been edited to make the emote, if that makes sense. Like, now I know what that emote is, okay. UAV online. Oh my god, I've heard UAV online. Hang on. Okay, it's that emote, UAV on. Right, I get. Oh my god, it makes so much sense now. Wait. Oh. I get it now. Wait, UAV. Oh my gosh. All right, I get it now. I am no longer lacking critical information. I see. So they would have never have known that they cheated if it wasn't for somebody feeling bad or angry that they cheated to get the kill. Because I suppose if they never voted, if they never posted the video, they would have never have known, right? That's sad. Yeah. I mean, would you feel proud of yourself if you got the race to world first through cheating? That might weigh on some people's conscience. Maybe not everyone. Maybe some of you could deal with that. Maybe some of you would be like, you know what, whatever. But maybe it did weigh on somebody's conscience. Like, if you're going to go through something like this, and it almost feels like the win is taken from you, even though you have the win, it doesn't feel like a win. I feel like it's very easy to go, no, you know what? Like, a clear is a clear. But being in that situation, you'd almost feel like it was stolen from you. And it wouldn't feel real. It wouldn't feel noble. You'd be disappointed. It would feel bad, I think. I don't know. But maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe the glory, or maybe you just deal with that in silence and that just weighs a little bit on your conscience forever. But who cares? It's still world first. But anyway,
third-party tools in FF14 is very explicitly against terms of service.
Yeah,
and while there's no form of anti-cheat
no wonder they
in
were
the
so
game,
far ahead of
Square Enix have
everyone.
been known to actively take action against those to be proven to be utilizing it if it's put in their field of view. And a world-first group in the Japanese scene where the development team was based, provably using something much more egregious than just ACT, was a concern. What eventually came to light in a semi-confirmed rumor is that one of their support players outed their third-party usage as revenge. Unnamed had multiple bench players, and they had reached an agreement to be taken through the fight by the main group once the first clear had happened.
Oh, the
At
drama!
some point that agreement had been broken, and the offer was suddenly no longer on the table, resulting in the ninth man unleashing his secret weapon that he'd stockpiled for some reason. There must have been some real internal tension for things to rise to this peak, and I certainly don't envy them. The Japanese community did not take kindly to this. A Twitter criticism storm begun. Huge arguments broke out across the community, and players began to harass members of the group on ults in the form of big, naked Rogadans, covering up their attempts to show off their new weapons in Limsa. Some members of Unnamed then took to social media to explain themselves, and I make a note here when I say these may not be fully 100% accurate translations. They include a very short apology, a fairly non-committal, well, other groups use them too section, and then explain that
yeah, I'm sorry, but sorry that you're offended. Yeah, but everyone else was using it. Wait, were they? What other teams using it too?
of the group share solidarity and take the blame.
Sorry for you.
Then, Naoki Yoshida himself made an official statement on the FF14 Lodestone. Now this
Oh no. Oh no. We disappointed Dad. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, I'm almost scared. And also, like, really sad that, like, Yoshi P would genuinely be so disappointed. Oh, can you imagine disappointing Yoshi P? Oh.
This was serious. He noted that an official investigation would be undertaken and they would enact temporary or permanent account bans to anybody found guilty. He reiterated that third-party tools are considered utterly unacceptable by Square Enix and acknowledged the leaked God Mode video that spread early in Phase 5 proc, as well as the leaked video showing the fight's ending cutscene which had been obtained through game manipulation, and that once more, they're being investigated. He then closed out the statement with his personal thoughts on the matter, noting that he, as a gamer, wants to be able to cheer on racers and proggers, but when things like this happen, he will not acknowledge the world race or its winners for the foreseeable future, and that
Just let that sink in a little bit. Oh. Oh, that makes you really sad, doesn't it? He isn't angry. He is disappointed.
The Ultimate Raid series is the most difficult battle content within Final Fantasy XIV, and we released this content after testing that it can be cleared without the use of any third-party tools. However, if the presumption is that this content will be tackled and cleared with the use of third-party tools, then any reason to develop high-difficulty battle content seems to be lost. Oh, this feels like a dagger to my heart. It's very difficult for me to understand, as a gamer, what the meaning behind using numerous third-party tools to compete to clear World First would be. I want to apologise specifically to the many of you who are continuing towards clearing this content without the use of third-party tools, consistently streaming your progress and continuing the trial and error process. However, please know that the development and operations teams take notice of all your passion. Please be sure to take proper care of yourselves as you continue to tackle the Omega Protocol Ultimate. If the illicit use of third-party tools is made clear through our investigations, I, at the very least, will not recognise that team as the true world first. Oh, that is so sad. I mean, yeah, he has every right to be angry and disappointed and sad. It's dishonourable, isn't it? Every right to be disappointed.
in this case, he does not recognize Unnamed as the world's first Omega Protocol clear. I'm not going to get deeper into the third-party debate that I think is a hot topic right now because this is neither the time nor place. I do, however, plan on discussing it in future, in a more appropriate scenario, but it's indisputable that what happened on this day definitely brought a whole new level of attention to the issue. A similar situation occurred during the Epic of Alexander, where the World First group used a third-party plugin that automatically moved markers for them. And they were not directly penalised, but instead, the entire FF14 community was. The ability to place markers in combat at all was completely removed in the next patch. But this is the first time direct action was taken.
These 1%ers ruining the game for the rest of us! These filthy 1%ers!
Against players for failure to comply with terms of service in a world first clear. Speaking of action taken, here's what happened as a result of all this fallout. Offenders who were part of the group, but not the leaked POV, were contacted by GMs and told that their accounts will not receive penalty, but their clear will be revoked, including the loss of their achievement and title, and they were ordered to discard their top weapon. That's right, the GMs did not remove the weapons.
Oh my god, it really is like disappointing your parents. You have to remove the weapon yourself. Oh, that is a serious, like, you think about what you have done moment. Wow. They're not going to automatically remove the weapons. They have to do that themselves and really, like, think about what you have done. Oh, they were really upset. I mean, look, every right to be upset with cheating.
They made the players do it themselves. FF Logs and the charity World Race stream also removed Unnamed from the race page, deleting their first place ranking entirely. Numerous players from the group, past and present, or even those associated tangentially, either took extended breaks from the game, deactivated their Twitters, or in rarer cases, deleted their FF14 service accounts entirely. We got some good memes out of it at least. This meant that, in the eyes of...
Wait, hold on. What was that?
We got some good memes.
I'm standing out here on the International Space Station. I feel like I need to go through the memes now that I've watched some of this video. Like, because I haven't seen any of the memes. I've obviously missed out on all the inside jokes. I've heard UAV online, but I didn't know what that meant. With no context, obviously. Like, lacking critical information all the time. I feel like we should do, like, a meme review. No, I want to see all the memes now that I kind of understand the context.
Memes out of it, at least. This meant that, in the eyes of most, World First was still up for grabs. This wasn't over.
Oh, Preach did it when we casted Echo's blind TOP day 1. Preach did a UAV online meme where, at the time I had no idea what he was doing. I just was going with it. Like, yeah, he's in a space station for some reason. I was like, yeah, sure, we'll just go with it. I don't know what's happening. Like, let me just zoom on in. Oh yeah, let me go from the space station. So I was just like, yeah, okay, we're in a space station now, sure. We're riding around on a blow-up cactus that's glowing, and now we're in a TV, and now we're in a space station. I was just like, Final Fantasy XIV is nuts. Oh, no. Oh no, he was so disappointed. Oh no. Oh. Yeah, no, the meme, I can imagine. Everyone had a right laugh of this. Good, nice yoke. Ugh. Oh no. Zoom hack memes.
I think I was in the right spot, wasn't I? Oh my. Dude, here we go, dude. You would have. I think I was in the right spot, wasn't I? Oh my. Dude, here we go, dude. You would have known
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
would have zoomed out. Strummer, just zoom out. Can't double check. You're too
zoom
zoomed
out,
in.
right?
You
Yeah,
didn't
it
zoom
goes,
out.
yeah,
No
I
wonder
just
you're
have
white.
one side to show my
Jesus
ability. You know,
Christ,
I just look at it, it's like,
holy moly.
this is what
Yeah.
I'm doing, you guys say.
I just put the. I did really like bad movement.
You know what, right? You just go fucking it for the hand.
Yeah.
Can't see Chris.
That was so good. Wait. I love it. No. Another Zeus one. Right, that's it. No, I'm not clicking on any more links. That's it. You've lost your privilege to... No, that's it. No more links. Right, that's it. I'm done.
Over by any means. Groups were still pulling the boss, streams were still live, and there was still everything to play for, even if it had been
1 out of
somewhat
3 daily
tainted
quests.
by the events that had
Tick.
gone down. The emotional roller coaster that had been spectating the events of the last day had been something to behold, even for players, but this was their opportunity to shake it off and really make their mark. And make their mark Kindred did, capitalizing on Ottonut's withdrawal from the race and their constantly improving level of consistency in Phase 5. They pulled out this excellent pull, pushing Omega below 20%, the HP percentage everyone assumed to be the success threshold once more. The Enrage here pushed the raid into the Wolves' death zone, and as the cast goes off, hearts in their throats, they waited, watched, and witnessed this at long last.
Let's fucking go!
Witnessed what? It's a flashbang! Oh!
Oh my god.
Oh. Alpha, why are you here? Same size. Aww. So cute. Aww. Your thoughts, they are incomprehensible. Yes. Together we may prevail. Further testing is required. Citrona, assist me with this evaluation. Wait, it's not over? I thought it was over. Is that not the
Alpha
end?
appears, attempting to comfort the
What?
true...
I thought the fight was over. Hang on a minute. I thought it was over. I thought we won. There's another phase? What? I thought it was
defeated
over.
Omega. However, the tests are not over. Not yet. Omega F absorbs Alpha, having unlocked the...
What? Did you give Alpha back right now?
Attempting to comfort the truly defeated Omega. However, the tests are not over. Not yet. Omega F
Save
absorbs
him.
Alpha, having
Save
unlocked the powers
Alpha.
of Dynamis and transformed into Alpha Omega, combining elements of each form that came before it. This is Omega's ultimate form. Now it's time for your final evaluation. In this phase, Alpha Omega brings its full force to bear, not holding back for even a
Save
moment.
him!
Each new cast throughout this phase is accompanied by dialogue from the boss, as it narrates and
Poor
embellishes
Alpha.
on the sheer magnitude of the attacks it harnesses to defeat you. The encounter opens with Cosmo Memory, a massive raid damage that instantly kills practically everybody who hit this point for the first time. It deals a flat-out unsurvivable amount of damage, but there's a twist. You can carry a Limit Break 3 into this phase if you don't use it in the previous part of the fight, meaning you can throw up Tank LB to survive the hit. But that's not all.
Wait. I'm memeing with the save him. Okay? We understood. Yes. Oh no, excuse me. Actually, in the story, Alpha actually wanted to be in the Omega, and actually they're best friends with us. I was joking.
If you were diligent throughout the duration of Phase 5, building stacks of quickening Dynamis on each player and entering this final battle with 3, your buff will transform upon witnessing Cosmo Memory, evolving into brilliant Dynamis as your own powers spark and flare into action to protect you. If a player with brilliant Dynamis uses Limit Break, it will regenerate just a handful of seconds later, expending most of the potency of the buff. It also has the secondary effect of
Oh, the guinea
extending the
pigs!
tank limit break to last for the rest of the phase, As long as you maintain your Dynamis buff by not dying, you're protected, and it's the only way to survive the mechanics in this final phase. This means that each player can contribute one limit break to getting through what's to come, and then you get one final second use of an LB by a person to expend that gauge for the last time. Cosmo Arrow begins,
Wait, it's going up so
concentrating
fast.
the piercing rays of 10 million suns towards you. People quickly started to refer to this as exasquares. Initial telegraphs go out, showing one of two patterns, and then they pulse, and anyone caught within their trap will fall immediately.
That looks
The most realistic
ridiculously
way
hard.
to deal with this was memorization and repetition, watching footage back and developing a rhythm to follow in your mind, while keeping an eye on the incoming Cosmo Dive
Wow,
cast.
that looks
Hero
so
Mega brings forth
difficult.
the velocity of a worm, bringing forth the Dragoon LB animation, and right as Exasquares finish resolving, dropping AoE busters on the two closest targets, and a huge stack on the furthest. The party is ideally setting up their mitigation midway through these dodges in order to get skills on cooldown, because Phase 6 is tight when it comes to mitigation checks, especially for tanks. One late cooldown can often just flat out spell an instant wipe. The group will then need to stack in the middle in preparation for unlimited wave cannon, Omega's attempt to scorch you with the fires which incinerated the Dragon Star. These are exaflares. Lots of exaflares. Covering the entirety of one side of the arena edge and blasting through the middle. To survive, you need to loop around behind them as a party, avoiding the chasing circle AoEs that follow you. After getting through, Alpha Omega hits each player individually, chunking their shields and health and requiring a loose spread, before finishing off this barrage with one last wave cannon. A party stack which needs the tanks at the front, mitigating the much stronger hit on them. After the initial attempts to thwart you failed, the combinations begin instead. Cosmo Arrow and Wave Cannon repeat, this time acting in tandem, forcing you to spread while dodging, the final blast baiting out tank invulnerabilities and requiring rapid heals.
Hard.
Then comes Unlimited Wave Cannon into Cosmo Dive, and should the party survive, Alpha Omega proclaims to you to witness the extent to which it's evolved, beginning the cast of Cosmo Meteor as huge AoEs drop under each player. Adds in the form of comets and meteors spawn, while intense damage rains on everybody, forcing them to spread and the healers to expend valuable resources. The only way to destroy these comets and meteors in time is to use caster and ranged limit break, utilizing the caster to eliminate the smaller comets and deal significant damage to the meteors.
The floor is lava!
And then the ranged limit break to shoot through the boss and the two remaining larger meteors. 3 flares appear as the ranged is preparing their limit break. The 5 unmarked players need to stack, and the group must adjust around whichever mechanic the ranged has at the time in order to keep everyone alive. Magic number occurs twice after this, which needs a tank LB3 on cast to survive, then a healer LB right afterwards to cleanse the resulting debuff, and then, all its experiments concluded, all its tricks encountered, Alpha Omega cycles into Enrage, and it's a simple DPS race for the win.
Oh, this must be such a tense race to the
not have a high level of
finish.
complexity, but rather than supremely difficult to understand or even execute, I would call it punishing. It asks for a good deal of the player, and if one person mistimes their mitigation,
What an
forgets something or
ending.
positions poorly, it does not allow you to recover. You're done. Come back in 15 minutes. That is if you're able to consistently get there in the first place. As groups crept across the entrance to Phase 6 one by one, beginning their path to progressing, optimizing and learning, it was just a matter of time. Whichever static managed to make it through this marathon cleanly, with enough damage, would be crowned.
That's like a
And the
real
first to
race
make it
to
on
the
stream,
end. That must have been so exciting to watch.
Keep hitting the boss. Next up is Magic
Nari's
Number.
LB.
Oh.
Nari LB followed by Komachi.
Oh my
It's
god,
gonna be
you would
easy,
have
faint, and
a
add-on.
serious
know.
case of the shakies.
This is Komachi's LB.
Ooh. Oh, I can't
Maybe now.
watch, but I can. Ugh.
Next up is going to be Bagel LB into Carrot LB. It's going to be Nari Ret. Callie will LB after Carrot. buffs and pots if you have it.
Remember the
coming
pot
out.
now? Yeah.
LELB.
LELB?
If you have not potted, now is the time to do so. Technical in 5.
Send everything you have.
Surely this is it, right?
I don't know. Just hit it.
Hit the fucking bus.
Tree.
Give me my fucking chair! Give me my chair! Give me my fucking chair! Yeah!
Oh my god!
Let's go!
Yes! I was here!
Kindred.
I wish.
Their journey had been long, with over a week and a half between their first pull and the last. But they had done it. They were the first stream team to claim victory, and as they cheered a sigh of pure relief and caught their breath, the victory cutscene rolled.
The power was mine. I obtained the unmeasurable, and now my end is come.
Wait, did Alpha explode? Why are there feathers every... Oh. I thought... okay, no, it's fine. I thought he just exploded into feathers. Boop! This does not compute. Not an end, you say? We continue onwards. Together. Yes, we have seen you out in the open world many times. 2 times now. We shaved him. Wait, we did, because he lost feathers. Acknowledged. I accept your proposal. Aww. Your contribution to my experiment is appreciated. Without your unrelenting strength, I would have never realized this new potential. I will embark on a journey, observing and recording all that I encounter. Farewell, mortals. This world has much to teach me. Aww. The 2 best friends. Aww. 2 roommates. Wow.
The Omega Protocol will be remembered forever, for both the good and the bad. It has brought some of the most intense individual skill checks Final Fantasy XIV has ever seen, and it came together in a package which is, as I'm recording this, the hardest fight in the entire game. There were ups and downs, triumphs and sobering moments. The controversy which occurred with the World First group, the leaking of their third-party usage, and both the resulting storm of criticism and Square Enix's official intervention into the affair painted a concerning picture for the world race going forward. And the encounter itself pushed the limits of what many felt was a reasonable expectation of the player base to come up against. In particular, the usage of automatic markers via third-party tool became rampant to solve the acquisition of Quickening Dynamis in Phase 5, and a good percentage of criticism related to that has fallen on the fight's design. Kindred would stick together and keep performing well in upcoming Endwalker raid progressions, making for an incredibly successful expansion for them as a group. And I'm sure every player will look back on this progression, on everything they achieved together, on the moment they became the very first on-stream Alpha Legends with the world at their backs, and smile. And for me, what the Omega Protocol did more than anything else is make me excited for Dawn Trail and what comes next. When it comes to Ultimate, I think the best is yet to come.
Oh, so emotional. Oh, what an amazing video. Wow. Oh my goodness, that was so well made. That was so hype. Oh, what an incredible video. Both of them were so good. feel like I watched a movie, and that's a raid fight. Oh, my goodness. I didn't realize. You know, I heard the ultimates were some of the most challenging content available in MMOs, and seeing it is just totally different. I'm sure playing it is totally different, but hearing about it, I was like, okay, I'm really excited. Now I'm like, yeah, no, it's no, it looks so fun. It looks ridiculously difficult. It looks insanely fun. And what an achievement. What a feat of strength conquering an ultimate is. My goodness. When you see these fights, it is mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Wow. That was so well made. I'm like, wow. The official Echo official top video. Oh, we have one for this one. Oh my god, the fight was 20 minutes. Are you kidding me? This is so good. I feel like I've seen this before. I think I've seen this before, actually. Hang on. I think I've watched this before. I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. And like you go on this whole journey of the fight and you forget that these early phases exist when you're watching through it. You forget everything else. Yeah, I think I did watch it. The Scribe video is funnier. Okay, maybe we can watch the Scribe video. This one?
10 days, 8 hours a day. I think it would be ridiculous to think we couldn't kill him in that time.
Okay, so Jeeth is the problem.
We're missing something. There's no way it's this hard, yeah.
Blue screen.
Blue screen.
No.
That's Enrage.
What? What? Robin becomes Alex, and Frago becomes me.
I shouldn't.
Roger's cooking.
No. Use everything?
Cost 20?
Please.
Okay.
Oh! This is a legend for Echo. You're topless. And you're poor.
That was from Preach.
77,777 the rattening. Hope all is well.
Thank you, what's up? Alright, that was a banger intro. I didn't even... For how many attempts? Oh my god, this is pull 1,748. Are you kidding me? How long did this take? That is an insane amount of pulls. Wow, they did this blind too. Oh my goodness. And you know, Echo are newer to Final Fantasy XIV, right? They're not like long-term... I don't know. I mean, some of them are, like, you know, endgame Final Fantasy XIV raiders, or like, they kind of moved over to Final Fantasy XIV a bit later, I would say. So, like, them doing this blind is very impressive. But they'd already done one ultimate at this point, I know, but still, like, impressive.
I doubt it's relevant, but I lost more damage than I've ever lost before.
Yeah, boss is a bit high, but it's fine.
Also, I'm going the wrong way. I'm on south.
Oh, by the way, when I look at the pull count, I don't see it as a representation of like them as a team. I see it as a representation of how hard the boss is, not like, oh, it took them that many pulls. No, like this fight is so difficult. Doing it blind, like, oh my goodness. Like, I wouldn't even be able to do this fight blind in 7,777.
LB's mega late as well.
But you should use the LB though.
I will. I just put myself up. Coming now.
I'll send some stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to.
Yeah. So good.
Phase changing music.
And I aquavilled the wrong person. It's okay.
The running joke became Scribe Sword was going to clear top for him.
Pretty
Oh
decent
no.
shield, so I can also help him if he needs it.
No, I've got a Tetra, and we're back on track.
If you want to know, you also went on the correct side on the Panto.
Stop! I can't be more tilted than I'm already.
Oh no, G!
Back to normal.
Focus.
Shield out.
Close.
The new north is at 1.
I hear an Alex! Wow, Alex is such a Giga Chad. He tanked the first one and now he's healing this one. It's impressive.
Resistant cleave.
This one must have been quite soul destroying. This was hard. I think it was soul destroying for everyone. It's constantly chucking so much stuff at you. It's so quick.
The lady is not that high.
The lady?
This looks like her.
Are you sending anything, Fraga? Don't have to. Just asking.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm not sending it. Just
I should be able to send my thing.
Yeah, we need like moderate send.
Oh, music is so good.
Send mine.
Send a bit more stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, direct hit correct. Nice.
Sludgy! Oh no, the carbuncle is
reset.
licking the sludge. Gosh, these phase changes are so epic, aren't they? Like the music kicks in. Oh. I just feel like it would never get old, but then maybe I'll try almost 2,000 pulls and then I'll maybe come back to you and say if I still enjoy the music.
3S red.
Like wow. I mean, look visually, it is such a spectacle, isn't it? Look at these mechanics. Look at the background.
3S red.
Yeah, can we get a zoom out, please?
1.
It's red.
Da, 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 da.
2.
It's red.
They all seem so like chill. Concentrating. Like there's a method to the madness.
3.
It looks exhausting. I mean, I feel like
All
probably
on
an
my
ultimate
bread,
is definitely
3 moments.
exhausting.
4.
I'm veiling Mizuzu, he'll be fine.
Great.
So how many did they take for DSR? How many
Not the
pulls was
best,
DSR?
but, we can do it easily.
I'll just keep sending everything.
Error.
So it's all good.
It was a 29er.
I definitely say this all the time, but there's definitely way more to raiding like this than just pressing your buttons right and dodging mechanics. Like, what people never talk about is stamina, mental. Like, all of these things are so just as crucial, but it's never really spoken about. Like, not bottling it after, at the end of a raid night, when the fatigue sets in and people care less, or your mind wanders mid-pull. Like, all of these, outside of, I'd say all the, like, the mental, psychological stuff, is, it carries just as much as, like, pressing your buttons and dodging swirlies on the floor.
Dodge.
You know, because we all experience it when we're raiding, and there's a couple of members on the raid team that get very fatigued and they start making more mistakes towards the end of a raid night. We've all been there. But being able to maintain that focus and that level of play for extensive amount of time, and not let your mind wander mid-fight, because like when you're doing the same thing over and over again, your mind can wander, your mind can just like disassociate. Like, there's so many things. You know, you have to maintain that focus. You have to make sure you're in the moment. You have to make sure you're sharp the whole time. Like, all of that is so important. And yeah, it's something we can all relate to. Like, the end of a raid night when you're getting towards the end of progression. Or when the boss gets really, really low and you start getting the shakies, you start panicking, the panic sets in, the adrenaline hits. Like, maintaining composure, maintaining that level of play in high pressure situations, all of these things all contribute to being a really good raider. And people only really see it as two things: pressing your buttons well, doing your rotation, and dodging mechanics. And it's definitely not just those two things.
Mids.
Blue Beetle.
It's the tilt as well. You know, like if you're, say, getting everything right, but somebody is slower learner or somebody's making mistakes, like you have to make sure that you don't let your ego or tilt or any of that get to you. Or it can maybe everybody struggling, or you're struggling with the phase, struggling with the mechanic, you can't work out what to do, like maintaining that level of stability, non-tilt, regaining your composure. All of these things are so crucial and vital. It's all of this stuff that's unseen that definitely like adds into it. Like, especially with ultimates, when they're like 15, 20 minutes long. Can you imagine playing to perfection for 20 minutes after having progressed this for like 6 months, for long hour days? It's a lot.
Mids.
Boxes.
Battle!
The close mid glitch. Close. Close. Close.
But like, I suppose pull count isn't necessarily an indicator of everything, because it looks like the phase 1 of this ultimate is way harder than the previous one. So like, what I'm trying to say is that you're probably getting more wipes early than you may have in another ultimate, for example. Like, pull count isn't necessarily the best indication or an absolute indication of fight difficulty.
Bang.
I suppose time is important. So maybe it was like, how long did they take to progress DSR? It's like 6 months or something, right? Maybe it was 6 months for this one as well. I think I saw some of you saying.
Saving 1 minute.
Mine hold.
Read the buff.
Mids.
Get ready to mark. 2 minutes soon.
Damn on me.
Go to the lady. Lights and close. Then we go left, special spot, which is close to us.
Yep. Here, guys.
Popcorn chicken!
Move a bit closer.
Find north. Look at one. Find north.
Clearing.
Beetle on the right. Daunting.
Shook.
Good fucking job. Let's go.
It's a 1.
You can tell this ultimate is taxing, can't you?
Commit sheet check if you need it.
Wait, you kind of get a break though, like with the cutscene. You kind of get a little bit of a break.
Guys, enjoy it. It's the last time we see the duck.
Duck!
Man.
Roger! Roger! Or would that get annoying, actually? Like a brief moment of respite or downtime. Thank you! I got hot chocky!
Tab in, ready to melee.
Sorry, Aurora, but
It's got marshmallows in
You're
it!
talking into
Thank
us.
you.
Get ready to run at the lady. Here we go.
We raise a chocky to Lord Harchfart in the previous ultimate. Yeah, I suppose like a break can be a good or a bad thing. It could be downtime, so yeah, you makes you lose focus. Can totally understand that.
It's double out.
Because you get in the zone, and then you're just like, now what?
Boom.
Boom.
Boom. In and spread. Boom.
Boom.
Boom. Got
Wait,
it.
that's why you lot keep sending booms when this mechanic happens. Oh, I get it now.
Coaching in. Next is Exaflares.
Middle. We are going 3 to C. 3 to C. 3 to C.
Four, 5, Dawn and Cardinals.
Mid.
Ready to go to 3.
This is crazy.
Go.
Toast.
Staying in. 4 autos. Find your corner soon. Double in this time. Boom.
So visually spectacular,
double
isn't
out.
it?
Boom.
Maybe I won't think that if when I
Boom,
progress this
spread.
myself, but
Boom.
it is a spectacle.
Boom.
Boom.
Going to 3.
Externals on me. Externals on me.
And
Autos.
2 minutes coming in. Yes, staying.
It's cool that you can press like multiple limit breaks in this phase, like because it recharges
Middle.
faster, doesn't it?
We are going B to 1. B to 1.
Stack after this, yeah?
4,
Yes.
5, Dawn. Remember your
Got it.
mids.
Get ready for autos after.
So coordinated.
Okay, my
I'm
LB is
actually
over
going.
now. You can LB.
After
Look
this,
at
we're
where
going
one is.
center.
We're gonna go middle and look at
Where's
one.
the boss health? Oh, 38%,
Find your
I see.
kernel in general.
Yep.
35%.
Pop sprint, get ready to go and use your mitts as we run apart. Mitts.
It is really cool that the limit break is kind of part of the mechanics, yeah, because it part of the dynamis and recharging
Shaky
fast.
personals.
Thematically, it makes sense, and it's very cool.
Flares soon.
Flare.
Away from Roger.
me. Go to south.
Away, we're south on 3.
So Jesse, you're going to 4.
You max melee if you can.
Go mid now for heals. Go mid now for heals.
This is Fragos first.
Happens now.
I think
You call it,
it's
yeah.
going to be my my LB next, even. Next up is going to be Mulk's LB.
Yep. I'm waiting to.
I feel like I've got the most
Jesse's
stupid expression on my
after
face. I'm just sitting here like, but, wow.
Next up is Jesse's LB.
Oh,
up
Scrap's
with
concentrating.
Mizuzu's LB. Jesse's LB now. Next up is going to be Mizuzu's LB. Get ready to pot as soon as the boss is cast.
16%.
Send it as soon as you can, Mizuzu. Pot now, guys.
Pot. Remember to get your positionals.
It's in 2 minutes.
That's coming out.
2 minutes
2
now.
minutes.
And don't forget positionals.
I mean, this has to be our friendly boys.
Come on, fucking send it.
Come on, dude.
Oh, 5%. Oh,
Killer man, come on.
This has to be it, boys.
2%.
Come on.
1%.
Please, let's go. Come on.
Oh my god, 0.3.
Oh my god!
That was so close. No way. Oh man, that is so epic.
What the fuck? This was tighter than Shiva. Oh my god.
That was so close. Oh my
That was
goodness.
the biggest squeeze in the end, dude.
3 of you are dead.
I thought all of us were dead.
Wait, half of the party died?
Literally last 5 seconds, I shambled.
Wait. What happened to the duck?
I don't know, I hope it died.
Roger is asking the important questions here. What happened to the duck?
3 of you are dead.
I thought all of us were dead.
Dude, I shambled in the last 5 seconds. Yeah, literally last 5 seconds, I shambled.
Wait. What happened to the duck?
I don't know, I hope it died.
I stabbed it.
Roger
That's the
is
sound it
like
made.
a national treasure, isn't he?
Ugly face.
You see the feathers only, dude. It's gone.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Dude, look at the Power Rangers.
This does not compute.
Oh, I can get my glam. I'm so happy.
Did you
Bro,
guys
why did we
see?
have to make it that fucking close, man?
Did you guys see Roger's reaction when they went for the race to world first on NA for normal? Like they hyped everyone up that they were going NA for this tier, and then they just did normal. Like they just were messing around. And then did you see Roger's reaction to the cinematic? It was like the most anticlimactic cinematic ever, and Roger was like watching like, whoa, no way. Whoa, it was so funny. What? And nothing was happening. It's my favorite reaction ever.
And now we can re-kill it. Let's go.
Oh my god, I'm shaking, Chad. I'm fucking shaking.
Oh, Scribe. You know what? It's really nice to see Scribe play.
In the last 5 seconds.
Thank you for the subs, boys. Thank you for watching.
21st
You guys are
man in
amazing,
WoW,
man.
he raid leads.
Wait.
Oh,
So we just went through 19 minutes of hell, and
my
now we're
God.
friends with this little shit?
Listen to the music, it's so happy.
Roger is asking the right
Fuck this
questions.
chicken, man. Look at the balls on the Omega on the right.
Roger
I
really
can't
needs to
believe
go
how
through the
close that
MSQ. It
was,
would be the
dude.
best thing ever.
We have
Oh, it's
3 people
crazy.
dead on the ground.
I'll
We
get
have
on
3
it. I'll
people
say,
dead
Roger,
out of
really
8.
to
The boss is
MSQ,
Roger's
please. The
traveling.
people
Yeah.
demand it.
Well, I thought everybody was dead, and then I just saw the achievement pop.
Now, literally,
Yes,
Roger,
I didn't DM him.
Robin, and Mulk, the 3 closest
Do-
players, are all dead.
The
fuck.
MSQ.
Literally
I don't
travels
know
out.
if my
not
drill
typing.
went through.
Bro, I had still one ninjutsu to do, but I just
What's the
committed another
cutscene?
attack. Yeah, I was too scared.
I'm gonna be
Yeah,
looking
fuck
at
the
auto
stack.
text, believe me.
I did not auto. I did not auto.
You actually did it?
Good fucking Bibles. How many staff attacks did we have? Chief will
This fool
investigate.
was so cursed. My phase 1 was full shambles. My phase 2 was full shambles.
Oh my god, dude.
It's moments like this that just make you like, I don't know, love freaking like gaming in general, but also like moments like this. They're just so epic. There's nothing like in the world like it, is there? Just like these moments that makes you proud to be like a gamer, but also like a Final Fantasy XIV fan, and just, I don't know, just the whole thing is just great, amazing. Ah, I wonder what Jeeth's reaction was. Ah, it would be shocking to everyone, I'm sure. Oh, wait, am I still logged in? Oh my god, I'm still logged in. Hello, everyone! Xenos' reaction was insane. What was Xenos' reaction? What do you mean, what reaction? There's definitely some, I don't know. No, his camera, right, what happens is, when Jeeth kills a Race to World First boss or any kind of epic kill like that, right, his camera freezes. So it's not his fault. He just, like, it's his camera freezes. So it looks like he's staring, but you just can't see it. Xenos' reaction, this is the Jeeth video of it. Right, that's it. I'm turning the stream off right now. Yeah, okay. 2 out of 3 daily quests. Yeah, I hope you feel very proud of yourself. Yeah, no, I'm not clicking on any more links. I'm done. No. 2 out of 3 daily quests. Yes, very funny. Yes, very funny. Very funny. You're all hilarious. Very, very funny, aren't you? So yes, throughout February, as you guys may or may not know, I'm raising money for charity, the AHA, the American Heart Association, which I'm very, very pleased to be doing throughout Feb. Let me just do an exclamation mark. We're raising money for charity. Click the link. Because we all know, I've said this multiple times today, but heart disease is the #1 killer worldwide. So it's a really important cause. And all through February, they're celebrating their 100-year anniversary. 100 years of the American Heart Association. It's a big charity. They've helped so many people. And my granddad, he had a lot of heart problems. He had a heart attack a few years ago and had to have some...
1 whole year, less than 3.
1 whole year, less than 3? Oh no, not that preach clip. Thank you so much for 12 months, but he ended up, like, he's had a heart attack and he had heart splints put in. And it's just something that is so important. You have to make sure you're looking after your heart. It really does affect so many people. Like I said, it's the #1 killer worldwide. So it's such an important cause. It's a cause that's so precious to me as well. So I'm like thrilled to be raising money with them this year, this month. But, well, this year, but specifically this month because they're specifically celebrating 100 years. Even if you only have $1 to donate, if everyone donated even $1, that would go really far. So, and again, like I said, it's such an important cause. We all have loved ones, especially loved ones that are getting older, where it can really, really set in. But we have had 2 donations. Stinners, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. Always down to donate to charity. Thank you, I really appreciate it. And B-Core, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're amazing. I have got lots of incentives planned. So we're going to have multiple streams of charities. We're going to have lots of charity incentives. I'm moving tomorrow and I've had such limited time. But we will have some incentives throughout this month. There are also some really cool things the American Heart Association are doing as well. I think it's the 100 for 100. I will double check it. But it's something with $100 donations, but I'll double check that. But when I set everything up properly. But I was very lovely sent things, exciting things that we open at different incentives. Once we meet certain goals, like the $500 box, as soon as we get to $500, we have some really, really cool things. And we've got some things to give away as well. And I'm saying things because it's all a surprise. So we have to get to these different charity incentives, and then you'll know. Then you'll know. Then we've got some really cool boxes to open. They're all of different sizes as well. Look. Look at these! Look, one of them is massive! Big boxes to give away. Wait, Terry Lynn? Oh my gosh, Terry Lynn with the $100 donation. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. That is... Oh my gosh, big clappers to Terry Lynn. Thank you so much. Absolute Giga Chad with a $100 donation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is amazing. I really appreciate it. Again, it's for an amazing cause.
Hold on, sorry. I read a DM. It's for an absolutely amazing cause, so I really appreciate all of you. Could it be an air fryer? It might be. But yes, exactly, 1 year anniversary. There we go. Thank you so much, Terry Lynn. Thank you. But I am going to be closely working with the American Heart Association throughout the month, especially. So we're going to set up some charity incentives, and I've got some good plans. But like I said, I didn't this week, and everything with moving, it's all been very chaotic. So I'm trying to like juggle everything as best I can, and I'm not the best at juggling. But I do really appreciate it. We're going to be running this, and like I said, I'm really, really happy to be raising money for charity because, I mean, what's better than raising money for charity and helping people? Am I right? I don't think you lot have a real. I don't think you lot have a real link, real timestamp, real for sure. Yep. Oh, actually real this time. Hang on a minute. Chatting ones didn't lie. Hold on. Wait, you didn't lie? It's actually real? Here we go.
And then use your ship.
I will do one really here.
It's my LB, right?
Tell me when to
Got it.
Yeah.
Make sure you
Wait.
pull for the next 2 minutes. Pull for the next 2 minutes.
No? LB now?
Oh, God.
Pull for the next 2 minutes.
Because
Don't forget tank, LB.
with mellows. And
LB.
Pull for the next 2
This is
minutes.
mine. Next is mine.
I'm turning up because it's a bit quiet.
We're on point. We're on fucking point. Let's
Ow.
go. Let's go.
There's a spoon in my hot chocolate.
LLB.
Come on. Fucking nuke it,
Come
bro.
on, please,
2 minutes.
Let's go.
please.
This is it. This is it.
Please,
Everything in the trick. Everything in the trick.
please, fucking kill it, 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 fucking kill it! Yes, yes, fuck this shit, fuck it! He's taking a shower, guys. Fuck!
Oh, who said to turn it up? Who said turn it up? Who said turn it up?
Holy shit, thank God.
Oh,
Here's
the
my
nerd
fucking
screams
song.
are always so epic. Where did you get that from?
Killed your fucking ass, bitch!
Where did that come from?
This guy better gift himself or something. This guy better shower.
You better fucking shower. You owe us.
Oh, Zeus is honestly like the best.
You
don't know the power!
Trank. Should we go get the pants for Trank?
Yes!
Yeah,
my
yeah,
true
we should.
form!
With all our new weapons, yeah?
Oh no!
God,
We're getting
Yeah, let's do
flashbanged!
it. I'm down for that.
That's it!
I was me.
We summoned him!
Thanks,
Oh
Trank.
man.
Let's go.
That is so funny.
Thanks, Leon. I don't know if he's here, but
Oh, what a great reaction.
Yep.
I will get thrown up.
Thanks, Ryan, man.
Amazing.
Ryan, saved us a bit, quite a lot of time. Fucking.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. You are a hero.
Dude, my fucking...
I guess watching the
I'm
cutscene.
done, bro.
I'm
fucking
my
done.
hands are just off the keyboard
I'm
right
done.
now, bro. Just don't let
My
that
cutscene got skipped. I see.
He broke his chair. Oh god, that was. I mean, it's not so funny where he broke his chair, but like you would celebrate, wouldn't you? Like after all this and after all that feat. Oh, a real feat of strength, isn't it? Okay, team. I'm moving tomorrow for the first time, like living by myself, and I haven't packed anything, so I should probably do that because nothing's packed up. Look, Jaina is still there, so. Because I'm really good at life and I really have my life together and I'm really winning at life right now, I should probably go and like pack stuff because I am actually moving at 9 AM tomorrow. So yeah, anyway, if you want to be as good at life as me, yeah, stay tuned. I'll put a YouTube video up on how to be really good at life. But a big old meat pie, thank you so much for the $25 donation as well. Donate, chat, Matt. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. raising money again for such a wonderful cause. Thank you so much. Alrighty, thank you. So I will see you on Saturday for the Final Fantasy XIV quiz. I know that a lot of us are going. If you are going, there is apparently a Weatherspoons nearby. So I think we're going to meet in the Weatherspoons before the event. I need to go in a little bit early, I think, because I think it starts 45 minutes before if you're a party leader. So I'll be going in a little bit early, but there is a spoons. There is a spoon. Spoons. I've got hot chocolates with an affix. I went to take a sip when watching the Zeem's reaction, and the spoon went round and hit me in the face. Like, I can't be trusted with stuff. Anyway, there is a spoons nearby, so that's probably where we'll be. Decadence, thank you so much. So good to see you. Yes, so that's probably where we'll be. But I'll update you. But I'm sure all of you will post where you are as well. But because I'm a mess and I need to move tomorrow, I also need to sort my life out on Saturday. So I can't guarantee that I'll be there too much earlier than when we actually go in. But I will see you at the event regardless. I'm just saying I might not be there an hour before. I might be there for the event and that's it. But anyway, daily dose of day in the life of. All right, I will let you all know how it goes. Maybe we can have a setup stream because I'll be having I'll be actually having a stream room so we can set it up. You guys can play stuff around. You can order stuff for the stream. Like, we can pick stuff. This sounds like an awful idea, but we'll do it anyway. Alrighty, let's find someone lovely to send a raid over to. We can raid the lovely Amanda. Let's raid Amanda. Oh, she looks so cozy. Alrighty, let's send the raid over to her.
Turn it in anyway, so let me just...
Wait, why do I have this copy pasted? What? That wasn't Amanda's name. What's that? Right, raid.
I think it needs to clear.
Okay, I will send you all over to the lovely Amanda. I think that was Thiele's fault. Right, go and say hello to your wonderful, amazingly talented Amanda. I will see you on Monday, most likely. I think that I'm definitely planning on streaming on Monday. So I will see you next week. And yes, I can't wait to raise more money for the American Heart Association over February as well. So I will see you. Have a wonderful weekend. See you on Saturday if I will see you. If not, I will see you on Monday. Good night. Bye. Bye, chatting ones. Bye, bye, bye. Have a wonderful weekend.